Hi, bud.
Hey. You'll just have to wait a little longer.
That I can run down and, okay.
You got it? You lost it?
I lost it somewhere. It's in this pocket. It's gone.
Okay. Want them to stay on your calendar. Okay, so should they sit down? Okay. She said to sit down, and she will be called.
Pastor Day. You'll do a roast and thank you, appreciate it.
Those that are able, please rise and come to order.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting of City Council to order and have you stand for the national anthem. Please be seated. Right now, it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Lane Fusilier, the senior pastor of the Philpott Memorial Church. Dr. Fusilier was born in Texas, of Cajun ancestry, and he's been the senior pastor of Philpott Memorial Church since 1999, but still retains a lingering of the Texas accent. Dr. Fusilier is co-founder of the True City Movement. That's a collaboration between several congregations in Hamilton aimed at bringing the best to our city and beyond. Philpott has a long history in Hamilton. The congregation has met at the corner of Park Street and York Boulevard for 122 years. Dr. Fusilier, welcome, and please take your place.
Being a Cajun, I was deported. My ancestors were deported in 1755, but I got here as soon as I could. Let's pray. Father, I acknowledge you today as the one who guides all of our decisions, especially as we ask you. The people who sit at this table and express their opinions. are in special need of that guidance as they consider weighty matters. They will tonight steer the course of our city. I ask for them, O God, these 4 things. First, grant them humility. Let no one begin these discussions or walk away from this table convinced that all wisdom is theirs. In the bright lights of an election cycle, it's easy to forget who we are. Keep them humble. Give perspective. Second, Father, I pray that you would grant them willingness to hear one another. They were each chosen by their neighbors to represent the interest of that ward. May they also keep in mind what is best for the whole, for all of us. Remind them that your wisdom often comes from those with whom we disagree. Give them ears to hear. Grant them courage to do the right thing, to set aside fear. Many will either prosper or suffer because of choices made here this evening. Give them hearts of strength. Fourth, grant them boldness to lead. May they unshackle those who would build up our city and restrain those who would take from us. Work in them and through them as you build here a great city. May we welcome the poor and feed the hungry, give opportunity to the industrious, and challenge all to invest for the common good. Give them a passion for excellence. We pray on their behalf for wisdom and justice. May their work tonight bring opportunity, justice, and peace to this city, a city you greatly love. Amen.
So much. And we're getting more and more Texans here. I spoke to Pioneer Memorial at their 190th anniversary, and the new minister is from Abilene, Texas. So people are moving, not just from Toronto, to our city. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals in the media may also be audibly and or visually recording this meeting. So, Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There are 7 added communications this evening. 5-4 from the request from the Hamilton Police Services Board for the city's internal auditor conduct an audit review to be received and referred to the city's internal auditor with a report to GIC. 5-5 from the Law Office of Davies Howe respecting the Borders Falls Dog Park site evaluation to be received and referred for discussion with item 15 of the Public Works Report. 5-6 from Catherine Beattie respecting the old Dundas Road sewage pumping station to receive it and refer for discussion with item 3 of the Public Works Report. 5-7 correspondence from Maple Leaf Foods respecting a letter of appreciation to be received. 5-8 from Michelle Roeder respecting the rezoning of Old Highway 8 to receive and refer for discussion with item 7 of the Planning Report. 5-9, a petition from 71 residents of the Glanbrook Hills development respecting construction of the Glanbrook Hills Park to be received. Refer to the GM of Public Works for consideration as part of the 2015 Public Works budget deliberation. 5-10, received through your office, Mr. Mayor, from the Minister of Economic Development, Employment, and Infrastructure regarding U.S. Steel to be received. There are a few corrections. Report 6-1, the Public Works Report, should be noted as report number 14-011, not 10. Report 6.2, the Planning Report, to be noted that Councillor Jackson was also present. Motion 7.3, Part B of that motion has been amended and it has been circulated for members of the Council. We have 4 added notices of motions this evening. 8.1, respecting transit shelter installations. 8.2, West Flamborough Accommodation Review Area, the Beverly Community Center and Greensville School Site. 8.3, revised no stopping Southside Place. And 8.4, respecting U.S. Steel. And finally, we have 19 amendments to the draft bill list.
Thank you. Is, Madam Clerk, is 8.4 the matter we're expecting a motion to come forward with regard to U.S. Steel? Okay, good. So thank you. So we should have approval of the agenda as amended. Ferguson, Johnson, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Members of Council, are there any declarations of interest? Yes.
Public Works Committee Report 14-011, item 15, the Boers Creek Dog Park. I continue to have a potential conflict of interest on the issue.
Thank you. Noted. Councillor Ferguson.
And the 15th planning meeting have a possible conflict of interest on item number 20.
Thank you. Clerks note that. Members of council, we have ceremonial activities, including the Kids for Kaga Student Exchange Program. And I'm pleased to have this opportunity to recognize the Kids for Kaga. This summer, 10 students and chaperones from Hamilton traveled to Japan as part of this unique exchange program. It's a very special program because the town of Dundas was the first mundialized municipality of North America. The twinning of Kaga and Dundas started 46 years ago in the aftermath of World War II to help promote world peace and understanding. The Hamilton students presented a gift and a letter on the city's behalf to the mayor of Kaga, His Worship Miyamoto. In turn, Mayor Miyamoto gave the Hamilton students a letter and a gift for them to bring back to the city. So before the presentation, I'd like to call on Councillor Powers for his remarks and your special connection. Councillor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome back the kids from Kaga. My family has a relationship with Kids for Kaga. My late wife Linda and I hosted not only chaperones but students in our house for a number of years. Both of my children traveled to Japan in 2 of the trips. And when Dundas ceased to exist in the eyes of Japan, I coincidentally happened to be going to Japan, and I made a visit to Japan, and the mayor and I at that particular time sorted out the misunderstanding between Kaga, Japan and Hamilton. So to this day, as the exchange continues, it's an extraordinary opportunity for not only the children of many generations of families to come to Canada and experience Hamilton and Dundas and enjoy and actually live in our households. You're billeted in the households. Likewise, when we visit Japan, we're billeted in those households and we live the Japanese life. So it's indeed my pleasure to welcome back the students back from Japan, the Kids for Kaga.
Why don't you stay here at the podium then, Councillor? Ohio. Come on in, come on up.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Hajimemashite.
And now I'm going to welcome Robert Winninger, who usually is in a different sort of get-up at Westfield Pioneer Village, president of the Kids for Kaga Exchange Program, and Joe Morgan, student at St. Mary's Catholic Secondary School. Please go take over, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, thank you. Before I start, I want to tell you an interesting story that applies to you specifically that I learned from the mayor in Japan, Yamamoto-san. He said when he arrived that we should support this program, and he's very excited about being part of it, especially considering that students are coming next year to Hamilton. But there's one thing that he did that had a lasting impression for me, which applies to you. Before he would even come into the room, it's almost like being part of a late-night TV show. He would have staff come in and kind of fluff you by making everybody all excited about him coming in and give you instructions about cheering when the mayor walks in. So we would be thoroughly impressed and excited, and then it's almost like, and here's the mayor, and then everybody has to do that. So you never know, you might want to include that as part of your committee meetings and so on.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. But I am on a mission from the mayor in Kaga, and that is to thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank council, thank Councillor Powers for his involvement over the years, and of course to thank the committee, Kids for Kaga here in Hamilton, Lan Whiting and Patricia Knipp, and all the volunteers that make it possible. I'd like to thank also the Mobilization Committee who are represented here tonight, as well as other representatives from twinnings throughout the world, in particular tonight China, in the city of Mejan. I hope I said that correctly. And so, on behalf of the mayor and council, I've been instructed to thank you very much and urge you to continue this worthwhile project for many years to come. It is the oldest program of its kind in North America, and so we have a really wonderful point of pride here in Hamilton that we all think should continue. I'd like to say that we had some incredible representatives this year, and we should all be very proud of our youth in Hamilton, and they just did us very proud. We have a gift from the mayor for the mayor and council, and I'll let you open it up.
Okay.
And
Arigato. Arigato. Incidentally, Sergio Mendes of Brazil, 66, told me that when the Portuguese were in Japan in the 16th century, among the things they left behind were tempura, because the Japanese had not done that sort of cooking before, and the word for thank you, which in Brazilian Portuguese is obrigado. Arigato. So, anyway.
I thought it was just weapons.
No. I'll wreck this box. Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, isn't that beautiful? And how do I do it?
So it's a vase.
There it is. Within is the container for the vase.
It's a form of pottery specific to Kaga. We had provided pottery specific to Dundas, and you notice it has the flowers on it, and I think it's symbolic. Hopefully this program will blossom throughout the years.
Well, thank you, and I don't know if you noticed this or not, but the vase holder is full of sake, so kampai. Thanks so much, everyone. Isn't that a nice way to start council? Wow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of presenting a very special recognition on behalf of the Governor-General of Canada. The Governor-General's Certificate of Commendation was created in 1993 to be issued to those who have made a significant contribution by providing assistance to another person in a selfless manner. 2 Hamilton paramedics are the worthy recipients of this commendation. In the early morning hours of February 6, 2012, paramedics Mandy Purdy and Vanessa Melendix, at great risk to themselves, rescued a patient from a burning apartment and removed him to safety. Could I have the recipients come forward now, please? Where are they? There you are. Mandy and Vanessa were responding to a call from a man who had fallen and struck his head. Prior to entering the apartment, however, they recognized that a fire had started. So Mandy and Vanessa promptly made a radio call for assistance, but with thick black smoke coming from the apartment door and the resident calling for help, they knew that a rapid response was needed. Without any protective equipment or training in fire rescue, they responded and extricated the man from the apartment. Their quick and selfless act was critical in preventing a tragic result. Now I'm going to, at this time, call on Mike Sanderson to the podium to help me make the presentation. So Mike, would you come forward, please? Speak. Would you like to mention whose birthday it is?
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor and Council. I think on behalf of the Hamilton Paramedic Service, I'd just like to thank you for taking this time to recognize 2 of our paramedics. Our paramedics put forth each and every day efforts to save lives, to reduce harm, to reduce injuries. And this is an example of paramedics who are going above and beyond. We greatly appreciate the work that they've done. We appreciate the work all of our paramedics do each and every day. So thank you for taking time to recognize us. And please recognize as well, it's Mandy Purdy's birthday today.
So Mandy and Vanessa, on behalf of all of our council and the citizens of Hamilton, I congratulate you, and I am proud to present the Governor General's Certificate of Commendation to both of you. Vanessa? I'd like to stay around till the end of the meeting. We never know what's going to happen here, so we could, yeah. I'd like to conclude this evening's special presentations with a special recognition of the work that the United Way of Burlington and Greater Hamilton does in our community. The United Way invests in several community support networks and provides assistance to 68 social service agencies. The United Way helps to deliver 126 critical prevention-based programs and services in the Burlington and Greater Hamilton area. The United Way makes a profound difference in the lives of others, and it strengthens our community. So the United Way recently launched their 2014 campaign, and I'm going to call on Jeff Valentin, CEO of the United Way of Burlington and Greater Hamilton, to tell us about this year's initiative. Jeff, would you come down, please? With your support staff. Welcome, everybody. Ricky.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's great to be here. Thanks so much for inviting us and allowing us to talk about this year's campaign, which we're so excited to have launched. It's going to be a great year. We're hard at it. There's already a tremendous amount of community support. And one of the key messages that I've brought to you today is to thank you. The Council and the City Corporation of Hamilton has really shown leadership in helping us not only launch our campaign, but be supportive of the United Way all the way through. It started just the other day with the campaign kickoff right here in the front of City Hall. It was a fabulous event, a tremendous amount of support, record numbers of people. The only regret of that occasion, of course, is that Council didn't form a team to help compete and pull a fire engine over the finish line, but maybe that's something we can work on in the next term, huh? It is a great campaign that we've launched. There is so much support. I want to thank the Mayor in particular. Chris Murray, City Manager, thank you for your leadership and support. Paul Johnson, hiding up there in the back, you may know, serves on our campaign cabinet here in Hamilton, and again provides tremendous leadership for us. It's fantastic. There are a couple of special people here to my left who also deserve an important amount of recognition. Ricky Frith and Sandy D'Souza. You may know them for, they are role modeling best practice, that's for sure, in how to carry out workplace campaigns for us, which really is the cornerstone of how we generate the revenue that we so much need to provide support to these services that the Mayor spoke about. Serena Payton is also here with me. She's our campaign manager who works together with the city, and she has a few words that she'd like to say to help me help you appreciate what it is to be a supportive member of our community involving the United Way. And this is Serena.
Very much. I'm very honored to be here with all of you today. It's been a great privilege to join the United Way team, and one of the things that I have been astounded with is the network of agencies who are instrumental in our community of really forming a partnership and making sure that every single Hamiltonian is provided for. And one of the things that I often ask myself is, what would I do if I don't have my family to go to? Or what would I do if I don't have friends to call on? And what happens if you're a single parent and you have 3 children that you're caring for? And what happens if you're working 2 jobs just to try to provide for them? And what happens if you notice that you don't have time or you don't have the skills to make sure that your kids are succeeding in school? And what happens if you notice that your children don't really care, and you notice that they're saying, what does it matter if I even finish school? We don't have the money for me to go to university. And what happens if that parent is dealing with their own mental health issues because they've been a victim of domestic violence? What do? And what happens if one day they get a call and one of their parents is sick, and now they need them to care for them just as their parents cared for them when they were younger? Those are some of the issues that a lot of people in Hamilton are facing. It's not so far from the reality. And so by making an investment in United Way, it's not just an investment in nameless, faceless individuals that you're never going to meet. It's an investment in yourself. It's an investment in your family. It's an investment in neighborhoods. This is part of what defines Hamilton. It's why people come here. It's why people stay here. It's what distinguishes us from every other big city around. We have so much power, and that's because of the people who live here. So thanks very much.
Council, you've provided tremendous leadership this term. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for your leadership in support of United Way, not just personally making donation, as I know you try to do, but in spreading the word and helping us understand as a community the importance of the United Way, bringing people together and helping this community be even stronger and greater in the future. With that, good luck to all of you in the election. We'll see you in all of your continued leadership roles, no matter what they might be in the years to come. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Ricky, if those are payroll deduction sheets, I would wait until the 28th. Just who's up first?
Mr. Mayor, just quickly, Ricky Firth, who's been on this file for over a decade. How long, Ricky? How long were you on this file, Ricky? 11 years, so over a decade. We just, I think it's an opportune time to thank her for her involvement, her dedication.
Thanks for that,
By the way, I've known her for 30 years, so that
oh, yeah?
She's a great girl.
Who's next? Councillor Pearson.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much, and certainly great information, great news, and our United Way team is absolutely phenomenal at the City of Hamilton, and I appreciate the comment that we should have a council team next term. If anybody hasn't participated, I tell you, it is a blast. I did participate 2 years in a row, not this year, unfortunately. The first year I did help the city team pull one of the fire trucks, and last year I was asked to participate with the library board in pulling a bus, city bus. And I can't remember, we came in with the fire truck 2 years ago, but last year with the city bus, we were the first ones to do the pull, and unfortunately it didn't move at all. And I challenged that the brakes were on, and they said, yeah, the brakes were on. Thank you very much. But anyways, it was a lot of fun, and it is a great event, and all the staff, including staff that we have that put a band together and out there, and Rick Ndoga is one of our staff and does tremendous photographs. I have a couple that he sent me that I will treasure because he's an excellent photographer. But they're being very modest today because I was going to read it off at the end of council tonight. This year at the kickoff event, they raised $8,850 from our city staff. That was raised on the event. And Mr. Mayor, just in recognition of Ricky and all the stuff, all the work that she's done, and now Sandy with regards to going forward, I'll tell you, with our city staff committee starting in 2004, in the first year, they raised $94,600 in 2004. Last year, they had a goal of $124,000, and they surpassed that and raised $130,500, Mr. Mayor. That's from our city staff. So residents should be very proud of the commitment we have from staff here at the City of Hamilton and the great job they do. Thank you.
Anyone else? Because on the council bus poll, it seemed that some councils wanted to be on one side of the bus and some want to be on the other side of the bus. So maybe we get to one of those accordion buses, we could, you know. Yeah, that's funny. You're right. So, thank you very much. Thanks so much. Council, you have before you, I need a motion to approve the minutes of the September 10th, 2014 meeting as presented. Councillor Pearson Johnson, all in favor? Thank you. Members of Council, you have before you communication items 5.1 through 5.9. Correspondence from Robert Gagnon regarding the Enbridge matter. Someone like to move that? Move to receive Pasuda Partridge, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Correspondence from Sandra Leja respecting application draft plan subdivision at 6075 20 Road East. Recommendation, who's got that? Like to move that? Seconded by Pearson, all in favor? Thank you. Now we have a recommendation required for correspondence from Pat Heidema, property planner, regarding proposal to sell the property known as 125 Rifle Range Road. Who would like to move that? Ferguson, Pearson, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from Lois Moran. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Just a question to Mr. Zagaric. As I understand it, the police services, they have their own finance office over there. We have our finance office here. They don't share the invoices and everything. They just transfer the numbers to us, and we have the numbers here. So is this audit of our numbers, or is this audit of the actual books at the police services?
So through the mayor, in terms of how financial services is supported at Hamilton Police Services, the councillor is correct that they have their own internal finance division who prepare the budgets, as well as they prepare Hamilton Police Services financial statements and conduct all the financial transactions. The City of Hamilton does provide some supports to Hamilton Police Services as it relates to HR, payroll, accounts payable, and accounts receivable. The letter speaks to how Hamilton Police Services reflects a number of financial issues, and it also speaks to how those same issues may be reflected on the city's financial statements as well, and where they may not, according to the letter writers, correspondence where they may not reconcile.
And so have you found that there's disputes there too, in terms, or variances between what we have on our books and what they're showing?
So through the mayor, in terms of a few of the items, one item that was identified was with respect to the reporting of the operating, tax operating, and capital budgets for Hamilton Police Services. Committee and council may recall that we provide that reporting through the budget process and through a tax operating budget as well as a capital budget, and at the end of the budget process we prepare a approved consolidated budget. So one of the items speaks to a difference in terms of what was reported by Hamilton Police Services, and that difference reconciles to the capital budget. So what was captured by the letter writer was the operating budget. The difference was what was reported through the capital budget. But again, in terms of our reporting, we do consolidate that reporting. We made that change a few years back, and so that report is available to the letter writer and to the public. A few of the other items speak directly to the financial reporting by Hamilton Police Services, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak to their accounting. It would be best directed to Hamilton Police Services staff.
Okay. And with regards to the request for the audit by our internal auditor, is there a cost to the city for that? And what would the cost be?
Through the chair, if council chooses to direct the internal auditor to review the correspondence and report back, that may be an item that the internal auditor would come back to council with respect to either amending the work plan going forward to accommodate this work, or if the work had to be accommodated outside of city workforce. If, for instance, a consultant or a contractor had to come on board, there may be an incremental cost. A number of the items we would provide city financial services and our budget section would provide information to the internal auditor in an effort to assist the internal auditor with respect to their review.
And the last question, this is referring it to the General Issues Committee. It's our Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee that usually deals with the internal audit work plan. So wouldn't it be more suitably sent there?
So through the Mayor, yes, typically internal audit reports to AFNA, and the minutes from AFNA come to Council. So the Councillor is correct that typically internal audit does report through AFNA.
So I'd be happy to move that with that amendment, please.
All right. Any other comments, Councillor Ferguson? You second that? Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask, excuse me, through yourself to Michael, the Hamilton Public Library, are they part of our internal audit, or they have their own external audit service?
So through the Mayor, with respect to all the boards and agencies, all boards and agencies are consolidated into the City of Hamilton's financial statements, but Hamilton Library Services does undergo their own internal audit. One of the differences in terms of the approach of the library versus the city's audit is the magnitude in terms of financial materiality with respect to the size of the public library. The financial materiality of the audit would be of a lesser magnitude than the city's audit.
Okay, and our internal auditor, when does she create her work plan? And when does it come to committee for approval?
So through the Mayor, Committee, and Council may recall that internal audit has two work plans. They have their A list and their B list. And from time to time, the internal auditor will report to Council where a direction was of a higher priority, amending the work plan. The A list of work plan items are of a higher priority. So in terms of the new term of Council, internal audit will report to the new term of Council in the new year. But again, from time to time, the work plan is amended depending upon the priorities that Council directs to internal audit.
Okay, and I guess my last question is the Police Services the largest outside organization with its own governance that currently is part of the consolidated audit for the City of Hamilton?
Through the Mayor, in terms of financial magnitude, the Hamilton Police Services, in terms of their budgets, would be one of the larger external boards and agencies that are consolidated in the city's financial statements, yes.
Okay, so I certainly support moving it towards the general issue, wait for the Auditor General to provide the report. I might just take this opportunity that if I come back, or successful coming back, I will be moving a motion to explore an agency like the Police Services at $153 million a year to actually have the city do have them do their own external audits. Thank you.
Thank you. So with no further speakers, moved and seconded, as amended, all in favor? Sorry? As amended. Yes, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence regarding the Borers Falls Dog Park site evaluation. Who would like that one? Borers Falls. Councillor, move it. Pearson, Johnson, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from Catherine Beattie respecting the old Dundas Road sewage pumping station. Councillor Ferguson, move that. Seconded by Pearson, all in favor? Thank you. Correspondence from Ann Tenier, the Vice President of Environmental Sustainability, Maple Leaf Foods, Inc., respecting a letter of appreciation. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, sir, if I may, I'd like to point out Ann Tenier is with us tonight, and I want to give her my personal thanks, because as you all know, that at the beginning of this application, I was the lone out. I was opposed. And since then, and being voted for this facility, Ann has stepped up amazingly. So we have ongoing community meetings. Any concerns that the residents have, Ann is right there. She makes sure that they are addressed, and now her team has taken over, and they're now doing the job that Ann set out. So Ann, I really appreciate all your work on the file, and it's been a pleasure knowing you, and all the best with your health. I understand things are working out well for you, so there's my kindred spirit up there. So I'd like to move it at the appropriate time, that it be received.
Yes. And Councillor Ferguson, second. All in favor? And thank you for being here tonight. Correspondence from Michelle Roeder is respecting rezoning of Old Highway 8 in Flamborough. Councillor Pasuta, can you speak to that? Move it. Partridge, second. All in favor? Thank you. Petition from 71 residents of the Glenbrook Hills development respecting construction of the park. Like that, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, this is just to move it to the General Manager of Public Works, but I want to thank the residents who took the initiative to go door to door with this petition. It's been an ongoing issue in my office for quite some time, so it's nice. We're just going to send it to Jerry and the staff and get them to review it and find out when this is going to happen, and so the people who moved in expecting a part will get one soon, and it's in the capital budget. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you. Now, sorry? We're not quite done with the correspondence because I did have an item that was added regarding U.S. Steel. So this would go as 510, is that right? And so just for the information of council, we had a meeting of the Steel Committee. There was a direction given, although it didn't come before this body because for obvious reasons. So my office took it on our own to follow through with the direction. And so we have now a letter from Minister Brad Dogood that is in your correspondence that you can read. And I appreciate his efforts. And it looks like we're going to get probably a tripartite involvement with the city, the province, and the federal government in terms of addressing the issues that we're all familiar with. So if someone would like to move and second that, Councillor Duval, Councillor Whitehead, all in favor? Yes, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, just a question, because I know you've been working hard on this over the last week since we heard this information about the CCAA protection afforded to U.S. Steel. You mentioned the tripartite arrangement. Certainly this letter's from the province, and they seem to be stepping up with their role of protecting the pensions, the Pension Benefits Guarantee Fund, and they've asked for the details of the 2011 settlement between the Government of Canada and U.S. Steel Corporation as it relates to the Investment Canada Act, and that's a key piece of information we've been looking for a long time. The steelworkers did an FOI request federally on that and received that document back fully redacted. It was entirely black, and we didn't see anything at all on that. So you mentioned the tripartite discussion. Can I ask you whether you have any indication that the federal government wishes to participate this time around, because they haven't so far on the Steel Committee?
What Minister Dogood said is that we all have to tread carefully in view of the legal issues around the CCAA and so on, but that he would informally contact federal partners to see how they would wish to proceed in view of the importance and the impacts of our city. So there's nothing directly in that letter, but I can assure you that communication will be had between the province and the federal government. What the outcome of that is, I wouldn't be able to say right now, but there was agreement that all parties should be actively involved.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy certainly to see Minister Dogood take this act, that second last paragraph, asking the federal government to share that 2011 settlement is critical, and we're hoping that they're listening this time around. They haven't helped us out yet on the Steel Committee. We've asked that same question. Thank you.
So, and I want to also thank Minister McMeekin for assisting in setting up the conference call that we had with Minister Dogood. Councillor Duval.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you for making sure this went forward to all the levels of government, and it's very, very important, especially when I see from the province now taking a step forward, is that they're going to be a creditor also in CCAA protection. So none of this was happening until the actual announcement was made. So I'm really, really happy to see that we have another level of government that has just as much interest, not only for the province, but for the city of Hamilton and the pensioners. And now we just got to make sure that the federal government comes on board. so we can get the information. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I also want to thank Councillor. We have not slacked one bit over the years with our local 1005, U.S. Steel, and so on. And we intend to, in whatever form we come back, keep pressing the matter. So thank you all for that. So that's moved and seconded. All in favor? And Councillor White had a motion, please, on the communications as amended.
Absolutely. Moved by myself, second by Councillor DeVell, that the Council communications 5.1 through to 5.10 be approved as follows.
All in favor? And Councillor White had a motion, please, to move into committee for the whole for consideration of the reports.
Yes, moved by myself, second by Councillor DeVell, that the Council move into committee of the whole for consideration of the committee reports.
All in favor? And now the final chair for the final meeting, Deputy Mayor Chad Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the committee, the Public Works Committee presents report 14-00011, and respectfully recommends item number 1. On item number 1, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And this is with regards to the attachment, and it has a list of many intersections that will have stop controls. I just want to speak to the one for Boulding Avenue and also for Hollybush and Longyear and Chatsworth. My residents on both those streets put a lot of effort into going door to door, getting petitions signed, and they have been anxiously waiting for some sort of traffic calming in their area. And I'm very pleased to support this. And I also want to recognize our traffic staff. They have really done an excellent job this year, well, over the whole term, in terms of water down and working with the residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that. On item number 1. Item 2, 3. On item 3, Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, I just want, this is an issue that was an item of correspondence tonight, and it was also an issue that I think some of you have received emails from some of my constituents about this particular application to the Ministry of the Environment. About 2.5 years ago, a major flood occurred, at least once, and may even twice, in the old Dundas Road area between Montgomery and the Ancaster Mill. It's quite a stretch of road. There's a pumping station down there that pumps the water through a force main back up to the gravity sanitary sewer. So staff initiated a study on what the cause of this was. There was a number of homes that had their basements completely filled with sanitary sewage. And the sad part is that there's some pumps pump the water out in the surface, and out it went to Ancaster Creek. And left a terrible residue and mess behind in those homes. So staff 2.5 years ago started a study and brought a report, or prepared a report. It's been presented to the public. At least one public meeting was held at the Old Town Hall, which I attended. It was well advertised in Ancaster News and the Hamilton Spectator, a public information center, outlining what the corrective action is for this problem and the undersize of this pumping station. Is it about this? Okay. And so the report, you're not seeing the whole report, you're only seeing one part of it. And the corrective action that has been recommended and was endorsed by, I believe, if not all, most of the people who attended that public information center, and it's a recommendation of our consultant who prepared it, was a number of solutions, not just the overflow pipe. The overflow pipe is the last resort. One of the solutions is they sent a camera through the upstream sanitary sewer that feeds this pumping station and found a lot of leaks. So in those areas where there's bad leaks, they'll be relining that pipe to stop the infiltration of stormwater getting into the sanitary sewer. Number two is they've done a smoke test and determined there's some eave trough leaders and downspouts and foundation drain collectors connected to the sanitary sewer, which causes that surge when there's a storm, and so they'll have to be disconnected. It's the second thing that'll happen. The third thing is they're going to increase the pumping capacity of that pumping station with larger pumps, and the big one, number 4, is they're going to install a large diameter, significant oversized sewer pipe on Old Dundas Road that'll act as a storage area. So when all these other things fail, it'll fill this large diameter pipe up and hold the water until the pressure's off, and it runs back into the station and pump back up into the sanitary system. But the fifth and final solution, and when all that fails, is that there'd be an overflow pipe. And because if all those fail, it's going to fill the basements full of sewage, which gets pumped out in the surface anyway. And this keeps those homes safe, which I think as a ward councillor and you as all members of council agree we need to do. It's not a solution to flood people's basements with raw sewage. And so this is an application now that will go to the Ministry of the Environment. I called it C of A. Thank you, Councillor Powers. Apparently it's not called that anymore. It's called an Environmental Compliance Approval. And so there's an application, which is what's recommended in this particular report tonight. Those other 5 solutions or 4 solutions were referred to the 2015 capital budget. This is something we have to apply to the MOE for now. There is a process, I understand, a 30-day public process where the public can challenge the MOE, and staff have told me MOE won't even consider the application until the other 4 solutions are budgeted and done. And so this is for the ultimate storm, the ultimate emergency when all else fails. And in my previous life, I built a bunch of pumping stations, and all of them had these overflow pipes. I checked with staff on that. What percentage of our stations have these overflows? They didn't have it at their fingertips, but a large number of them already have these overflow pipes in. So it's a common process when there's an absolute emergency, when everything else fails, but staff have done the right thing, trying to find the solutions before it goes to that ultimate solution. So that's the purpose of this coming before us tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I have Councillor McCaddy next on the list.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I just wanted to thank Councillor Ferguson for following up on this. Well, the last 2 years of work, previous to that even, I had some inquiries in my role as chair of the Conservation Authority of the Dundas Valley and Ancaster Creek, and people expressing concerns about this. And I think Councillor Ferguson perfectly explained what is going on, and it's now headed to a 30-day public review, public comment period, which will provide people an additional opportunity to comment, and of course for our staff to explain, and Councillor Ferguson, if he has the time to be involved as well. So I really appreciate that explanation, because I was getting questions and I wasn't able to fully answer them, and Councillor Ferguson has done so this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no further speakers on item 3. All in favor? Thank you. Item 4, 5. On item 5,
I'm
Councillor
sorry.
Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted to let the people know at home, because this was quite confusing. Right now, we're going door to door to ask people if they want to keep the Transcab as a permanent fixture, and this is the effect it's going to have on your taxes. We're not finished that survey right now. This is keeping things in place if the survey is successful. So just to let the folks at home, this is not a done deal. This is something we're setting up for in case the survey proves positive. And if it doesn't, then it will not go to the 2015, or we will pull it at the 2015 budget if I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. On item 5, 6, 7, item 8, 9, 10, 11. On item 11, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just a couple of questions, if I may. It says this is regarding the pilot project for the pesto cards with Loblaws, and it's citywide, I understand that. And I'm just wondering, through you to staff, if someone could comment on what effect this is going to have on the retail outlets that are currently in Waterdown.
Davis.
Through the chair, the Loblaws is the test, and eventually what we want to do is phase out the retail outlets. So we're not phasing them out right away, but depending on the pilot, that's what will happen to reduce the number of retail outlets that I forget the number exactly, it's over 100 that we deal with. So this is the pilot, but the end product will be phasing out all our retail outlets.
All right, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just so this will be rolled out through Loblaws citywide. Is that accurate? I just want to know if my residents ask me if this is going to be at the Fortinos in Waterdown. I need to be able to tell them.
So through the chair, I believe it's all of them. I will talk to staff, but I'm almost positive. But I'll have it, if it changes, I will let you know. But,
okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark next on my list.
Just to be clear, so the providers who are currently contracted with us to sell the Presto passes, they're aware that we're having this under consideration and we're talking about removing it from them and giving it to someone else?
Through the chair, with the pilot, we've informed all the local vendors. The final agencies that will be selling the Presto card will be determined. But everybody is aware that we're going through the pilot, and eventually the number of retail outlets will be reduced. I don't know the exact numbers. If some are selling Presto now, they'll be reviewed as part of the program.
So have we taken into consideration that the reason we had so many vendors was to provide as much access to the vendors as possible across this large city? If you reduce that number down, it's going to take people further to travel to get the Presto?
Well, there's two. So through the chair, there's two thoughts. They're reducing the number of vendors, and with the use of Presto, which is a card that can be filled through the internet as well, will make it easier for a number of people who use it. Understanding the outlet still will be required for people. Again, it's a pilot, and prior to any finalization, we'll bring that back to the committee.
Thank you. On item number 11. Item 12, 13, 14. On 14, Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is about the proposed sale of the City of Hamilton's district cooling system, assets to Hamilton Community Energy. And under the D part, I'm really proud of the Public Works Committee and Chairman Whitehead, and I believe it was a unanimous decision of my colleagues who are on Public Works, if you see the D part, to take $6.6 million of the $10.5 million sale and apply it to the localized neighborhood roads and sidewalk program. If you recall, the asset renewal program of Public Works, that was the one that had been previously provincially funded. The money had run out, even though we do have funds available in our roads operation and maintenance budget of Public Works. We have the capital budget. A number of us have our area rated funds that we've used to fill the gap, but I'm really proud and pleased to see that $6.6 million will start replenishing the localized roads sidewalk program to upgrade the infrastructure where necessary, and I'm very supportive. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. On item 14.
Carried.
15.
Carried.
16.
Carried.
17.
Carried.
18.
Carried.
19.
Carried.
Item 20. On item 20, Councillor Duval.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. On item 20, this is for tree removal and on Limerick Road East, but the number should say 714, and I brought that to the clerk's attention, but I guess there wasn't enough time. But the address, the number is 714, not 814.
So we can amend that formally right now. It's moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Whitehead to amend the address to reflect 714.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment? On the main motion as amended. Thank you very much. On item 21. Item 22. Councillor Whitehead, may I please have a motion on the report?
You certainly can. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Duval that the 11th report of the Public Reports Committee be adopted in the information section received.
On the report, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, being the last council meeting and the last Public Works Committee meeting, I've traditionally every year thanked the outgoing chair, and Councillor Whitehead has done a terrific job, especially guiding us through probably one of the most brutal winters we've had in about 30 years in our city, and kept us on track with staff, with all the important items before our constituents, and just I think overall had a successful year because of his leadership. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, no one's asked for a recorded vote on your leadership. So on the report, all those in favor? Carries, thank you. The Planning Committee presents report 14-014 and respectfully recommends item number 1, 2, 3. Item 4. On item 4, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I just want to thank staff. They are evaluating a motion brought forward at committee with respect to 2 schools, and in conjunction with Councillor Morrow, one being W.H. Ballard Public School, and the other being Memorial School, which is before you. And if anyone has the opportunity, if they haven't already, to travel to both those sites to see these particular architectural marvels, it is something to be seen. And I really encourage everyone. I promoted it on social media, and it's quite remarkable the response I received, particularly surrounding Ballard, in conjunction with all of the new sewers, sidewalks, and roads we have. But the fact that Ballard just looks incredibly beautiful with the work that has been done there. And I can assure you that I'm not only proud to have initiated this, but in conjunction with Councillor Morrow, even more proud that he was involved with this process, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On item number 4. 5. Item 6. On 6, Councillor Clark.
I want to speak in the positive of this. this came about, we had a number of discussions about different heritage properties, and I had asked Mr. Robichaud and Mr. Thorne if there was some way that we could look at the heritage process, how we actually come to the decisions that we're coming to, and let's make sure that all the parties understand the process, the property owners as well as the members on the Heritage Committee. So this motion that's before us now, this resolution will actually help us hopefully fix some of the hiccups that we have in that system and educate everybody in terms of why we actually go through the process of issuing heritage permits. So I'm very positive on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. On item number 6. 7. Item 7, Councillor Pearson.
On item 7, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This is an item which regards to appeals to the Ontario Municipal Board and the City of Hamilton's refusal or neglect to adopt amendments to the City of Hamilton official plan and zoning bylaws 6593 and Stony Creek's official plan and zoning bylaw 369292 for 560 Grays Road. This is an issue that we've had in several situations on planning reports and applications coming forward where time has lapsed or has gone past the time period and the developers have gone and taken it directly to the Ontario Municipal Board. This is one situation where this has happened. Unfortunately, it was not a public process in allowing the public to participate and bring comments forward at the final report stage. So through committee's indulgence on planning committee, it was directed that an open house for the ward residents in order to create an issues list be arranged by the by staff, and it be your ward, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and Ward 10. So I just want the public to know that. That's item 5, or that's address 560 Grays Road, and will be probably after the election. Thank you.
Thanks for raising that, Councillor. On item 7. Item 8. Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a large development that's coming into Ward 11, and I started to reflect on all the other large developments that were coming into Ward 11, Maple Leaf, Canada Bread, Navstar. We had Maple Leaf here earlier thanking the staff about how wonderful things were, the process was. And there's one outstanding development in Ward 11 that has a very highly contentious issue, and there's still no shovel in the ground. So through you, with your indulgence, sir, I'd like to ask either Steve Robichaud or Jason Thorne, our general manager. We've got a development that came forward in 2010. It's now 2014. This development has still not materialized in the ground. So can you comment on this? Is this something that we're doing, that we're not doing? Could you please offer a comment?
Who from planning?
This is the Winona Walmart, the infamous Winona Walmart at South Service Road and 50.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the ward councillor. Staff met with the developer, Pinady Developments, last week. One of the matters was to discuss the site plan and the timing of the development. They indicated to me that they are happy with the progress and that the effort that staff are making to move the project forward, and their intent is to be in the ground at the end of Q1 2015, weather permitting. So as soon as the frost is out of the ground, they would like to start construction. The project, or the timing of the project, is complicated at their end because not only are they trying to obtain all the necessary...
Sorry, Steve, I can't hear you.
Sorry. The timing of the project is complicated because the developer also has to go back to the two main tenants, Walmart and Costco, to secure all of their approvals as well as municipal approvals in advancing the engineering, the landscaping, the details of the site plan. So because it's such a complicated process that behind the scenes that we're not necessarily involved in, it can take longer than a normal site plan would to obtain the necessary approvals. But once again, to reiterate, Pinady Developments indicated to me that they are happy with the progress that they're making with city staff, and that city staff will be working with them to advance this project, and their intent is to be breaking ground Q1 2015, weather permitting.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your indulgence. At the appropriate time, I'll move item number 8. Thank you.
On item number 8. Carries. Thank you. On item number 9, Councillor Farr, I believe you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor and valued member of our Planning Committee. You'll recall that as it relates to item 9, the official plan and zoning bylaw changes for urban agriculture, community gardens, and urban farms. We had a healthy debate, good discussion. I think those viewing were educated and probably quite impressed at the work of Joanne Hickey-Evans on our staff and all of those who participated in bringing forth what is, as you can see here tonight, folks, a very vast, thorough and healthy way forward as it relates to the issue of community gardens and urban farms. Also valued members like Councillor Pasuta adding to the debate in a big way. We had some great delegates as well adding to the discussion, and one inspired me to try at the time to move an amendment that relates to the way we communicate the community gardens and urban farms going forward. I wasn't able to, and this happens from time to time, I've noticed over 4 years, to word it correctly, and so I had to buy myself some time and do it here tonight. So basically what we have is an amendment, J and K, as it relates to staff from planning and economic development and community and emergency services working together to educate the public, including farming, community gardening, and social service organizations about the opportunities created by the new official plan and zoning bylaw changes for urban agriculture as part of the ongoing implementation of the city's food strategy. That would be J. And then K on this amendment would be that staff from Public Works, Planning and Economic Development, Public Health, and Community and Emergency Services be directed to develop a community engagement and communication plan regarding urban agriculture and report back to General Issues Committee in 2015. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marula.
Great. All right. On the amendment, I do have Councillor Marula who has seconded the motion.
And I really, really support what Councillor Farr is proposing, because we're already doing that to some degree. McQuestion Farm, or Urban Farm, is what led to what's before us on this particular item. And at the meeting with staff, when Pat Reed and the McQuestion Hub met with myself and staff, the one obstacle that we had was the fact that we couldn't pursue what is now one of the largest urban farms in Ontario at the McQuestion site, which is on Malvin and Woodward, and as a direct result of that particular hub led to what's before us. And over and above that, I contacted Linda Lukasik from Environment Hamilton and also the Victory Gardens, and they're now providing these types of vegetables for the food bank initiative. So, because Victory Gardens, that's their primary objective. Having said that, we, through the Red Hill Creek Expressway Fund, we funded the capital expenditure of the McQuestion Garden, and it is thriving, and I can't say anything except I support what Councillor Farr is doing formally, and I do second it, but it's already in place. So but I mean that without the greatest of respect. No, it's not that it's unnecessary. It's we're formalizing it. So I just want to thank him for formalizing what we're already doing in Ward 4. Great. We are always ahead of the curve in Ward 4, and we are leaders. So I just appreciate the fact that it's being formalized today.
Councillor Farr, for a second time.
I failed to. Councillor Marula was at the meeting, participated in the debate, and we welcomed him with open arms. And of course,
sounds like it.
What he's reiterated tonight, he shared with us at Planning Committee, and of course, his work in advance of what's before us tonight is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Great. Sounds like the mover and the seconder are on the same page now. So all in favor of the amendment on the main motion as amended. Thank you. Item 10. Councillor Marula.
See, I didn't want to speak on the previous item because I knew I was going to monopolize your time on this particular item.
I'll keep that in mind for the next one.
Thanks to Councillor Farr, I was able to interject on that item as well. And this one is related to the City Motor Hotel, and I can't say enough tonight how proud I am of this particular council and staff in really addressing an issue in a very unprecedented manner, and one that really is bold, innovative, but aggressive, but very successful. So we're going to be faced with a number of these challenges, particularly in the older part of the city. And this particular item, the City Motor Hotel, was an issue that we all inherited. There was a time when there's a lot of nostalgia. I'm sure Mayor Bertina remembers all the nostalgic components of the City Motor Hotel back in the day. And I know that even Councillor Farr has some of that as well. And in saying that, things did kind of go off the rails or on the rails, depending on how you look at it, in a facetious manner. And there was a great deal of drug activity, a great deal of prostitution, gang activity, and it was to a point where, when meeting with the police services, they literally communicated to me that there was no other site in the city of Hamilton that received more emergency calls than a City Motor Hotel. They were drawing police cruisers from Ancaster, from Stony Creek, from Bimbrook, from every center of the city, taking police cruisers out of the neighborhoods from the suburban area to address what is before us tonight, and that was the City Motor Hotel. So when I presented the concept of repurposing it to the police, they endorsed it automatically. They said, if you can do it, go for it. Hence, I started the process, and without the help of this council, I would never have been able to do it. So although we used area rating money, which will be replenished in more, and Ward 4 people will, or the residents will benefit accordingly, I couldn't have done it without the assistance of Mayor Bettina and yourself, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and this council. I think it has set a precedent, and I know others have talked about other sites throughout this particular city where we will focus in on the exact same concept to address issues that have been a blight for decades, and everyone expects something to happen, but we never actually take action. So there's a lot of talk, no action. With your help, I was able not to only talk about this action in dealing with it. And now, what we have before us is the renaissance or the renewal of that particular site, where we're looking at a $30 million development in the center of the beeline that we all know about, from Eastgate Square to McMaster University. And they are literally calling from the United States, from Asia, from Europe, regarding this particular site for the investment. So the excitement surrounding this $30 million development with respect to the mixed use, only 5% of it will be geared to income, unlike some people who are fueling the misinformation. We in Ward 4 have done our share in affordable housing with New Hope. This and the Delta project. Because of the school board's closing it, we will be developing that as a condominium subsequent to this closure. This will be fair market value, and only 5% of it will be affordable housing. Having said that, I can't thank staff enough. I think it's unprecedented, the level of consultation. If you look at the report, we had literally nearly 14 public meetings on this particular issue, not to mention side community meetings that I had with those that had concerns. We had universal support. Not one Ward 4 resident attended planning against this particular motion. And I cannot tell you, I can assure you that no matter what we've done in the past, if you look at a project of this magnitude, we normally would have residents lining up outside, either against or in favor. In this particular case, as a result of staff's work and that of myself and my own staff, Diane Piedamonte, in not only putting together a foundation to build from, but communicating it accordingly, we didn't have one resident from Ward 4 coming forward against this project, and that speaks volumes of the competence of our staff, my own staff, Diane Piedamonte, and all of you for supporting this initiative. And I thank you because I know that this has a connection to Ward 5 with its proximity, and together with your help, sir, we've been able to make this happen, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Councillor. Very well said. And if I could ask Mayor Bettina quickly just to take the chair. I did have the opportunity at committee certainly to commend Councillor Marula. We all know that he's worked years on this file in consultation with all the stakeholders that were referenced. And something I neglected to add at the committee is that, and Councillor Marula referenced it, this is one of those files that has Councillor Morelli's fingerprints on it as well. And I know that during his time and tenure at the police board, he was an active participant in the discussions surrounding police calls to this site, and certainly the plan that we adopted and we're now approving here this evening. So I wanted to commend Councillor Marula and everyone in his ward who's taken a proactive stand on the city motor issue, and I think all of us look forward to see the plans come to fruition over the next several years. So with that, Mayor Bettina, I'll take the chair back. And on item 10, all those in favor? Carry. Thank you. Item 11, Carry. 12, Carry. 13, Carry. Item 14, Carry. 15. On item 15, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be consistent. I have some real reservations about the number of conversions taking place and the quality. And I think we did instruct staff to continue looking at the quality of rentals that are being left in the wake of these conversions. So to be consistent with my position on the amount of conversions taking place, I cannot support this at this time.
Thank you. It will be noted on item 15. Those opposed, Councillor Whitehead recorded opposed. Thank you. Item 16, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I could tell Council a story, I'd like to tell Council a story. On item 16, we have a wonderful opportunity here, hopefully tonight, to benefit two wonderful groups in our community. One's a business and one is a church. The Hamilton Church of God on Stone Church Road East, sandwiched between Local 18 Carpenters Union Hall near Dartnall and PJ Daily Contracting, is a small little church of about 100 members, Hamilton Church of God, led by Reverend Williams. Mostly of African Canadian descent, but open to all congregational members. And they've been there about 20 years, and they've just simply outgrown their church and the location. And so they have, with the support of their neighbor, PJ Daily Contracting, they put in a proposal at 1955 Upper James between the Kia dealership and 20 Road. And they put in a proposal to purchase a former Union Hall there where they could expand and utilize the former Union Training Center, turning it into the sanctuary and the office for their administrative offices as well. I want to thank Councillor Johnson for her cooperation on this matter because the 1955 Upper James location obviously is in her ward. I hate losing this wonderful constituent base of the Hamilton Church of God members. They've just been terrific and very cooperative and friendly and welcoming. But they're going on to a better place, a larger place, a newer home for the future. And this will allow PJ Daily Contracting to purchase the old Church of God site to expand a business that's probably been around our community for 40 or 50 years, doing a great job, and will provide more commercial taxes and some more employment as PJ Daily Contracting expands. So Peter Dulio from City Staff and Planning was very helpful in guiding both parties through this, and I want to thank him for assistance and Planning Committee for bringing it here tonight. I'm very supportive. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Item 16, 17. On 18, Councillor Johnson, may I have a motion on the report, please, as amended?
Yes, sir, you may. It's moved by myself, seconded by Maria Pearson, Councillor Maria Pearson, Ward 10, that the 14th report of the Planning Committee to be adopted and as amended, and the information section received. And folks, this is just part 1 of 2. We've got another one coming.
Okay. Councillor Partridge, on the receipt of the report. Okay. On the receipt of the report, all those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Yeah? Okay. We're going to GIC then? Please do that.
Yes. We got one more planning. Are we going to do that next?
No, it's GIC next, but I can come back to you on the second planning round. I will do that. General Issues Committee presents report 14-019 and respectfully recommends item number 1, 2, 3, 4, item 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. On item 14, Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, could I tell Council another story?
Go ahead.
Come on, please.
Okay.
This is on behalf of 2 other wonderful groups and happen to be in Ward 6. And some representatives are here tonight from St. John's Ambulance, Tom Allen, Kevin Keith. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just real fast, this will be the sale of 175 Dartnall Road from Hamilton to St. John's Ambulance and Council. 100-year-old agency in our community, does great charitable work. And it is the former banquet hall of the Drum and Bugle Corps, the Firefighters Drum and Bugle Corps. And this has been about an 8-year journey for me, working with city staff and the Firefighters Drum and Bugle Corps, the volunteer group that was hanging in there all these years, about 20 years using this facility. We found a partner in St. John's Ambulance, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that will provide St. John's Ambulance with the approval tonight, a permanent new home at 175 Dartnall, taking over the banquet facility from the city and the Firefighters Drum and Bugle Corps. The second win will be that it allows that wonderful volunteer group of the Drum and Bugle Corps to stay in their home they've been in for 20 years. And the third win is to the taxpayers of the City of Hamilton. Because the Firefighters Drum and Bugle Corps, Mr. Deputy Mayor, had fallen on hard times in the last few years, loss of bingo revenue, etc., there was about $300,000 owed to the City of Hamilton taxpayers. As you see in the recommendation here tonight, St. John's is offering $600,000 for this banquet facility. Not only will taxpayers be repaid, but the City of Hamilton will make $300,000 as well. It's a win-win-win scenario, and Mr. Deputy Mayor, I must thank the following staff, and this is how far back this predates: Joe Rinaldo and Rick Mail, Mike Zagaric, Lynn Sweeney, Bev Neal, Helen Vastus, Bill Farkas, and John Hamilton, all from the various departments of city staff. And I want to thank GIC Committee for their unanimous approval, bringing this recommendation here tonight. I think, hopefully, with the decision tonight, I can finally close this file. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Very well said. On item number 14, 15, 16. Yes. On item number 17, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank, I think it was Councillor Merle that moved the motion to refer it and have engagement. And this is the report that was provided by the clerks by the very capable Mary Gallagher, identifying some of the challenges and cost of servicing the many volunteer committees we have, and did some comparison to other jurisdictions. But I also want to take this time, because it is our last council meeting. I think one of the pillars of citizen engagement is when citizens come forward and put their names forward to sit on many of these volunteer committees and give up their time to move those issues forward on behalf of the taxpayers of this community. My hat goes off to each and every one of those board members that put all their time in and doing their civic duty and taking on that responsibility. The great work and the dedication, commitment from many of these volunteers needs to be recognized. And I also want to also recognize, which was lacking in the report, and I'd like to see it in the future report, is if you took the actual dollar amount relative to the amount of volunteers that sit on many of these boards and agencies, it would be pretty significant funding that is contributed to the City of Hamilton. So once again, this is a prudent thing to do, is to move it off and have further engagement on the presentation, understand exactly what the concerns are, then hopefully come back with a report that could be supported by the future council. And again, my hat's off to each and every one of those volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On item number 17. 18. On item 18, Councillor Farr.
Very quickly, a big thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Powers and others around this table who worked with folks like John Hertel and the many staff on bringing us to where we are with the City Enrichment Fund and item 18 here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. On item 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. On 27. Okay, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this one. Any speakers on this before I ask for the vote? Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and my apologies because I had to scoot out for my debate at the time that this was being addressed in committee that day. So I didn't have a chance to hear all of the information. But I guess my concern is I'm going back and I'm reading the recommendation. This is with regards to staffing of 2 POA prosecutions at the courthouse in order to manage the additional tickets that will be issued with regards to red light cameras. So I guess my concern is that when I was reading is that I recall, and maybe through you to Mr. Zagaric, you can clarify, did we not have a budget line item back in the beginning of this year where we had requests from legislative clerk's department for additional administration staff to assist in the backlog that's going on at the courthouse now, and that was not approved? Can I ask for clarification of that, please?
Mr. Zagaric.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if that was in 2014 or 2013. That might have been in 2013. But I don't recall. We can get that information to the council.
So it doesn't really matter whichever year. I don't know if the clerk wants to clarify through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Rose?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, there was a request put in by the POA administration
That's what my concern was, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because we did not approve it. And I'm just wondering where this puts, if we approve this tonight, and I understand the need, but the dilemma I'm seeing is if we approve more prosecutors, we're going to need more administrative staff. And how is staff going to address that? Through you to maybe Mr. Eric, is it going to be another line item that's going to be coming forward in the budgets and timelines?
Rose?
Deputy, through you, Council can expect an enhancement to come through for POA staff in the 2015 budget.
So then my last question, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we approve this tonight, will there be an imbalance that we're hiring staff now and they'll be shorthanded in administration, or should these go in tandem to the 2015 budget process?
Would like to take that one?
Not sure who
Janice?
would like to answer that.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the issue as outlined in this request has to do directly with the spike in charter challenges that we're experiencing under 11B of the Charter, where we are unable to get the matter scheduled for trial within a reasonable time. And whether, I guess what I would say is the additional FTEs as prosecutors will help to move those through. It will not provide any assistance to the administration, and absolutely I'm sure that there'll be an enhancement request coming forward from clerks in that regard, but not approving these will certainly only see that spike worsen, and we will see our large numbers of these begin to be disposed of without trial and without proper disposition by the court. So we will see the numbers spike much more if we don't have the prosecutors.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll listen to the further comments. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Whitehead, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is something that should be referred to the 2015 budget process, so to take a look at it holistically and look at the other pressures. I could certainly appreciate that some of the concerns in the spiking. I'm a little concerned when I understand that probably was it 80% of those individuals actually just pay their ticket or settle out. So there's not a lot of prosecuting, especially on the red camera. Photos are photos, and some may challenge it, but I don't know how much work and evidentiary preparation needs to be done to prepare for those kinds of files. So I'm not the expert, but I think that's a more holistic discussion we need to have, and we need to have that in the context of all the other budget pressures and the pros and cons in the 2015 budget process. So at the appropriate time, I'd like to move that we defer this to the 2015 budget.
Okay, I can come back to you for that. I have Councillor Clark next on my list.
Thank you very much. Through you to our city solicitor, can you tell me how many charges are coming through the POA office annually right now?
So this year, 2014, we will break 100,000 charges through the POA office. The vast majority of those, about 80%, are police-laid. About 16% currently are red light camera. With the addition of the 6 additional red light cameras that will go in this fall, we will see that grow by about 7%. And in terms of the number that end up in court, we have currently, I have that at my fingertips if you'll indulge me for just a moment.
Okay, you're being psychic so far, so.
We have currently, we operate 2 full-time courtrooms and 1 half-time courtroom. And in one of the full-time courtrooms, we have 3 tiers exclusively of red light cameras. So that's, I believe we have 2 tiers in another court. We have at least 60 trials scheduled a week of red light, or a month of red light cameras. So that's something in the neighborhood of 700 to 800. That's kind of rough and ready numbers. But.
Okay. And what's the threshold when it comes to a charter challenge because you've taken too long to bring my charge to court. What's that time frame? How long do you have to be fiddling with it before you come to court and I can say to the judge, they've wasted my time and dismiss it under the charter?
So it's a question of looking at what the actual delay is, and that's an excellent question. It's a question of dissecting and sorting out what delay is caused by the delay in getting it to trial versus delays caused by a defendant raising issues. But ultimately, you're looking at if the delay of getting it to trial caused by the prosecutor or the Crown is in the 10 or 11 month range, you're looking at a reasonable prospect of having that tossed.
Okay. And a timely trial requirement under the law means that the court has to provide sufficient prosecutors, sufficient staff, and the courtroom time to allow that to happen.
Yes, that's correct.
And so right now, how many challenges are we sitting in? And you'll have to advise me if this is something you don't want to answer in public, but I'm kind of thinking we need to know this number. How many charges, not challenges, how many charges could right now argue that they're in the 10 to 11 mark?
Let me answer that in two ways. One is that about a year ago, we were scheduling more than 50% of our charges within 6 months. And currently we are scheduling 90% of our charges beyond 6 months. And let me also say that in terms of the charter challenges, in 2009 we had 6. In 2010 we had 6. In 2011 we had 17. In 2012 we had 24. Last year we had 81.
81?
81. By this spring, we were seeing a spike. By the time of writing of this material in late August, we had 120 charter challenges, and as of last week, we had 150.
Okay. And so delaying the decision when we're looking at a jump from 17 in a year, 24 in a year, 81 in a year to 120 as of August just means that number gets higher.
That's correct.
Where's the revenue from those charges if they're successfully prosecuted go?
That revenue all comes to the city with the exception of the victim surcharge, which goes to the province.
So that revenue could be utilized to pay the prosecutors?
That's correct.
And the administration if required?
That's correct.
But we don't get any revenue from those 120 that have walked away because we lost the challenge.
That's correct.
Still stay the course. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clark. I have Councillor Marula next.
Just along the same lines of what Councillor Clark has mentioned, I think maybe what's confusing people is that this is probably one of the only things, there are a few things that we do at the city that actually is actually making us money. So maybe that's what's confusing people. So, and I'm glad that the previous speaker said that he's not an expert on this matter. So I will ask the expert, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Tijanis, do you stand by this recommendation in that with the efficiencies, the bottom line will actually be improved rather than in any way be impacted negatively?
Yes, I do.
Hence, please stop wasting my time. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Partridge next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Janice, great questions and comments that have been made. But my question is, you've identified there was 120. I think that was the figure that you gave from last year. What was the value of each one of those charges?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I don't actually know what the nature of every one of those charter challenge issues is. Because on any of the charges that are before the court, a defendant's lawyer or paralegal may raise a charter challenge. So I couldn't say with any certainty what the value is if they are set fines or if they are more serious matters. I don't have that information.
So we're not just, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so we're not just talking about the red light camera charges, which I think they're around $345 or something. It's more serious than that?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the red light cameras are contributing in a big way to a large number of additional charges that are required to be dealt with by the provincial offences prosecutors. Amongst the problems that that result from not being able to schedule these matters in a timely manner are charter challenges. So it's not exclusively that those charter challenges are the result of the red light cameras. The charter challenges result from us having a large volume of charges to schedule, and a large percentage of that increase is driven by red light cameras.
Okay, thank you. But I guess what I'm wondering, and I had some ward emergencies that I had to deal with, so I apologize for not being able to attend the general issues meeting. But was there discussion around, through you, Deputy Mayor, putting this to the 2015 budget, especially when we have quite a few new council members that are going to be coming on board after this election, with hopefully all of us coming back? And you know, so I'm just thinking that rather than rushing this through on our very last council meeting, would it be more prudent to forward it to the 2015 budget and let the new councillors, you know, as well evaluate the whole budget?
Janice.
So through the Deputy Mayor, that actually did come up at GIC, and that's a fair question. And I guess it would be. In the ideal world, one would stop and look comprehensively at everything, but this has become a very quickly moving target with the numbers of challenges escalating rather exponentially, and the difficulty is if we do not start to meet that need to set those trials and deal with and dispose of those matters appropriately, we will see that continue to grow exponentially. So while in the ideal world we would put this into the budget, what I had indicated at GIC is if it's not approved, certainly I will be back at budget time with the request, but it would be remiss of me not to be bringing it forward at this point when it becomes quite evident between, you know, over the course of May, June, July, it became quite apparent to the prosecution group and to myself that we had a real issue on our hands, and it would be remiss of me not to bring it forward. However, I will be back if it is not approved.
Mr. Murray.
So if I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, and I may need some help from Rose here. I mean, as I listen to this, I think this is one of those instances where we bring, you know, the additional red light cameras onto the system, which I believe, Jerry, is somewhere in the order of 6. What you're feeling here right now, I think, is what is piecemealing in terms of the, you know, what is the operational impact of bringing that many cameras on. And so everything Janice is saying, I believe it to be true, absolutely, that there is a need for lawyers to address the matter of having more charges brought to bear. And I'll ask Rose to comment. I mean, Rose, I think, in essence, from a POA administrative standpoint, there are some pressures that are going to be brought to bear as a result of having more of these cameras to have to contend with. The problem we've created, I think, and this is where you can look to me, from just a, you know, collective ownership perspective, I mean, we should have brought a whole picture when we brought the cameras forward to you. I don't think by approving the legal requirements that's a step backwards or a mistake by any stretch. It just means that we should have brought everything, I think, all together in one shot. That's the problem you have right now.
Yeah, and thank you. I believe I still have the floor. So.
You do.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Chris, I appreciate that more fulsome explanation because I think you're absolutely correct. We need to have the full picture in front of us in order to do a fair and thorough analysis. My last question, though, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Jerry. Jerry, do we know when those additional red light cameras will be installed? I'm getting the sense they haven't been installed yet.
Jerry.
Through the chair, I don't have the exact date, but I understand before the end of the year, we're looking at to get them all installed.
Right. So we don't know what the impact is going to be on those cameras. I mean, we certainly have some assessments and analysis, but we really don't know the accurate figures, although in the 2015 budget we would probably have a broader scope of just what the impact is. Is that a fair statement?
So through the chair, that's a fair statement, yes. We know that the red light cameras, they cover the costs associated with it. We know the reserve balance that we have with the 13 that are in place. And so the operating costs, this is one of those cases, in my opinion, is that we know the revenues will cover the operating expenses, because of the past experience of it. So we did bring them forward to get them into the city, and the operating costs, as Chris
sorry,
said,
Jerry, I can't hear you.
The operating costs, we should have did a comprehensive report, but it is something where it's a proven a revenue maker for the city, and so the operating costs will be covered by the program.
All right, and thank you everyone for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson for a first time.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, when Councillor Clark and Renewal are on the same page on an item, I'm listening very carefully. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to General Manager Jerry Davis. Jerry, this program, like Councillor Marula and Clark said, this is a rarity. This one's making money and has for 10 years. It's first and foremost for public safety, but it's bonus country that it's making us money. And what is some of the additional monies going towards in the name of public safety? Jerry Davis, General Manager. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you, please.
Through the chair, we use this to fund the pedestrian signals that we install throughout the city. We use it. Some of the money can go towards the bike lanes for safety, crosswalks. So all pedestrian, bike safety, and motor safety as well. For the ideally the red light cameras are something we don't need if people weren't running the red lights. So it covers, and you can go through the city and see all the changes we've utilized the red light camera for. But primarily, it's for pedestrian and bicycle safety.
Thank you, General Manager Davis. Pedestrian countdown signals, pedestrian priority lights, zebra crosswalks, cycling safety, pedestrian safety, makes money, no impact to the taxpayer. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm strongly supportive of item 27 and getting on with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a second time speakers list in Councillors Whitehead and Clark. Councillor Whitehead.
Can I just ask to Deputy Mayor, to Janice, I guess the good arguments out there, I hear the issue. I guess my concern is I'm not convinced whether we've derived as much efficiencies in that division before we put the flag out and say we need new FTAs. And I know that Councillor Ferguson, that's always been one of his bugaboos. We shouldn't be adding FTEs unless that's our last resort. So I need now, I guess, if we're going to prove this tonight, I need to understand that this is the last resort. So when I talk to prosecutors and talk to them about these type of charges, they say that there's very little preparation that's needed to go into the court because it's it's basically time snapshot and so forth, and it's a template. So can you help me understand where, even though you get a lot more charges, you're just going in, some may challenge it, like help me understand the process.
Janice?
So, fair question through the Deputy Mayor, and it did come up last week at GIC as well, and I guess the issue is that while they're, it's difficult to successfully challenge, it's not difficult to throw in a challenge, to throw in a dispute, to take up the time to go in for an early resolution, to then have to be disposed of in front of the Justice of the Peace, or to pursue it at a trial, or to prolong it. So there are all of those opportunities are available, and although it is not difficult at the end for justice to triumph, if I could be so bold, there's a certain percentage of individuals who will try to put the prosecutor to the strict proof of the case, and that does happen, and that's what you see. You see the numbers in that percentage that will always want to dispute, they always want to challenge, they want to test it.
Okay, and what again, remind me what the percentage is currently that are challenging, literally challenging the red light tickets? Sure.
So I don't have a separation of red light camera charges from all charges. We look at the charges holistically. We have, as I indicated, we will be exceeding 100,000 charges this year. And for example, while we have, of those 100,000, we have about 14,000. In 2013, we had about 14,000 matters that proceeded by way of early resolution. Those also require disposition, ultimate disposition in front of a justice of the peace. So it's a matter that has to be negotiated. The prosecutor has to have a meeting with an individual defendant. Through the course of the meeting, an early resolution agreement is arrived at, and it's disposed of in front of a justice of the peace. So there's a time element involved there. In terms of trial requests, we were looking at about 7,000 trial requests, and each of those can result in a series of adjournments, whether it's for disclosure, et cetera. So there are a number of steps that any of these charges can go through, and we're looking at something like, and I'm doing the math roughly in my head, we're looking at about 20% of those end up being resolved either through early resolution or proceeding all the way to trial. So there is a large number where people want to be heard, they want to dispute. There is a percentage.
Okay, can I ask, I know that Edmonton has a pretty significant program for speed and stoplights. I'm not sure if they got the same system on the POA and prosecution. I'm just wondering if there's a way in regards to the judicial system to streamline the process, specifically on the red camera piece, that is separate and apart. And I guess my concern is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So we start a process, and every time we start a process, we end up having to hire a number of staff, and the numbers that we think are going to be projected, we step back from because we're hiring more staff to accommodate it. So, and that wasn't in the report, the original report, when we established the red hill, because all it was to talk about the revenue, but it never talked about the back end, which is unfortunate. Maybe it's unfair because I think it's a different jurisdiction and different process in Edmonton. I would hope to work with Janice in the future to take a look. I know that the courts are always looking at ways that they could better streamline these kind of processes to ensure that justice is still being prevailed, and yet the rights of individuals is paramount. So I just don't know if we've utilized those tools yet, and I'll have.
Thanks, Councillor. I have Councillor Ferguson, first-time speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to look like we're picking on Janice and POA, but my bigger issue, my more global issue, is there's been a trend in the last 6 months of every darn meeting I go to, they're adding more staff. And, you know, we saw just this month, I believe, 2 go into traffic. We had 2 who we no longer require because we sold the district cooling tonight, and now they're going to get moved over to a different department of public works. So that's 2 more, then 2 here, so there's 6. And we're doing this outside the budget process, and at, you know, time you get salaries and benefits and vehicles and administrators, probably, and on the conservative side, $80,000 a year. You add them up to $1.6 million, then in February the budget goes up, we go, what happened? Why are we putting all these big budget increases in? And, you know, we don't see a spiking population in Hamilton to offset this additional staff, and it's just they're chipping away at us every week. And I know we dealt with this about 7 years ago, and it stopped for a long time, and now it's back on again. And if I just do the simple business side to the POA, if we have 120 tickets that are thrown out, and we're not sure they will be, but if we have 120 possibly could be thrown out because they're more than 11 months old. One of the most expensive tickets we have is a red light camera ticket, which is $325 per infraction. That's a grand total of $39,000. It's going to cost us $210,000 to hire 2 more POAs. So just, that's the business side of it, because I heard that argument being made tonight. But my bigger issue is that I don't want to keep going to meetings every week and more staff being added, because it'll come back to bite us at budget time. At the very minimum, this should get moved to the budget deliberations and dealt with in its entirety, not with all these one-offs, because it'll come back to hurt us. And everybody's going to be sitting there with their jaws dropping. Why are we looking at a big tax increase that we didn't expect? That's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I have Councillor Powers, first-time speaker.
I would move the recommendation 27 be put to a vote.
Okay, I just, as a matter of courtesy, I do have second-time speakers list. Are you still willing to put forward the call the question? Okay. Is there a seconder to call the question at this point in time? All in favor of calling the question at this point in time? Those opposed? Okay, so then I'll put the motion at this point in time on item number 27. Any reporter vote? All in favor?
Mayor Bettina, Deputy Mayor Collins, Councillors Jackson,
Order,
Arula, Morrow,
please.
Farr, McCaddy, Clark, and Powers.
All opposed?
Councillors Whitehead, Duval, Pearson, Johnson, Ferguson, Pasuda, and Partridge.
Carries. Thank you for that. On item number 28. Carried. 29. Carried. 30. Carried. 31. Carried. 32. Carried. 33. Carried. 34. Carried. Item 35. Mayor Bettina, I understand there's an amendment to item 35.
Item 35. I have an amendment to that. Move on myself, seconded by Councillor Powers. This actually was, I originally read this when I was auditioning for a job in radio. Gift splitting arbitration. We were supposed to say it 3 times fast.
Right.
Minutes of settlement. You have it before you. If anybody wants to.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions on 35? All in favor? Carries. Thank you. 36. Again, same Mayor Bettina, you have an amendment on 36?
Yes, stormwater easement purchase of land. It's before you. If there are any questions, I'll try to answer them. But.
It is in front of everyone. Any questions or comments on item 36? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Mayor Bettina, I need a motion on the report as amended.
Myself, seconded by Councillor Powers, that the 19th report of the General Issues Committee be adopted as amended and the information section received.
All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. The Board of Health presents report 14-008 and respectfully recommends item number 1, 2, 3, 4. On item 4, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This is the Good to Go food box pilot project evaluation. This is a project we began about a year ago. We've always been concerned about food security in the city and the ability of those receiving social assistance in Hamilton, particularly the Ontario Works single category that receive the very less amount of money, the lowest amount of money, and have a very difficult time meeting their rent and other obligations, and the result being that they don't get the proper amount of food or any food at all, I imagine, in some cases. So we worked on a project to get a healthy food box put together and to distribute that to folks on Ontario Works, single folks on Ontario Works, so they could have the proper amount of food. The project went along, and it certainly did serve some individuals, but the pilot was such that the administrative costs were extraordinary, and way more money going to administration than you'd like to see in a project like this, and not that many people picking up the boxes. So the recommendation is to modify the program in this recommendation from staff, and I think that's a fair program, is to refer the food to food banks and to work with food banks all throughout the city, and that's the way to go. So actually, in conversation with staff, and if you remember at Board of Health, we had a quorum problem and a timing problem, and we had a number of delegations who couldn't speak to us directly. They provided written comments. Sally Palmer was one of them who's been working on this project the social workers in town that Sally represents, working on this project ever since it began. And her concern was that we stay as close as we possibly can to the original intent of the program, which is to benefit the Ontario Works recipients, the individuals who are involved in that. So I've got an amendment which I should have put at the beginning of my speech instead of now, but I'll do that now, and it'll be seconded by Councillor Marula at the appropriate time, and working with public health staff. And it reads as follows. The public health staff will work with Food Share to develop a communication strategy specifically to single Ontario Works recipients to ensure they are aware of when and where the fresh vegetables and fruit will be distributed monthly. The distribution schedule will target the times that single Ontario Works recipients most often utilize food banks. So that's the amendment, be an additional item to the list of recommendations in the report. And it reflects what staff were already working on and already talked about over the past number of months as they worked on the next steps. What do we do next? And I think Dr. Tran is here to speak to that if anyone wishes, based on the conversations I've had with him.
Just to be clear, and I do have a question, and I'll add Councillor Partridge to the list as well. If I could give the chair over then to Mayor Bettina, through you, Mr. Mayor. To be clear then, the resources are given to Food Share, which makes complete sense.
Yep.
And we're educating single OW recipients of the fact that their fresh fruits and vegetables are available at local food banks, or are we asking Food Share to only strictly provide the fruits and vegetables to those recipients? Just to be clear.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's a communication strategy, so it is advising OW recipients that it is be available at a certain time of month. The Food Share organizations, various food banks, we're certainly concerned. And interestingly, the OW recipients that Public Health spoke to are also concerned. There's a family of 4. There's a mom and 3 kids, 2 kids, mom and dad and 2 kids. And they come and there's fresh fruit and vegetables. And that's available for them as well, certainly, as it has to be. And certainly the OW recipients felt the same way. They didn't want to be in a conflict situation with the other individuals who would be at the food bank. But just in keeping with the original idea why we did this program to begin with the single OW recipients, that was the discussion that staff had with Food Share, and they were certainly amenable to this approach. And I won't scoop public health staff, but they did check into the Waterdown situation, and the Waterdown Food Share will be serviced by this program. But Councillor Partridge can ask that question directly at Public Health, but it says in this little note that I have from staff that has been looked after as well.
Thanks for answering my question.
Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson.
Okay, and I had Councillor Partridge added to that. Councillor Partridge, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and through you to Dr. Chan or Dr. Elizabeth, one or the other. I just want to make sure, and I don't have a problem with the amendment, but my understanding is that provided that Flamborough OW folks are not left out of the mix. But it's my understanding that the 2 food banks, we have the Waterdown Food Bank and we have the Flamborough Food Bank, they are not part of Food Share. So how do they get caught up in this same net and not left out? Through you.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We've made contact with both of them. I think we've actually reached the Waterdown Food Bank, had a discussion. They are interested in participating. They've developed a suggestion in terms of picking up the food from Food Share, and our staff have been in contact with Joanne Santucci, who's here, who's also supportive of working with both sites.
Councillor Partridge.
All right, and thank you for that. I appreciate the answer. So if I understand correctly, Waterdown Food Bank will be looked after at Grace Anglican. Flamborough Food Bank, you're going to reach out to them. And so they have been captured in not the amendment, but in the original motion. Is that correct? Through you?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
All right. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, you're next.
Thank you very much. I don't dispute the noble intention. I'm trying to understand how we protect the identity Ontario Works recipients?
Mr. Deputy.
Public health and food share. How does what law would allow us to provide the names of Ontario Works residents with food share?
On the communication plan, Doctor?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So we're definitely cognizant of the confidentiality issues and also the dignity issues, which is one of the reasons why in this particular, the modified version, it's not an exclusive targeted program, because if you do an exclusive targeted, then you're going to need to sort of have some sort of verification, identification process where we're sure that we're providing it to this single OWs. What we're doing instead is, I think through other administration means that food share and food banks already collect, they have a sense of the particular dates or times of the month that the Ontario single tend to go or are at peak values, at peak times. So we are going to be targeting the distribution towards that time. And in addition to the motion that's been mentioned here is that we would also be working with food share as well as community services to communicate with those clients those particular scheduling and time so that we can have the most uptake by that group.
Under an FIPA, you don't have the right to share Ontario Work recipient names with any outside agency.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we are not we are not providing names of the...
Then how are you notifying them?
Through the chair, please.
How are you notifying them?
Through the Community Service Ontario Works programs. Like they will be notifying their clients and providing information, for example, to the clients they deal with in that target group, that here are the times and locations that you can pick it up.
So can I speak with Ms. Pryl to find out, has she been consulted on this?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I've been involved in every discussion that there is on a good-to-go food all along, and support the proposal. I think it's a fairer system than just signaling out a particular group, especially when you're at the food bank. And if we had to ask people, are you a single OW? And they would get fresh fruit, but the mom behind them with the one child that also needs fruit and vegetables, we say no to. So I support the model that's being presented here.
So how exactly is it going to work then? Because I'm still...
through you, Mr. Deputy.
Maybe you can just send us a memo because we really can't hear.
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, the way so there'll be funding provided to food share to purchase additional fruits and vegetables for people, and through our Ontario Works offices, we're going to advertise to the people that we know that are single OW people when to go to the food bank in terms of when there'll be more fruit and vegetables available for them to pick up. So it's just encouraging them to go at particular times, particular days of the month, because that's when we'll have additional fruits and vegetables there. And food share is pretty aware of when singles on OW typically access the food bank because of when people get their checks and don't get their checks.
And how do we follow up to make sure that the Ontario Works recipients are the ones that are getting the food?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there won't be a follow-up.
Thank you. I have Councillor Johnson, followed by Councillor Powers.
Actually, those were my questions.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Powers, you're next.
I'll take my question offline.
Thank you very much. On item number 4, all those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Item 5. 6. 7. Mayor Bettina, on item number 8, I understand there's a motion to lift information items G, AA, BB, CC, and add them to the report as items 8, 9, and 10, respectfully. So I'm going to put that on the floor.
Yes, it's moving.
Sorry, I
apologize for slowing us down, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I don't think we voted on the amendment to number 4, and then, of course, the number 4 as amended.
My apologies for not recognizing you, Councillor. On item 4, then, on the amendment that you put? Carried. On the main motion as amended? Carried. Thank you. Mayor Bettina, now on item 8, 9,
Mr.
10.
Chairman, just to be clear, we don't have copies of that amendment. So I was just kind of hoping that we could hear it one more time before we
Councillor McCaddy.
Carry.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That reads as follows. That is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula. The public health staff will work with Food Share to develop a communication strategy specifically to single Ontario Works recipients to ensure that they are aware of when and where the fresh vegetables and fruit will be distributed monthly. The distribution schedule will target the times that single Ontario Works recipients most often utilize food banks.
We're good? All in favor? Carries. Thank you. Mayor Bertina, now back to item 8, 9, and 10.
Yes, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robert Pasuta that those items that you mentioned be lifted and added to the report. This was when we ran out of quorum, ran out of time, and so wanted to ensure those interested in these issues that they would come forward at this meeting, and so there they are.
Very well said. On item number 8, then. Carries. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, on item number 9. Same mover and seconder.
9?
We're splitting these up into 3.
Oh, we're splitting them up into 3, yeah. So I thought we would do them all at once. However, I just have one motion sheet. So
then on item number 9, which I believe everyone has in front of you, moved by Mayor Bertina, seconded by Councillor.
That's BB. Number 9?
Yes, it's the regulation of drug paraphernalia 9.3.
Page 12 and 14, BB.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have it?
Everyone should have it, yep.
Oh, okay, you move it then.
I have the mayor seconded by Councillor Partridge on 9.3. All those in favor?
All items be lifted. Okay, so this lifts the items. And that's carried.
Yep.
So, Councillor Whitehead?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Clerk's going to have to make sure we're on track here, but I have a motion here, regulation of drug paraphernalia. Is that what we're dealing with now?
Number 9, yep.
That the Public Health Service, Health Living, and the Planning Department licensing municipal law enforcement be directed to report to the Board of Health on the following. Regulating under the food premises schedule of the business license bylaw, convenience store sales of devices such as bongs, which facilitate the smoking of drugs by restricting the display of the devices or prohibiting the sale of the devices to persons under 18 years of age, and opportunities for educating young people and their parents about the dangers of illicit drug use. That's seconded by Councillor Duval.
On item 9, carries. Thank you. Number 10, Councillor McCaddy.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just checking in just to make sure something hasn't been missed. There was a motion on the public health agenda that wasn't heard, as you said. We didn't finish. Just wanted to make sure you had it on your roadmap there. It was called Responses to Aboriginal Health Issues in the City.
We passed that as number 8.
Oh, you already passed it.
We did.
I
went to Mayor Bertina, and I had Councillor Partridge I went to.
Oh, all right. Well, thanks, everyone.
Yep, we're all helping each other out. On item number 10 now, who has 10? Go ahead, Councillor Marula.
And it's regarding the provincially supported universal drug programs, whereas the Canadian Medical Association identified and stated in the 2013 healthcare reform change that works document that crucial to improve care is A, universal access to comprehensive prescription drug coverage, and whereas there are segments of the population that report barriers to acquire financial support for drugs that are deemed required by an authorized healthcare professional, and it is difficult to ensure access is obtained. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor write to the Ontario Provincial Minister of Health and Federal Minister of Health on behalf of City Council requesting that this matter be brought forward to the appropriate provincial and federal government officials to establish an action plan that would be considered consistent with the following CMA recommendations on page 15 of the report. Governments in consultation with the life and health insurance industry and the public should establish a program of comprehensive prescription drug coverage to be administered through reimbursement of provincial, territorial, and private prescription drug plans to ensure that all Canadians have access to medically necessary drug therapies. And just quickly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is something that I think we as Canadians really, truly need and take for granted, in that those of us that have universal Medicare as a result of employment may not find this to be important. But we as Canadians really take a great deal of pride in our universal Medicare. One thing that separates us from that of our American cousins is the fact that they don't truly have universal Medicare to our extent. But one thing that actually unites us is this very issue. One thing that we don't have is provincially supported universal drug program, and neither does the Americans. And I think that in itself speaks volumes how we need to create one similar to those in Europe. So as a municipality, being a creature of the province, we really have no authority over this except through moral suasion. But we have to deal with enough of the downloading and the fact that nearly 50% of our operating budget has nothing to do with us but the province. It's about time we start uploading these issues that really have universal impact on particularly those that are most marginalized in the community, that is the working poor, seniors, and people with disabilities, and this speaks volumes along those lines. So I appreciate your time, and this is an incredibly important initiative that once I communicated this through social media and my press release, received calls from clear across the country in support of this program. And everything has to start with one step, and I hope this is one step towards implementing this universally.
Thank you, Councillor. Who's your seconder again on the motion?
It was you, but
yep. Councillor Jackson, thank you very much. Any other speakers on item number 10? All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Mayor Bettina, may I please have a motion on the report as amended?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that the 8th report of the Board of Health be adopted as amended and the information section received.
All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Before I move on to the next report, Councillor Whitehead, you want to introduce some special guests that we have in the audience?
Yes, I would love to do that. We have a troop, I believe it's 97 from the Church of Resurrection at Garth and Mohawk. They just joined us to observe it. I guess it's part of their civic badge to attend this event. So thank you very much, boys and girls, and gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. The Planning Committee presents report 14-015 and respectfully recommends item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, item 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. On item 12, Councillor Farr.
Very significant what's before us with 12, and if I might indulge you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, 13 as well. I'll speak very briefly on both. I want to thank, of course, all of our staff. There were many, Julia, Michelle, Dave, and so many others over the last little while, and in particular the citizens. We talked earlier with Councillor Marula with respect to the city motor and how that came to Planning Committee with no Ward 4 delegation opposed, and that had a lot to do with all the pre-consult, and this is one of those examples as well in a very big way as it relates to the Barton Tiffany Urban Design Study in item 12 and the Jamesville Mobility Hub Urban Design Study item 13. There was focus groups made up of citizens who really devoted a lot of their time and energy. There were 3 probably great examples anyway of public information centers, perhaps the best in our history at Leuna Station, that incorporated 3 major projects: the Barton-Kenilworth Corridor Study, the Jamesville Mobility Hub Urban Design, and what's before us with 12, the Barton-Tiffany Urban Design Study. We have, I think we'll probably hear it as we go around the horseshoe a little later tonight, but we've accomplished a great deal in 4 years. This particular piece in item 13 as well, as it relates to the downtown and the waterfront, and as it has been supported by this body over 4 years, is really putting in a major dent in our mandate, our strategic objective. And if I can, through you, given the significance, turn to Chris Murray, our general manager, to speak quite briefly on both this and the next item and how it relates to both the strategic mandate and the future of our city.
Mr. Murray.
So you, Deputy Mayor, I think I got a demotion there. But anyways, there's no question this item and the next are fundamental to the direction that you gave us at the beginning of your term of council, and that was to advance the downtown and the waterfront. in very positive ways, which, as you know, last Wednesday when we gave the summary update of all the progress we've made, I did focus specifically on the downtown and waterfront. And so just, I think as the councillor is pointing out, this just demonstrates these are another critical steps in getting us to the point where citizens of this community are going to be coming back to the downtown in numbers unlike we've seen in probably a generation. And just a solid step forward. Direction from council obviously is critical for us to focus, and these are just good evidence of the progress that's being made, and I expect we'll make a lot more next term.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Well, I want to also thank all the hard work by our staff. Obviously, every individual that engaged this process within the neighborhood groups, and obviously the ward councillor and the leadership he has shown to ensure that the engagement took place and help facilitate that engagement has contributed to the document and the plan that was put before us. I just have, I also highlight, I don't need to ask the question because I did ask the question at the committee, but I want to make sure that we don't forgo the opportunity with the shutting yards on the waterfront, because the real dream is to expand this concept right to the water's edge and ensure that we build into any of our processes the ability to service those areas, because at one day in the future it will be coming under the control of the city, and we'll have an opportunity to optimize those lands. I did ask questions of staff in regards to this plan and did anticipate the possibility of obtaining the shunting yards, and they had indicated that this plan was somewhat flexible and that it would be very accommodating and synergistic to any additional lands to the waterfront. So again, thank you very much to all the staff working on this file.
Thanks, Councillor. On item number 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. On item 16, Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Rymal Road East urbanization and road widening, Dartnell Road to Fletcher Road with some sewer and water main work starting at Nebo Road. I really want to thank my two colleagues, Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor Brenda Johnson. I want to thank General Manager Jason Thorne and Senior Director Tony Sturgey of Growth Management and Planning Committee after a long day this past Friday, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for this recommendation here tonight. Councillor Clark was good enough to reconvene a multi-departmental staff meeting with Councillor Johnson and I in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and we were a little bit shocked to hear that a road that is a top priority under development charges with no impact to any taxpayer, no impact to other parts of our city on the roads list in terms of reconstruction. We were shocked to hear that when the first bids went out, it came in about $8 million over. And Rymal Road from Dartnell Road right over to Fletcher, which goes past the new Bishop Ryan High School, has been on the books for several years now for widening to 5 lanes, middle turning lane, and some multi-use pathways on the north side, cycling lanes, walking lanes, and to provide for the 1,200 students at the new Bishop Ryan High School, along with some of my residential community on Glover Road and Trinity Church Road. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, instead of leaving this to chance for the new term of council, I'm really appreciative of those members of Planning Committee who were still around late Friday afternoon, and I believe it had been moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by yourself, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with Councillor Johnson and Partridge's and Pasuda's support to get it through. Say that, look, it's a top priority. Staff have said it's a top priority. The $8 million will come from development charges so that we can get on with both phases of expanding Rymal Road, which is so desperately needed for commercial activity, the motoring public, the walking and cycling public, and as the residential community in both Councillor Clark and Johnson's wards are growing as well. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm proud of this recommendation being here tonight. Again, thanking General Manager Jason Thorne for his open-mindedness. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And echoing Councillor Jackson's remarks, we've had to actually delay and put holding provisions on development until this construction is done. So this tells us how immediate it needs to be. It's also holding a lot of residents in the Summit Park area as hostage because this road, as the staff had admitted, it's over capacity. So I also want to thank Councillor Clark for stick handling through this for us, and Councillor Jackson for his continued support as well. It's really different when you have 3 councillors on a file. And Councillor Pearson. You forgot to mention Councillor Pearson? Okay, Councillor Pearson. There we go. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to the staff.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I just want to thank Mr. Thorne because I had passed a motion in planning requesting the gathering of all the department heads to deal with this with the 3 councillors who were experiencing significant traffic issues and traffic congestion issues on a road that was 2 lanes that should have been 4 lanes and a center lane with sidewalks a long time ago. And so Mr. Thorne, Jason got the meeting hooked up pretty quickly, and it was nice to see everyone in the same room with all the maps and sorting through the entire process to figure out exactly how we were going to expedite it, how we were going to mitigate some of the impacts that we're experiencing right now, and how, more importantly, we were going to communicate with the residents. So thank you, Mr. Thorne, for doing that very quickly, and thank you for all the department heads who joined us to assist in the file, because I don't think we would have gotten there one department head at a time. It needed that joint effort, so thank you very much.
Thanks. On item 16, 17, 18. On item 18, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And item 18 is with regard to 70 Barton Street OMB appeal. And for my residents who are watching, I just want you to know they vigorously are opposed to this development going forward. But I wanted to let you know that staff did deny the application as incomplete. It was the developer that made the decision to take it to the OMB. And basically, item 18 really directs our legal staff to vigorously defend the denial, and also there is currently a moratorium on residential development for that core area of Waterdown. So I just want the residents to know, because I've been getting an awful lot of phone calls and emails from residents living in that area who are very, very worried about what is going to happen with the increased traffic. So I just want to assure them that this motion, it does instruct our legal staff to vigorously defend the staff recommendation to deny the application is incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you. On item 18, 19, 20. 20. Councillor Clark.
Can I just ask Mr. Thorne, I guess it is, or perhaps legal, I don't know who. It says there's a multi-party agreement. And I've heard from a number of residents who claim they were parties to the hearing, but were not involved in the discussions on any settlement. So I'm trying to understand how that can happen, how 2 parties at the OMB can settle without the additional parties or participants. And don't we have some obligation to inform those other parties?
Procedurally on the settlement, who's taking that one?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I will, I'm not familiar with all the details of this one, but just from a process perspective, I could advise that whereas the parties would be included in a settlement negotiation, the participants at an OMB hearing do not have the same stature in terms of involvement in those settlement discussions, so that could be part of the explanation on this, I imagine.
So do we know whether or not all the parties were at the table?
I don't have that information at my fingertips. I could certainly find that out and provide that information.
The city has no obligation to inform the participants or the party prior to the agreement to the settlement.
So again, I don't have the detail of this at my fingertips, but from a technical perspective, no, there would not be an obligation on the parties to involve participants in the settlement discussions.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have some concerns because I've heard from people that they weren't party to it. I don't know whether or not there are parties or participants. I have concerns that this is being settled with, and I've raised this before, you've heard me raise this a couple of times now in my 4 years here, where we end up having a settlement and participants or other parties weren't included in the discussions and find out after the fact, and we don't even talk to them or consult with them or tell them that this is coming. They just find out when we approve it. So that remains a real problem for me. Thank you.
Okay, on item 20. Carries. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, I need a motion on the report, please.
Yes, sir. I have a motion and some comments, please. Moved by myself and seconded by the co-chair of the Planning Committee, Councillor Judy Partridge, that the 15th report of the Planning Committee be adopted in the information section received. And I just want at this moment take the time to say thank you to all the staff. I did this at planning, but I'd like to reiterate what I said. We went through the change of Mr. McCabe and Mr. Mallard, so there's our GM and there's our director, and we had Steve Robichaud step up, and he was basically, in my opinion, handling both jobs for a little while until Mr. Thorne came on board. So I really wanted to thank Steve for all his efforts in this past year, and being the chair, it was a challenge to say the least. I'm glad I did this the last year of my term and not the beginning. I also want to thank my co-chair, Councillor Judy Partridge, because most of the development ended up being in both our wards, so we were playing musical chairs quite often. And I also want to thank my colleagues on the Planning Committee. We had some good discussion. We had some quick planning meetings, and we had some extremely long planning meetings. I think the jury's still out as to who had the longest. Was it myself or was it Councillor Pasuda? And I can tell you, I think it was me, but we'll just let that one hang out there. Anyway, I really want to thank everybody. It's a very interesting, it can be difficult at times and challenging at best, but I really want to thank you for all your support, and it's been a wonderful journey actually this past year. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillors Partridge, Pearson, and Ferguson. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I echo the comments of Chair Johnson, and I will say that being a co-chair, it is something that I would highly recommend on all of our committees. Having the two of us working together, attending the agenda review meetings, when you get to the Planning Committee meeting, it was very efficiently run, and we seemed to be interchangeable, almost finishing each other's sentences by the end of some of our meetings. But I also want to recognize Councillor Pasuda, who was the chair of the first term, Councillor Clark, then followed by Councillor Farr, and then this last year with Councillor Johnson. So I want to thank them all. It was certainly, as a first-time councillor, I can't say enough about Planning Committee staff and staff in the clerk's office as well. You certainly made it, very I won't say seamless, but there was so much information and willingness to help. And with most of the developments, as Councillor Johnson said, being in her ward and in my ward, and some other challenges that we have around planning and zoning issues, it really is comforting to know that there's so much mentorship and information and willingness on behalf of all staff to work with councillors. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I also echo the comments and certainly thank all the previous chairs and Councillor Johnson this year. As you've seen tonight, we had 2 Planning Committee meetings. I think in my 10, 11 years now as a councillor in Hamilton, I don't ever remember having 2 Planning Committee meetings because there were so many reports that had to be dealt with in these timelines. And it just for the residents who are viewing their information, in the 2 days we handled over 38 items that have passed this evening. So it is a lot of work. I was a past chair several years ago, and when you start getting into bylaw issues, it even gets a little more cumbersome. But I certainly echo the comments and the compliments to everyone and to staff for trying to make the reports as concise as possible and always having the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the task of serving on the Planning Committee now for 8 years. This is my 8th time. And I too want to thank Councillor Johnson. I chaired the last term last year, and for some reason, there's always a big push the final year to get ahead of the council change and the shutdown. And so it's not an easy committee to chair because you got to be on your toes. The other committees aren't tough too, but this one in particular because of the long hours. They're regularly go 10, 12 hours, and it can really wear you down. And so I congratulate Councillor Johnson also for taking that on, and also to the staff. We see in the building permits, we're going through a building boom. That can't happen without the right zoning. And so it all cascades down. And we hear about the $1.5 billion. We're all excited about that and the increase in assessment. And I also want to thank the staff, and particularly Steve. Steve walked into a new job when things were just busting. And Steve has this style of solving problems, and it's a great style to have. And rather than put roadblocks up, he solves problems. And I want to publicly thank him for that and that style he has. And we'll see who has the nerve to go on a next term. I think I've served my time. If the people of Ancaster are good enough to send me back, I've served my penance, I think. We'll see. Thank you.
Councillor Pursuta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Collins, and same here. I appreciate Councillor Johnson's hard work and Councillor Partridge co-chairing and chairing here. Planning, I've been on it for 2 terms now too. It's a very difficult but rewarding committee. There's so much reading to do and follow up, and when you see something that comes before you in the agenda and you kind of question it, I know I go for a drive, and I know some of my other colleagues go for a drive to take a look, to see it in real life. And we have delegations. Some are long, but everybody has the right to speak, come forward. They do that. We listen intently to them, and we make decisions here. And it is a tough committee, and I just appreciate, as I said, the chair and the co-chair and staff, and as we said, Steve Robichaud and Edward John, just a terrific gentlemen, and they know their work and helpful. I mean, I can call them anytime, and most of the time they come down, unless I pressure them too much. But and all of their workers beneath them that do their jobs. It's just been a pleasure to work with planning and my colleagues on planning staff. So, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. I've been silly enough to sit on the planning committee, I think 11 years. And when you look at the accumulated hours sitting on that committee over the 11 years, I can tell you that there's no committee collectively that could match the hours and the work. But it is a testimony. I want to echo the work. And I mean, our staff, and we've heard it before, I mean, they're punching well above their weight with the challenges and the many reports that come forward. And I want to also commend those councillors that choose to sit on this, silly enough to choose to sit on this committee, but committed and dedicated to the zoning and planning issues, not only in their individual wards, but citywide. It is a very challenging committee. It's a very long day type committee, but a lot has been accomplished, and that's a testimony to all those that have been involved. And I can tell you that I'm going to have second thoughts if I do get reelected, whether I'm going to go back on the planning committee. But I certainly enjoyed the 11 years I've sat on it. Thank you.
All right, on the report, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. The Audit and Finance and Administration Committee presents report 14-008 and respectfully recommends item number 1, item number 2, 3. Councillor Clark, I understand there's an amendment on item 4, part 2.
Is there, Madam Clerk? Yeah, please. I don't have it.
So, Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll explain it.
Please do.
Item 2, section C and D, if we could just request that those 2 items be reversed. If C could be D and D would be C, so that if the amendment passes, then the bylaw before you under the draft bills will be the amended bylaw.
Move the amendment by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. On the main motion as amended, all those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Item 5. 6. On item 5. 4? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Powers.
Sorry, on item on page 4 of 14, the section that's the 5, inner city student accommodation, subsection D, the amount should be $2,500 rather than $5,000. So I would move that amendment.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Powers and seconded by Councillor Ferguson to amend that amount. All those in favor? Carry. On the main motion now as amended. Carry. On item 5, Carry. 6, Carry. 7, Carry. 8, Carry. 9, Carry. 10, Carry. 11, 12. On item 12, I have McCaddy and Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to thank the committee members for supporting the Anti-Racism Resource Center project. I have the great honor of being the council representative on the Committee Against Racism, have been for several terms now. And this project, it's an 18-month pilot project to deal with the complaints and the information that comes forward on racist incidents that occur in our city that are not hate crimes being dealt with by the police, as you know. Is a project that is decades in the making. I think it goes back to former Mayor Morrow and his work on establishing the Committee Against Racism in past decades. So several of the members have been working on it for that period of time. So it's excellent to see this come forward at this point in time. And it is just an 18-month pilot project. We'll evaluate it throughout and certainly towards the end and determine if this is the right way to approach. But just also congratulations to the Committee Against Racism members, the volunteers who have worked so very hard on this project. I first heard about it in 2003, first term on council, and it's great to see this move ahead now. And thanks once again very much to the committee members.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. On the same item, Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's going to pain me a bit to not support this item here tonight, because I know Councillor McCaddy has worked long and hard on this, and I have been involved in the past at some of the meetings with our staff, former manager of the Accessibility and Equity Office, Jane Lee, who retired earlier this year, and Maxine Carter as well. My whole thing all along, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with this Anti-Racism Resource Center project, and if you see in the items, needing $130,000, one temporary full-time staff position for the 18 months. Mr. Deputy Mayor, my whole concern all along was, and has been consistently, that there are organizations in our community that do similar type of work. And I have never been convinced, even in some of the meetings I sat in on, and I met with representatives of HCCI, Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, and with our city staff, and I've never been convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that there isn't some overlap or some redundancy or some opportunity for some collaboration in the community with the agencies that are out there, many of them that get provincial, federal, and or municipal government support, and you know this body has consistently supported HCCI every budget session, versus the excellent work of the Office of Equity and Accessibility here at City Hall. And if you recall, this whole concept about 2-3 years ago started about, I think it was about a $500,000 project. I stand to be corrected in terms of actually opening up a full resource center. So now we're down to a pilot project for $130,000. Again, I'm just not convinced. It's not that it's not value for the money, and it's not that inclusion isn't important. Trust me, as someone of ethno-cultural background, inclusion is incredibly important to feel an equal part of a community, that your family has come from a foreign land to adopt a new home. But there's some wonderful work going on in the community, and all I was looking for was some collaboration, cooperation, and maybe some opportunity to further support the agency's work in our community and save some taxpayer money. If we approve this tonight, you're going to spend $130,000 of taxpayer money that I'm not convinced isn't going to further overlap or cause redundancy to what's in the community. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if this one isn't referred back for the new council, then I'll just ask to be recorded as opposed at the appropriate time. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And when this came up with the AFNA, I actually thought that the program was great. I just had a problem with $130,000 as well, and asked to be recorded as opposed for number C. But the one thing that I forgot to ask, and through you, Deputy Mayor, just a quick question to Janice. Janice, with the telephone helpline dedicated to responding directly to individuals, has legal had an opportunity to take a look at this to make sure that the City of Hamilton is not in any position whatsoever to be vulnerable legally?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I personally haven't. It's possible that one of the lawyers was consulted on this, so I really couldn't say whether or not legal was consulted.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, I think that the whole concept is good. I just have an issue with the price tag on this, and I want to be recorded as opposed to C, please.
Okay, that will be reflected when I call the vote. Councillor Whitehead, you're next.
Thank you. Well, I don't sit on the committee, and I sort of read the report. I have some of the same concerns. And if you're looking for efficiency, we have a bullying issue that's been obviously topical, and why we don't pursue an anti-bully line, anti-gay line. I mean, where does it stop? And I'm not sure in this process if they have any power or advocacy, or is it just consultative? And if it is advocacy, then what powers do they have? So maybe that's the question I need to ask. What is the role of the helpline?
Who's prepared to take that one? Mr. Zagarek?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the purpose for the resource center and the telephone helpline is to fill existing service gaps that exist in the community, and more specifically related to anti-racism and anti-oppression. So in particular, it'll provide supports and assistance to members of the public as it relates to incidences of racism, discrimination, and oppression, and it'll provide the trained resource will provide referrals to the appropriate service providers and or provide any information that they can provide to the individual who's accessing the service.
And so it was determined that there is no other organization or program or helpline currently that exists today that accommodates this kind of issue.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the committee engaged external agencies. This was a gap that a number of external agencies identified and supported. Those questions were raised through AFNA in February, and staff engaged again a number of external agencies and reported back that, again, those gaps do exist and that the need does exist with respect to these specific issues. And with respect to agencies within the municipality, you'll see in the recommendations of the report that the advisory committee is recommending that there be a steering committee established, including approximately 9 external agencies to help guide the work of the resource center.
Okay, so the question through efficiency, we also have, not unique to Hamilton, bullying issue. So we've identified that bullying is covered off in other programs and helplines and advocacy.
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure that fell within the scope of the advisory committee.
Okay, so I guess my point is that there are a number of issues that we could address more efficiently and effectively. If there, and I'm just using anti-bullying as an example, if there's a way that we can, through economies of scale, utilize this type of service to broaden and not be specific to one issue, I'd be more keen to support it. But to have it so narrow and avoid some of those other challenges in our community concerns me, because I don't think we're getting the biggest bang for the dollar. So it's not the service I'm challenged with, is whether or not this is an efficient way of approaching this, or if we've taken a look at it holistically with some of the other areas and challenges within our community and looked at incorporating those issues into this model. Thank you.
Thanks. I have Councillor Partridge next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I too agree with some of the previous statements that have been made, and there, I feel that there really is a duplication of the services that are out there, and I hear that staff identified in the report that there were some gaps, but I was around when HCCI was first established and set up under Medina, and one of the core focuses of a mandate for that organization was to address anti-racism. And
I'm just not prepared to support this today. I have spoken with the organization, and they also have some issues with it. So, I think there's a deeper issue that we're maybe dealing with, and I must say, HCCI has been struggling over the years, but we're now funding them. And so are we funding them, and yet we're now going to put funds into our own organization to create a division or a department or, a resource center that is going to be counterproductive to an organization that we're also providing funding to. And so I'm not comfortable with supporting this. So please record me as opposed, or, if it goes to the 2015 budget, that's fine, but at this point I'm opposed to the whole thing. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Clark.
So I guess the challenge for the GIC right now is that we don't have the resource people who actually helped write the document present to answer some of the questions. So HCCI, what their role is versus what this resource role is, because we did have the answers that were provided to those questions. So, Mr. Zagaric, do you have all the notes there, or...
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't have all the notes, and I apologize, but the staff who supported preparing this report are actually out of town on city training, so unfortunately they weren't available to be in council today.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest, because I'm reading tea leaves as I'm apt to do around the table, and I would be... I don't think it would be appropriate message to be sending out that the council voted this down and we need to get the additional information. So it would be more prudent to refer it back, and so that we can actually make sure that GIC is fully informed before they vote on it. I support this. I remember raising concerns when it first came out. Councillor Jackson's correct. It was around $500,000. And I questioned whether or not it was going to be a mini human rights commission. And, I sat through it with staff, and I understand exactly what they're getting at. They're getting at, in essence, the root of racism in our community, having a doorway for people who are experiencing that racism and bigotry, having someone to talk to and to make sure that they're being referred out to other locations. And that doesn't exist. You just have to ask a few people who've gone through it. They don't know who to talk to. They don't know where to go. And so they're stuck in terror as those racism and that bigotry continues, and they're living that life. So what this was supposed to do was to create a telephone network to a number of stakeholders and parties out there that would be able to act as the referrals to assist them. HCCI became something more than that. HCCI went out and started teaching programs and teaching community leaders. It wasn't a referral system. It didn't help. When it didn't provide that. If a phone call comes in, who do I talk to? That wasn't their intent. They actually did an excellent job with numerous employers in our community, teaching them how to be more inclusive and to get rid of racism. And we know that it exists. So that was one of the major thrusts of HCCI. So if we're going to vote this down, or if the intent around this table is to vote this down, I think it would be preferable to refer it back to get the additional information. And I'll leave it to my colleagues to consider what they're thinking.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Duval next on my list. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I agree with the previous speaker that, racism is a serious issue that we face in this world. It's unfortunate, and people do need help. But to put the $130,000 going forward, I'm not sure what credentials or what is the person going to be doing. Is it just answering the telephone, or is it just making referrals? Do they need special skills? Now, I understand. I thought it was for a year, but it's an 18-month project. But there just needs more information to come back to make sure that we're not duplicating the services. Other agencies that have, that we help, with others my finances. So I think it would be prudent that we send this back and get that information before we vote.
Thanks. Councillor Powers, first time speaker.
Seeing as this was the subject of discussions at 2 of our AFNA meetings, and that I support that we refer it on to the AFNA committee in the next either council or to the GIC. Perhaps the suggestion is refer it to GIC, where everyone can hear the story under the new council. So come back to me for that.
I will come back to you. I have Councillor McCaddy for a second time. Councillor.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I guess a little bit of disappointment in the sense that this did come to committee in February, and there were a number of questions asked, all the same questions we heard tonight in terms of HCCI's involvement, and staff took quite a bit of time between February and just this past couple of weeks to write a report after they've consulted with HCCI and others. And I met with HCCI last week to discuss this issue. And the work that they do is very, very different than what's being talked about here. HCCI works on welcoming newcomers to the community. They provide newcomers with the skills and training they need to fully participate in Hamilton. The community mobilization training that we're familiar with, that HCCI does excellent work. The work that's being talked about here is very, very different. The report that came to committee, the second last committee meeting, covered all the changes, all the answers that committee wanted based on their February discussion. And committee at that point received that and then eventually voted on it at the very last meeting that we have it in front of us tonight at the minutes of that particular meeting. So, you know, I can see where this is going as well in terms of the lack of support, but I can tell you that the Committee Against Racism is going to be very, very disappointed in the decision this evening. Following all the work they've done, following the back and forth with committee, I'm not sure what else to say. I think there's going to be a lot of discussion in the community about this decision tonight in the days and weeks ahead. Certainly, General Issues Committee meeting or referring it to GIC obviously makes more sense because this has been an AFNA, and there's a number of people here tonight who say they still don't understand the project, who don't sit on AFNA, I guess. So that in itself, probably there's some wisdom to that, but very disappointing. I've been the council representative on this committee. I would have hoped that some of the councillors would have contacted me to speak about this had they had the concerns that I've heard tonight, which I'm hearing for the very first time tonight. I attended the last 2 committee meetings, and committee appeared to be largely in support of this project. So we'll see where it goes, and this has been talked about for decades, and I suppose another number of months or perhaps a year or whatever length of time it takes for the new council to discuss it, maybe just one more year, but there's going to be repercussions, unfortunately. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. I have Councillor Marula, first time speaker on this item.
Just through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to whoever could answer this. There was a question surrounding duplication. Can I have some clarification on why there's a belief that by supporting this we're duplicating an existing service?
Who are you asking the question?
Anyone that can answer that.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'm going to reference the report that was brought to AFNA on September the 8th, because that question was raised in February, and in the September 8th staff report to AFNA, staff reported...
Order, please. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Although, with respect to the purpose for the Anti-Racism Center and Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, although complementary in nature, HCCI and the Anti-Racism Center have different purposes and roles, and they play in the community. The Anti-Racism Center would be dedicated to responding directly to individuals who experience racism and/or race-related oppression in the city of Hamilton. With respect to HCCI, HCCI's mandate states that they are a community-based organization mobilizing all Hamiltonians to create an inclusive and welcoming city. And I'll just remind committee that on February 10th, 2014, at the Audit, Finance, Admin Committee, Executive Director of HCCI was asked if HCCI provided direct service support to individuals who have experienced acts of racism, and the answer was they do not. It was also noted that HCCI does not have an intake process or formal complaints procedures to assist individuals experiencing racism or race-related oppression. I will note that HCCI has expressed an interest to sit on the steering committee for the service line.
Okay, so in essence, the argument that this in any way is creating a duplication and that it's a waste of taxpayers' money is really ill-advised, inaccurate, and somewhat saddening. So I will be supporting it under those conditions. There is no duplication of service. This is a new service. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's easy to target these types of entities as nonsense or duplications or ill-advised or unaffordable, but it's easy for us to say. It's not very easy for those that need it to say. And I look around this table and there aren't too many visible minorities here, so I stand by those visible minorities that are in this community, and I think this is something that is not only needed, but basically, I believe delayed, and it would be very saddening if this council, particularly on our last night of this term, can be defined on not supporting what's before us this evening, which I believe is not only necessary, but a reflection of this term. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councillor Ferguson for a first time.
And Mr. Chair, I move this matter be referred to a future GIC for a presentation to the entire members of the...
Seconded by?
Councillor Powers.
Okay. All those in favor of the referral? Yeah, I heard you the first time. All those in favor, please stand.
Mayor Bertina, Councillors Whitehead, Duval, Jackson, Pearson, Johnson, Ferguson, Powers, Pasuta, and Partridge.
And those opposed?
Deputy Mayor Collins, Councillors Marula, Morrow, Farr, McCaddy, and Clark.
And that carries. On item 13. 14, 15, 16. Councillor Clark, may I please have a motion on the report?
Perhaps before he tables the report, as Chair of AFNA, I'd like to extend my thanks to Vice Chair Councillor Clark, Councillors Pearson, Johnson, Collins, and Morrill for their attendance and their participation. As you are aware, we're responsible for the administration and the finances of the organization. We've had a very, very varied agenda over the last year, and I want to thank all of them for their participation and the thoughtful deliberations that went into the recommendations that we brought before Council.
Thank you. Councillor Clark on the motion.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Brad Clark, seconded by Councillor Russ Powers, can't read my own writing, that the 8th report of the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee be adopted as amended in the information section received. And before you call the vote, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Councillor Powers for his leadership in the role of Chair of the Audit, Finance Committee. His role as governance chair, two of the more challenging roles in terms of policy, and he's done, in my opinion, an exemplary job in both regards throughout his term. Want to also thank the clerks who assisted him in the governance side. Without them and him working together, we would have had some real challenges trying to get through some of that stuff. So Russ, I know you're not coming back. You'll be missed around this table. But you really have put a mark on this table in terms of how we, how our procedures have been improved dramatically from your time when you joined us here, and we're all going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and again, I echo the comments. It's been an absolute pleasure working with Councillor Powers. He's done a tremendous amount of work. Audit and Finance is a strange committee. We have a lot of major items on the agenda, but we seem to be able to get through them very fast. And just as a side, I'm not sure who had the shortest meeting yet this term, but I think I came in first. But there's an awful lot of issues that we deal with. There's a lot of governance bylaws, procedural bylaws. It's very intensive, but we seem to, through the direction of the chair this year, we've been able to get through an awful lot of material. And I want to thank the Clerk's Department and all the staff that have been involved throughout the agenda reviews and the meetings in making sure that the information we had before us, being able to answer the questions, going back, coming back, it certainly made things move much more smoothly. But under Councillor Powers' leadership, he did a tremendous amount of work in the background, and I think we all know that. Taking the leadership on his shoulders and making sure that what did come forward finally was clear and concise, and we were able to accept and move it faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no further speakers. All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. The Emergency and Community Services Committee presents Report 14006 and respectfully recommends item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On item 5, Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, wrapping up 5, 6, and 7 is about seniors, Hamilton, and this City Council reinforcing and adopting a plan to make this an age-friendly city. Hamilton Council on Aging worked closely with General Manager Joanne Preel's staff, Mark Weingartner, and others that came forward with this excellent presentation earlier this week. And this is saying that seniors are a priority. The next phase of older adults from 55 to 65 are going to be a different type of priority, transitioning them into a life of being a senior. So we basically have those that are frail elderly seniors at the top of the age spectrum. We have seniors who are mobile, active, and accessing many of the facilities, programs, services in our community. And this is addressing as well the older adult group that's coming up the chronological ladder. And I just want to say, Mr. Deputy Mayor, our seniors population is probably going to go from about 18-20%. It is now to about 25 to 30% in the future. And I want to thank Chairman Ron Smithson and the 25-member Citizen Committee that made up the Seniors Advisory Committee for all their great work this term of council. And you see the Senior Citizen of the Year Award. Many of you were at Michelangelo's. Over 600 attended. One of the best gala dinners ever, recognizing senior achievement in our community. Great thanks to Lisa Maychek. Mr. Chairman, this is something that this council should be proud of, passing on the torch to the next term of council. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Whitehead.
I really want to echo what Councillor Jackson has indicated. One of the things that I mentioned, and I'm finding it a bit of a trend. I have one of the highest senior populations in the city, is that I'm coming across seniors that have lost their partner, their family is either far away, they're isolated, they don't have the connectivity, and I spend some time visiting who I can just to have a chat. But when we talk about earlier about the phone line, I mean, I would hope that as we move in the next term of council, this is a growing population in our community, that we look and ensure that these people are not isolated, because obviously isolation is not good for their health or their mental state, and look at programs that we can reach out for those individuals, especially who've lost their loved ones and are isolated in their homes and have no connectivity at all, and get them engaged in any way we can. So I did mention that at the emergency services. Certainly it was acknowledged by the chair, who had lost a recent one, and what he indicated is the committee that he works on is his outlet to engage with people, but there's not so many people that are as fortunate, but he certainly recognized it as a growing trend. So other than that, a great work by all the advisory committees, and certainly the for age-friendly city.
Thank you, Councillor. On item 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. On item 10, Councillor Farr.
Quick thank you to my good friend from Ward 1, Councillor McCaddy, and the assistance he received from Ward 4's Councillor Marula on this Affordable Transit Pass pilot program extension. Tonight we're approving the pilot program extension and perhaps one of our most successful programs emanating from emergency and community services. And certainly we're here tonight due to the long history of hard work by Councillor McCaddy in making this so. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thanks, Councillor. On item 10. Here. Item 11. Here. Item 11, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So if I'm reading this correctly, it's $100,000 for the Snow Angels program, which we had concerns about last year because they only delivered a very limited amount of service. And we're adding $120,000 to it for a contract for a third party. That's correct? And the SOS program that serves a couple hundred seniors with snow blowers doesn't cost the city anything, gets no grant from the city.
Are you asking
the same service?
Are you asking a question?
Yeah, it's probably more rhetorical, but this is what we're doing after we said that we were going to fix this problem. Okay, understand. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Marula.
Just to clarify, the Volunteer Hamilton agency, which was responsible for matching the demand with volunteers and administering that program, did not meet the objective of the program itself, and there were those that were left out. So last year, our concern and our argument was that we're spending X amount of money, but we're leaving people behind. So staff, innovatively, Joanne prior to be exact, understood what our concerns were, went back to the drawing board in conjunction with Volunteer Hamilton to say, do we need to pull out of this entirely, or can we find a hybrid to ensure that 100% of those seniors and people with disabilities are receiving service? So what's before us basically guarantees and meets the objective, because the purpose was to ensure that everyone received the service. That purpose and objective was never met because of the demand. What this hybrid model does, it meets our purpose and objective of ensuring that every person, every senior and person with disability would access this program, and this would be the entire cost. When you look at the cost of everyone's sidewalk being shoveled, in comparison, this is an incredible deal, because I think the argument was that into the millions of dollars of everyone getting their sidewalks done was something that logistically and from an affordability standpoint we couldn't support. But when we look at those, I think we have consensus throughout this community. Everyone I know I speak to supports this because those that need it most are receiving that service. And that's why I initiated the service back in 2004. And in saying that, this is probably the first time that we've come together from a plan and a budgetary perspective to actually meet that objective. So that's what's before us. And the alternative is to allow those people with disabilities and seniors to not have this service, which from my perspective is unacceptable. So I support this strongly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I agree with Councillor Marilla why this came forward. And to answer Councillor Clark, do we know what we're doing? Yes, it was to fill in a gap of something that is badly needed because there was many seniors out there that wanted to get on the program but couldn't be matched up. So we're looking for a way to fill that gap until council deals with what we're going to do in the 2015 budget with the actual sidewalk clearing. I really believe it's going to help a lot of people, and since it's been out in the news, I know my office has already had 3 or 4 seniors say, okay, how do I get on this list? I've been trying and trying. So, we're talking people over 80 years of age. They don't have any family members left, or they're by themselves, and it's unfortunate that some of the neighbors cannot help, or maybe they can't because they're the same problem. So it was a one-time shot to fill in the gap and see how it works, and we go forward from there. Thank you, and I support it.
Thanks. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to I'm not sitting on this committee, so please bear with me. I didn't have the same information everyone else has. So if I read A properly, it's $100,000 to continue the coordination and administration of the Snow Angels program. So this is basically for staff, $100,000 for staff or staffing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's for the staff at Volunteer Hamilton, all the advertising that they do, all their recruitment, marketing, the work that they put into recruiting, matching volunteers and training volunteers, dispatching volunteers. During the winter season, because Volunteer Hamilton lost a significant grant from the United Way, they had to reduce staff. And so in fairness to Volunteer Hamilton, they've really tried hard to make this a success. So during the winter season, actually, most of their staff are focused on matching, answering phone calls, in some cases actually shoveling snow themselves, trying to meet the demand. So the $100,000 is salaries, marketing, recruitment, matching, and training.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Joanne, just one question. When I look at this, I think the winter is 4, maybe 5 months max. So it's $20,000 a month, and that's the part I'm having a struggle with. And then we're going to give $120,000 for those to do the work if we can't find volunteers. So it's $220,000, correct? Am I reading this right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's correct. I mean, it's a decision, I guess, that we have to make, is whether we're willing to settle for about maybe an 80% match rate based on total of volunteer base, if we're or less. Last year, Volunteer Hamilton, in their busiest season, managed to increase the volunteers by 26%. And they have to start that recruitment process early on in the summertime to make sure they've got volunteers ready for the winter.
Thanks, Joanne. And through you, Deputy Mayor, to Joanne, how many clients do they end up serving for $220,000?
Well, they haven't had $220,000, so they've only had $100,000 up until this point in time. And last year, they served 68% of the residents that called. That would have been 259 clients that they were able to serve. Multiple snowfalls. We had a busy year last year in terms of snowfalls. In terms of other programs that we've looked at where it's totally volunteer based in other municipalities, most of them struggle with the same. They all struggle with the same matching issue as we do when you totally rely on volunteers.
Okay, and I think my other question was, let's see if I get this straight. And my other question went blank, I'm sorry. So for $220,000, we had 259 clients. The one thing that I wanted to ask was when I asked for some assistance for some of my residents, they weren't eligible. So can somebody help me understand what the eligibility is? Because if this hits the headlines tomorrow, that we're giving $220,000 for 259 clients, and my client and my residents want that same service, there's going to be something hitting the fan if they're not eligible. So do you know what the eligibility criteria is?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, the eligibility is based on income. And so there's a low income cutoff that we would use to determine eligibility. So it's seniors and disabled that meet the low income cutoff. So the program guidelines haven't changed and won't change. It's income based. It's for those people that can't afford to hire their own contractor. Okay. That's always been the way.
And so that's the eligibility, is that they can't afford to hire their own contractor. Are we going by the poverty line? What are we going by? What's that eligibility?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'm sorry that Eric is not here, but it's the low-income cutoff, but I don't have the numbers because it's based, the different numbers depending on whether you're a senior, whether you're a single versus you're a family of 4. I don't have the specific dollars in front of me, but it's the low-income cutoff, which is what we use for all of our subsidy programs.
Okay, and the eligibility age, could it be 55, 60, 65? Is it just if you're retired? What's the age?
The age is seniors, so I suspect it's 65 and over.
And this is
or disabled.
And this is citywide, Joanne, or a very specific geographical area?
It's always been citywide. The criteria for the program won't change. It's been the same as it's been since inception, 2008. 8, I forget how long we've had the program. So the criteria hasn't changed. We are just trying to find a creative way to try and help meet the demand, because relying on volunteers we can't. So either we try and meet the demand, or we just accept that we'll deal with what we have in terms of the number of volunteers.
And I don't know if my math is correct, and that's why I'm playing on my phone here. Is it working out to $849 per client?
So there's $100,000 that we've been spending so far. So the math would have to be $100,000 based on 259 clients. That would be the math. Because the 120, we have not had that yet. This is to get approval for that. So you'd have to do the math based on the numbers that we currently served last year, which is 259 clients for $100,000.
For $100,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would be for multiple snowfalls. We had a bad year last year, so that was for many snowfalls over many more months than normal.
So given the season, that it could increase. The amount could increase, correct?
Yeah, the cost that for last year's snow events was about $23 per resident is what it cost us.
Okay.
Which is significantly cheaper than what you would pay to hire somebody.
Okay, so now, all right. Just figure this out. If I can come back, please. Thank you.
I have Councillor Whitehead next.
Thank you. Well, I certainly support. I mean, I've been very creative in looking at innovative ideas to address this issue in Ward 8 as pilots, and there's always been a challenge. But you always had this as the fallback. I did mention at the committee, especially last winter, that I met a lot of seniors that were getting gouged by contractors, paying $200 to have their driveway, one shot, driveway and sidewalk cleaned. And many of them may not quite make that low income, but certainly when you're spending those kind of dollars, it does have a significant impact on their ability to live. So one of the things I had suggested to supplement this that we need to look at, I looked to our leadership and our staff. We did it with the insurance just recently, looking at how we can offset cost for sewer laterals and so forth. I think it was a great idea, great concept to help offset those significant financial hardships that people may come and realize when those lines break down. But when you're looking at snow removal and windrows and sidewalks, or many seniors that are getting gouged by contractors, the question is, can we take the same model and look at putting a tender out of RFP out, tendering best value or lowest bid, and then providing that service for people that are prepared to pay. So these are accredited individuals that the cities have sanctioned through a RFP process, getting a best value, and then having people actually pay. So it's not the taxpayers paying for it, it's the individuals paying for it. But they know they're going to get a reliable service, and they know they're not going to get gouged. Especially this winter. My understanding this winter is going to be another tough one, they're forecasting. And I just harkens, it bothers me to see that people will, like vultures, take advantage of seniors when they're in desperate need, and I think we need to step up to the plate and find alternative programming such as the one I identified. But certainly, going back to the motion, this is one of the fallbacks that is necessary and absent of anything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I have Councillors Powers, McCaddy, and Pearson. Councillor Powers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine's just a question on clarity. As Ms. Breel alluded, this is a citywide project. I can't speak for my other colleagues, but Volunteer Hamilton does not provide the snow clearing in Dundas. It's done through Dundas Community Services. So would the money find its way out to Flamborough Community Services, out to Glanbrook, out to Ancaster, out to those, or is the money on the basis of the direction goes to Volunteer Hamilton and it stays within the program that they're operating? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Joy?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, Councillor Powers, I wasn't aware of that, or if I was, I forgot. So if I misled anybody, I apologize. My understanding, the program will say exactly the way it is today. There'd be no change in delivery, so if we weren't offering it in Dundas, we will continue to not do that. Maybe it was because there was already a service there. The point of this is the service remains the way it is. We're going to enter into a new contract with Volunteer Hamilton to establish a target. At the same time, we're going to encourage the volunteers that we use at Macassa and Wentworth Lodge to also participate in the program, as well as try and encourage more volunteers through the neighborhood program. If by some chance we were to increase the number of volunteers to a point where we didn't need the independent contractor, then we wouldn't use them. So it's to have something that's in place in case we need them to meet the demand that we regularly get that we can't. So last year, for instance, we had 122 people that we weren't able to match. And that's why we based the contract on $120,000 to meet that 122 people that we weren't able to last year.
So thank you for the clarity, Ms. Briel, on that. If this moves ahead as it's proposed, and that obviously next year when the review comes around, it needs to look at the citywide component and those who actually provide the service in all the corners of the city. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Pearson. Oh, sorry, Councillor McCaddy, you were next on my list.
Mr. Chair, just on that last point, that's interesting, as I had just assumed that Volunteer Hamilton covered, the greater Hamilton area, and I think we need to clarify that because I'm almost positive they do. So this program, which is a City Council program delivered by Volunteer Hamilton, covers the same communities around this horseshoe. So that's something we have to clarify. That certainly has to be the case. When I've met with Volunteer Hamilton, Sam Sino, Melanie Winterly, they did not talk about the old city of Hamilton. They talked about the whole city, the whole greater Hamilton area. So that's important. So if I'm right on that, and I hope I absolutely am, that they do cover the whole area, and we need to mandate that in any case. If for some reason there's some confusion with that, as a council here tonight. This program has been valuable. It's been an innovative program. I know that they continue to improve it every year. Having met with them this past spring, they are improving the program, and the improvements that are brought here as part of the A and B that Councillor Marula has been working on improves the program even more. And we are talking about seniors in many cases. And just a couple of moments ago, we passed a plan for Hamilton's plan for an age-friendly city. And I would suggest that clearing sidewalks, supporting mobility of seniors and disabled people that don't get around so well through the Snow Angels program is one of the delivery mechanisms of Hamilton as an age-friendly city. So I think the two go hand in hand. We have to be consistent with our directions here at Council. So with the understanding that it covers the whole city, the whole greater Hamilton area, I certainly support this.
I have a lot of conversations going on right now around the table, so I'm having trouble hearing you. My speakers list right now includes Councillors Pearson and Ferguson. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I guess my question, I heard Joanne say at the beginning of her comments that Volunteer Hamilton is no longer funded through United Way just on this program through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Is it just on this program, Joanne? And the reason that it's not...
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it's not that they're no longer funded. They received a significant reduction in their grant from the United Way a couple of years ago. But no, that grant was not used to fund this program, but it's had an impact on their organization and their ability to deliver what they were in the past.
Okay, I want to get clarification. I agree with comments made previously by speakers with regards to the outlying area. I certainly hope that this program will be looked at, that it will incorporate the outlying communities as well. They'll be paying into this. Our taxpayers are all paying into this, and they should all have equal service. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joanne, I just want some clarity, first of all, on Councillor Johnson's question. So the eligibility is 65 years of age, and what is the income threshold? Give me a number.
Yeah, sorry, I can't. Erica Brimley, who's the smart one on this, not me, just emailed me. And what we do is if somebody just let me get her email here. For over 65, seniors over 65 receiving the seniors tax credit or the disability tax credit, or if they're on disability, we ask them for their ODSP check stub is what we ask them for in terms of proof of income. So if whatever the income is that they half
Can
to half.
Can you give us a rough idea of what the income threshold is? That doesn't.
I'm sorry, I can't, because I don't know what the income level is, and if Eric is listening,
Councillor Farr can answer that question. I saw he has his hand up, Mr. Chairman.
16,500, according to the Volunteer Hamilton website.
Thank you.
Okay, so $16,500 income and over 65, and
or disability.
Yeah, or proof that our disability check stub, or I guess a doctor's note that you're on a disability also. Okay, and Joanne, you told Councillor Johnson that the denominator she should use to go up the cost per person should be $100,000, but I see a Part A here is $100,000 and a Part B is a further $120,000. Why wouldn't the denominator be $220,000?
If I was just saying, if you use the $100,000, then the denominator would have been in the past. I thought the question was, what have we been paying to? What does it cost us in the past to support this program? So you'd have to use $100,000, and we supported 259 people, which comes out to $23.41. If we were to receive the additional dollars, then that would be $220,000 divided by 381 people, because that's how many people who called us last year in total, that when we weren't able to match. So $220,000 would service approximately 381 people.
And I'm glad Councillor Powers brought up about the outlying municipalities. I know in Ancaster we have a group called Ancaster Community Services with our own board of directors, and when you mentioned that, it twigged my memory that I was in fact contacted by members of the board of Ancaster Community Services. Why can't we have access to some of that funding for our Snow Angels program? So it's what you're suggesting, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Joanne, you're suggesting that the $100,000 continue to go to Volunteer Hamilton, and if we approve the B part of the motion, which is for a further $120,000, that be spread across the city?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, and I've just had an email response from Erica. She says that yes, we do provide. I asked her, did we provide service to Dundas, and she said yes, we do, and that we pay Flamborough $1,000 to run the program as they have their own. So we did. That's what the answer I got back from Erica. So,
okay, I suspect they support it. But I'm not sure they get any funding, do they, through you, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we pay them $100,000 to support the city, so...
Volunteer Hamilton.
Volunteer Hamilton. And then they would administer a contract with a private contractor if they did need one, up to $120,000 to meet demand that they can't. Now, at the same time, we would have a contract with them so that we don't let them off the hook, and that we continue to push them to, an 80% match rate, so that because we believe that the bulk of this program should be done and delivered through volunteers. That's why it was started, and we want to reinforce that concept and do what we can. But it was just a suggestion that if you want another option, if we can't meet demand, then this is the only option I could come up with.
Okay. I'm trying to figure some way to make this clearer. We've got a bit of a gun to our head because it's our last meeting until January, and it'll probably snow before then. So I can't refer it back to get clarity around this. But would it be appropriate that we make an amendment to Part B that the extra $120,000 be made available to all Snow Angels programs across the city, not just Volunteer Hamilton, but the community services that we have in other parts of the municipality?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't think that would be enough money, because we're just targeting the number of, that to me would increase the demand, and this is just for the demand that we weren't able to meet last year at Volunteer Hamilton. So I just worried that if we said that contractor was open to all other community service organizations in the city, I don't know, I have no idea what their unmet demand is.
Okay, I may put that to a test as an amendment to see if it would carry. I'm not talking the first 100, the traditional 100. This is the new $120,000. So if you come back to me when you're finished, I'll put that in as an amendment to see how it carries.
Councillor Farr, you're next on my list.
Yeah, it'd be difficult on that last point for me to support. It's an affordability issue. However, Volunteer Hamilton, in partnership with the City of Hamilton, according to the latest update to their website, and I hope those paying attention to this debate tonight talk to their kids 14 and up, and anybody else who wants to volunteer and become a snow angel. At least this conversation at the very least will lead to some awareness, because we do need always more volunteers with Volunteer Hamilton. Anyway, it's a snow removal service for eligible seniors and persons with physical disabilities. Volunteers needed for the 2014-2015 program, and it's a service in Hamilton, Dundas, and Stony Creek. So that's according to the website. And
order, please, of one speaker at a time.
And certainly I was quite proud as chair to see overwhelming support at Emergency Community Services for this program going forward, particularly the winter that we had, as alluded to by our general manager,
I
Joanne
can't hear what
Creel.
you're saying. There's way too many people talking right now at the same time.
And if you read the farmers, a worse winter straight ahead. So let's get on with this.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pasuta next on my list, first-time speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Collins. And my question through you to Joanne. So, it's citywide here. That doesn't include my communities when you get to Frilton and when you get to Sheffield and Troy. Because they're not part of that, Deputy Mayor?
According to Erica, who's the manager responsible, it is open to the entire city. Whether we get inquiries or calls or demand, I don't know. But she said in her email that we actually volunteer, we do provide service across the city through Volunteer Hamilton in one way or another, across the entire city.
But, Deputy Mayor, so Joanne, we don't know for sure if they do reach out that far. We don't have any statistics, numbers?
Well, according to Erica, we do reach out that far. I don't have the statistics in front of me in terms of what postal code people are served from, but it's a citywide service.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. I had Councillor Whitehead for a second time.
Clearly, we need to ensure the program is equitable to all those in need, regardless geographically where you live. So, I mean, that's a fundamental principle. Whether this does or doesn't, I have no problem, no issue to ensure that we do as much as we can to do that. I just want to remind some of my councillors that we just earlier tonight approved an extension of a pilot program for the tax stabilization for the Transcab in Binbrook. That comes from everybody's pocket, not just Binbrook. So we're providing a service in the outlying areas that others are paying for. I don't have a problem with that because it's a pilot program, but it shows the give and take and all these issues. That's the only reason why I'm highlighting it. And on this one, I agree. I absolutely agree that every person that qualifies for the program, regardless of where you live, should be able to tap into the program. So if we need to make the appropriate amendments, I'm prepared to do that.
Councillor McCaddy for a second time.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I'd like to move an amendment that the Snow Angels program, Part A and Part B, $100,000 for the program we've had the last couple of years, to continue that, and the new component to make sure all people on the list are covered up to the $120,000 amount. Cover the whole city of Hamilton, the whole greater Hamilton area, which would include all the municipalities, all the former municipalities, the old city of Hamilton. I would move that amendment now or at the appropriate time.
It was going to go back to Councillor Ferguson, who suggested it, but you have a seconder in Councillor Ferguson then, and I do have...
Just to clarify, perhaps a little bit different, I think, than what I heard from Councillor Ferguson earlier, that program will be delivered through Volunteer Hamilton to the whole city, not just to the old city of Hamilton or Dundas and Stony Creek that we heard from Councillor Farr.
You've lost your seconder, so I'll ask you for
okay, this is a City of Hamilton initiative, right? These are City of Hamilton dollars. They have to go to all the municipalities. We have to service the whole city, all the citizens in the new City of Hamilton.
Okay, and I have a second-time speakers list. I will test that, and then the amendment is on the floor at this point in time. I have Councillors Marula and Clark as second-time speakers as well. Sir, your seconder, the request for who your seconder is on that, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Farr. Okay, so I have Councillors Marula and Clark, and you're certainly welcome to speak on the original motion or now the amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Or Mr. Deputy Mayor. Let me just say that when this was first developed, it was first developed as a citywide issue. It was never an inner city or 1 to 8 issue versus the suburbs. So I'm not sure why we're creating that divide today. But having said that, I have no problem at all area rating this additional $100,000 between 1 and 8, and we'll only increase our budget to service those within 1 and 8, and that's fine. And I'm getting agreement on the other side of the table. And I think that's a great thing, if that's what we will pursue. So if Councillor McCaddy's motion fails,
you could amend Councillor McCaddy's motion currently to reflect the funding source.
Okay, so let's go about it. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, though, that in essence will just cover wards 1 to 8. It'll be area rated. It'll be absolutely negligible impact, and then they can continue on with their programs.
Okay, so I can come back to you for that as well, Councillor Clark. You're next on my list.
So the seniors outreach services in Stony Creek, which is completely voluntary, they don't receive any funding from the city. We did give them a little shed to put their snow blowers in. That's the extent of any support that we've ever given them, and they continue to serve the residents in the Stony Creek area. So, and I'm just wanting to make sure that there doesn't create a conflict between what they're doing in Stony Creek and what this program is here. That's the challenge, because to send in, candidly, we're going to end up having challenges with getting volunteers if we have paid people coming in to do the work. So I want to make that clear. We've got a lot of good volunteers, and I have no problem with looking at funding, providing additional funding for that group. But right across this city, each community has done their own way of dealing with snow for seniors and the handicapped. And perhaps Councilor Marula is correct. The area rating, and that solves that issue on that side. But we certainly don't want to lose the programs that have been in place, in some cases 25, 30 years, completely proffered by volunteers. That's what prompted my original question in the last budget and prompted the question tonight.
Okay, so I have an amendment that's been moved and seconded on the floor. Councillor McCaddy, hold on a minute, let's be clear in terms of what we're voting on. Councillor Ferguson, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I truly amendment that I can't support it because it would be so confusing to have two Snow Angel programs in their language. We have one, Dundas has one, and now you're going to put a second one in. I like Councilor Marula's motion better, just to, if you want to fund it area rated, and then we'll source fund it somehow for the cancer program. I can't support Councilor McCaddy's amendment.
Hold on, Councillor, I didn't recognize you yet. I'm going to read out the motion first, so we're all clear in terms of what we're voting on. Then you can make your determination whether you want to support it or not. And at this point in time, I'm going to ask first Councillors McCaddy and Marula to read it out. The original one was moved by Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Whitehead, please. Councillor McCaddy, you're going to read it out. Seconded by Councillor Farr. And then Councillor Marula is going to put his amendment to yours.
So my original motion said that we... the Snow Angels program is described in the Hamilton Snow Angels program described in the report here, Part A and Part B, that we request that Volunteer Hamilton deliver that program right across the new city of Hamilton, which I thought we were there as the new city of Hamilton, but we're finding out differently tonight, that it be applied right across the whole area. That was my original motion, seconded by Councillor Farr.
Okay. Councillor Marula, you were going to try to add a friendly amendment to that motion.
Well, the friendly, I'm not sure it's friendly because he's it's different. I think it's very, very different, and I think it's actually kind of adversarial. But having said that, my motion is really that we area rated from 1 to 8, which has really no impact on the general levy for us, and we allow the suburbs to continue on with their programs there, as they've outlined, Dundas, Stony Creek, and Lancaster, and they seem to be nodding in agreement, so I'll move that accordingly, but I'm not sure if that's friendly. That would be...
Councillor McCaddy?
Well, I guess I can say that I thought we were beyond some of the de-amalgamation discussions, so this council has been tremendous in coming together and dispensing with area rating and moving together as one whole city. But looking at the folks from representing those areas, if they indeed would like to have a separate program, I can support Councilor Marula's amendment.
So I have a speakers list now in terms of Duval, Whitehead, and Partridge. Councillor Powers, are you adding yourself to the list as well?
Whenever you get your one. whatever motion you want to do.
I hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm a little disappointed at what we're doing here. We had a great program going with the Snow Angels. We had a gap that wasn't being filled by volunteers. We've been working so hard to put the city as one. And I am so disappointed in saying, let's area rate this. We're talking about the seniors of Hamilton. And here we go again. If this is what we want to play, and going back into the new term of council for those ones coming forward. We're over it. We're trying to help the city and trying to build it. And I'm hearing certain councillors say it's area rating. We just passed one in Benbrook. We had no problem with that. We had no big discussion over it. We're building the city up. So to do this for the $120,000, when I've seen less arguments over $10 million, okay, I think it's a pretty sad night that we got to finish like this, that we're going back to area rating.
Okay, we're getting there. Councillor Whitehead.
Can I just ask Mike Zagarek, earlier we passed $225,000 of the tax stabilization for the transit in Benbrook. How is that financed?
I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Well, it's relevant to this argument, Mr. Chair, because it's about the area rating and the financing of this program. I want to just illustrate that I wholeheartedly supported the program that's clearly area rated when it comes to transit. The burden on that pilot program is carried by all taxpayers, not the ones that are benefiting from it, and yet we all unanimously supported the program. So now we've got this particular program in front of us. We want to extend it, and I agree, it needs to be extended to every reach of the community. I don't want an ad hoc community. I don't want the haves and have-nots. I don't want to have patchwork service levels across the city because we're one. And we've done that, and we've done very well on that in the last 4 years. So why in the heck are we having this discussion when we're offering to take the program, recognizing that the service should be extended to all those in need, regardless of where you live? Why are we even having this debate on creating yet an ad hoc area rated, yet another level of area rating is just bizarre. I support Councillor McCaddy's motion wholeheartedly.
Okay, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I just have a clarification question for Joanne. Joanne, on the Flamborough component of that, you mentioned, and I just want clarity on that, just what the relationship is between Volunteer Hamilton and Flamborough Community Information Services. I thought I heard you say that they did provide some funding for this particular program?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just have to find the email about that from Erica. That yes, Flamborough Community Centre, they paid them $100,000 to run the program, so that on their own, sort of, is what you said.
Sorry, could you say that again? They paid Flamborough Community Information Services $100,000?
No, $1,000.
$1,000 to run the program.
The program in Flamborough.
Yeah, and thank you, Joanne. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I did need clarification on that because it's also my understanding that Volunteer Hamilton works with Flamborough Community Information Services to deliver other services as well. I don't know that for sure, but it seems to me my memory serves me correct. But you know, folks, I think we're getting a little overexcited about this whole area rating thing. I don't think that's what this is about. We worked very hard around this table to bring about that urban-rural area-rated tax formula. And, you know, we've lived with it for 4 years. We're getting to the end of the phase-out, and we're going to move forward. And we're going to move forward as one city. What I'm concerned about is that what we passed tonight, it says in the report that it's citywide. Well, if it's not citywide, then that shouldn't be in the report. So, you know, I think we're coming down to some clarification on it, but you know, I'm fine with Councillor McCaddy's motion. But you know, those are just my comments. But I think it's very important to get some clarity around just what we're talking about here. Thank you.
And I appreciate you raising those, and I think the dilemma we've had now, this is the third item tonight where we've asked questions and we don't have the appropriate staff here. So Councillor Clark asked earlier about the OMB challenge and where we were with that, and we didn't have someone here to answer those questions. We had another issue that came up earlier about the racism pilot. I think we heard that the staff person was away. That's certainly understandable. And now we've run into this one where, again, we're asking questions and we're kind of scrambling for information. I think it's unfair, certainly to this council, to work under those conditions. I have Councillor Powers after my little editorial there. Councillor Powers, you're next.
Well, I don't think I can confuse it any more than it is. All I can wrap my head around is maybe we take something to an amount of money that would take us through to the new council. In other words, a bridging amount that would take us into, I'm going to say, the end of December. The new council meets in December with a full slate of meetings, and then perhaps that information through Joanne and her staff could come back to bridge us into the new year, which perhaps takes into consideration what Councillor McCaddy has suggested, what Councillor Marula has suggested, and I'll talk about it later.
I think you make a good point. I have no other speakers on the list, and if I could turn the chair over then to Mayor Bettina, I think if we look at the 100,000 even as a for instance, and how our winter maintenance budget works, it's unlikely, and I don't want to jinx anyone or us in terms of knocking on wood, but it's unlikely that even the 100,000 would be spent by the time the new council is up and running and has the ability then to ask additional questions and make the appropriate funding allotment in place to expand it, whether it's in the old city of Hamilton or elsewhere. So I like your suggestion, and I would then turn to you for some direction with the wording. You understand what's on the table right now in terms of the amendments that have been put, but in light of your suggestion, I think bridging us to the end of the year is a good one. Mr. Mayor, if I could take the chair back, I'll now turn to Councillor Powers. Do you want to test the will?
Perhaps, and I'm looking for some assistance from everyone, and Ms. Brio, is maybe that section 8 might be where we end it. That it will be granted to Hamilton Volunteer to continue with it for a year ending 2014, and further the continuation of the program be considered by the new council in its first set of scheduled meetings.
Second. Okay, so I have a seconder, Councillor Marula, I have Councillor Clark.
Just can we add some consultation with those groups that are actually already providing the snow removal in Stony Creek, Ancaster, and Dundas?
Right.
I don't think they've been spoken to about this whole program, and we should actually consult with them.
And plan as well.
To be fair, I still have the motion and the amendments that were put on the table. I'm going to Councillor McCaddy, who's signaling he's okay with the direction. Councillor Marula, you had yours as well. I'm second. You're fine with that? Okay. Councillor Duvall on the motion that's been put by Councillor.
So I never heard the full motion with Councillor Powers.
I believe it was we're moving ahead with Part A, and the reference and direction to staff that Councillor Powers has put is that the 100,000 would bridge us at least until the first set of committee meetings, and that Part B would be tabled and referred to staff for a report that will come back, including all the questions and concerns that have been raised about eligibility and the geographic nature of the program.
Okay. And a full consultation with all providers.
But I don't think it works like that, and that's the problem. The $100,000 is a goal to match the people they can, and then we have the other people that we can't match, and that's what the money was for, to help them. Okay, so what we're doing is we're just leaving it and not worrying about those extra people until the new council. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think we heard earlier, Councillor, just to try to help out, that the number of snow events we had last year exceeded the budget, and we were unable to facilitate or help the additional clients who were wanting to receive assistance. Knowing that it's unlikely to spend that 100,000 before year end, there will be the opportunity in November or even December to better deal with the issue. Is that?
I'm not sure that's the way I understand it.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I do apologize that the right staff person isn't here, but she had other obligations, and to be honest with you, I thought I could handle it. That was my mistake, sorry. And it went so well at committee, I thought, oh, they got that one through, but anyway. That $100,000 goes to support the operations for this program for Volunteer Hamilton. Because the season stretches over, the snow season, over 2 fiscal years, they're already into spending some of that money now in terms of the recruitment and getting ready for volunteers. So the fact is that we could not, it's not about the amount of money, it's about the amount of volunteers. If we have a horrific snow year, we could not meet demand by December if there's a heavy snow year, depending on how many volunteers we get. So it all depends on it. It's not about the $100,000, it's about how many volunteers we get. So the money was suggested to come out of departmental surplus, and it wasn't a budget increase to get us through this year so we could do the evaluation that you're talking about. We've looked internally, we thought, for Helping Hands can't do it, there's no other, we thought about bringing it in-house to do it, and we're not going to save any money. There's no money savings there, and it's not our expertise to recruit and match volunteers. So we felt it was best to leave it with Volunteer Hamilton. If council was determined to meet the excess demand, the only option I could think of was to have a private contractor meet the excess demand. And if council isn't concerned about meeting the excess demand, then we could just leave it at $100,000 and continue to push for more volunteers.
Councillor Powers, you still have the chair, and then I have Councillor McCaddy on the list.
Let's leave the motion on the floor as it is, please.
Okay. Councillor McCaddy.
Mr. Chair, just a question listening to Councillor Duval and just wondering about Councillor Powers' intentions, which not whether they're good or not, that's a given, but just to clarify where the money would go. So there's 2 components to the way the program is being talked about here in the staff report. There's the regular Snow Angels program, the $100,000 for the volunteers, and then there's a new component to engage people to help folks that are not covered by volunteers. So there's the $100,000, the $120,000. Is it possible to simply take, and I'll just say for simplicity purposes, 50% of those numbers? So A would become $50,000. The rest refer to the new council as they come in. And Part B would become $60,000, although it could be 50. So both components go ahead. Should there be a large number of people that apply to the program? So I think that would fit with Councillor Duval's interest that the program move ahead in both those ways. We're still talking about $100,000, $120,000 in total, with the extra amount referred to the new council to have the same discussions that was included in Councillor Powers' motion. So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Powers, if that's a possibility.
Councillor Powers.
My thinking is that by presenting it the way that I did, we provide bridging dollars that takes this council into the new council, which would require them to make a decision very, very early in their new term in December, which I believe that if indeed the asks for involvement, in other words, whether it's the decrease in volunteers or more uptakes in the program, we would probably know that by Volunteer Hamilton going out and doing that solicitation now, and more factual numbers and projections as to what's needed, and perhaps the third-party contractor that may be required to engage to provide that additional services could be guesstimated when the council considers it in December. But at least there's something to take us through to the new year, or more importantly, until the new council can make a decision on it.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, if I can, so the $100,000, then Part A would be for that purpose, the Snow Angels purpose, and the second concept of hiring the contractors is left alone for now. Refer to the next term of council to. So that's a new idea an idea for the new term of council to consider.
Yes,
I think that's what you're saying.
What it was, and it was included in the direction on the motion, was that was the direction that was included.
Okay. I have no further speakers on this one. I do have a duly moved motion. It's been moved and seconded by Councillor Marula. All those in favor? Councillor Whitehead.
I just want to thank Councillor Powers. I thought it was a generous way to get out of this particular road jam. So I want to compliment Councillor Powers for doing that.
Thank you for that. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Duvall, recorded opposed, please. Thank you. Back to the agenda. We are now on item 12. 13. 14. Councillor Farr, may I have a motion on the report?
You may, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marula, the Vice Chair of Emergency and Community Services, that the 6th report of EC&S Committee be adopted in the information section received, and I had a diatribe to deliver on how proud I was to have been chair and a member of this committee, to have worked with some very dedicated colleagues around the table, but particularly with Joanne and some very dedicated staff. I will not deliver that to be privy to time, Mr. Deputy Mayor. They know they received a letter today, actually, from myself and Sam on behalf of the committee, and by they I mean everybody who takes pride in their work under Joanne Creel as General Manager of Emergency and Community Services. So I'll leave it at that. Hope they all get to read it, and I do have that letter and the long list of accomplishments over 4 years at jasonfarr.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Well, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Farr, our chair of the share, is being way too modest and humble, and I just want to thank him for his leadership. The 4 main departments that have reported through Emergency and Community Services over this term have been Recreation, Social Housing, Hamilton Emergency Services, and Social Services, and he has demonstrated a passion for all those 4 areas, and I want to commend him, and it's been a smooth, successful year. We've accomplished a lot, so thanks to Councillor Farr as our leader. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Marula.
Just quickly, we thanked Councillor Farr and the committee members, but I do want to thank Joanne Creel for her leadership and dedication. I think it's quite remarkable in the 14 years that she's been with the City of Hamilton. We went from really being almost so unfocused with respect to issues surrounding social services and poverty issues to actually creating an environment conducive to actually being a leader throughout this province and this country. And it was at her involvement and leadership that I think we've not only moved the yardstick so significantly, but so much so that we need to applaud her publicly. And I want to take this time this evening to just thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Whitehead and Mayor Bertina. Councillor Whitehead.
Actually, everything's been said in regards to the dedication of staff. And you hate to, and Joanne, of course, and her leadership, but I really want to say thank you, because we had an organization that felt disenfranchised with this, with the city and staff. They felt left out in the cold, so to speak, and they provide a service for over 800 vulnerable individuals in our community. We set up a working group with Gillian Hendry, and I can't remember the other names on the committee from staff, but I can tell you right now, the relationship with that organization has come 180 degrees. There's a better understanding of the challenges on both sides, and the respect that came out of those discussions and the things that we've achieved over the last couple of years on this working group. My hat's off. And by the way, Julian has taught me a lot about these processes as well, so it's been enlightening. So please pass it on to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Bertina.
Through you, Joanne, can I ask you what your last name is?
Smith. Okay, my husband says it's Prial. I think it's supposed to be Priel, but I lost that.
Let the record show. Okay, I have a motion now on the report. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Now I need a motion to waive the 48-hour rule to introduce the General Issues Committee Report 14020. Moved by Clark, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? The General Issues Committee then presents Report 14020 and respectfully recommends item number 1. Carried. Item number 2. Carried. On item number 2, I have Councillor Clark and Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much.
just wanted to make sure that everyone out in the viewing public understands that the deficit for darts has been covered. Actually, our staff did it because they had to regardless, and we've confirmed that. And we are going to be, in the new council, we'll be looking at the process, and that's what this motion really deals with. So for some of the employees who have contacted me, and I think a few of them contacted Councillor Whitehead also, concerned about their positions, the collective agreement and everything is still in force. We will honor everything is in force as we go forward, but we will be looking at different models of delivery. And the city will work with those employees and with the union leadership. And I have no idea what's going to happen, nor does anyone else. So they should feel comfortable right now. Nothing is happening immediately and for the foreseeable future, because it's going to take time to try and sort out exactly what the solution will be. So for those who called me, I thank them for that, and we'll work through the process very publicly.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is about DARTS and the deficit funding, and at committee yesterday, I believe was unanimous to most of us reluctantly approve the last $225,000. I believe Director Don Hall said it had been already anticipated in terms of budgeted for. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, whoever's back on the term of council or who's coming in new next term, I think Councillor Marula has been right for quite a while now in terms of saying that there's something amiss with the DARTS program. In theory, I'm so proud of the fact that we're a unique city that provides a door-to-door service for those that are disabled, and now for the cognitively as well in that category. So I'm proud of the fact that our city has a unique service of DARTS to our disabled community, door to door. It's rare, but something has happened over the years, and I was so puzzled yesterday when Booker and Associates presented, the consultant on behalf of the DARTS organization, one set of arguments.
Sorry, Councillor.
Why would the other side want some respect and some acceptance in that? They're quick to do this, but anyways. So, but Mr. Deputy Mayor, I heard the Booker and Associates who were hired by DARTS. Then I heard our own internal auditor, Ann Packrack, and I was puzzled by the disparity, a lot of discrepancy in terms of two professional organizations or two professionals themselves. Boy, there wasn't a lot of commonality in terms of the results I heard, so that bothered me. And I've been one who, throughout my regional days and youth city days, has, in spite of some of the difficulties with the service of DARTS, I've given them the benefit of the doubt at the end of the day. On their side, and to their credit, they tried to accommodate 37,000 additional trips last year that they had not accounted for or budgeted for. So they were at a crossroads last year, and to the DARTS board and General Manager Mark Mindorf's credit, they said, we're going to do our best to accommodate these 37,000 additional trips, instead of saying no to some or all of them and leaving people without the service. But along the way every year, it just seems that they come back requiring additional dollars, and that's not a healthy thing or a constructive thing, and maybe there's a host of factors playing into it. So whoever's on the next term of council, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think Councillor Marula has been right all along. It's time to kind of open it up. Hopefully the new term of council will open it up and do a broad RFP that will invite the whole spectrum of potential bids, opportunities, including in-house, including the current DARTS, including some private operator. And we need to look at the upside and downside, because, again, in theory, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the idea of a door-to-door service is noble and worthy for our disabled community. But something is not running and clicking on all cylinders, and that needs to be explored in greater depth. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the comments from Councillor Jackson and previous speakers. I just wanted to make note that the two issues that we heard loud and clear, I guess, that are issues not just with servicing, but is the length of time for people that are waiting. They're called, dealing with delinquent trips, dealing with hostage trips. And I just wanted to point out that in the end of the recommendation, it says that in any instance where a call return is more than 60 minutes, these delinquent trips must be reported to the ACPD Transportation Subcommittee through ATS on a quarterly basis. That has not been done in the past, and I think that will help work this through, this problem, this glitch through the system. So I'm glad that that's on there at this time, sir.
Okay, I have no further speakers on item. Oh, sorry, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Look, I've had the privilege of sitting on FCM, and unlike some of my colleagues here, traveled and looked at other paratransit systems. I've also sat on the darts board for a number of years. So I get to see the different models. Winnipeg is an on-demand service, 9 to 5, nothing before, nothing after. We had a consultant that did a report, independent consultant. This is the third report that indicated that we had one of the most efficient services with the least amount of restrictions in all of paratransit in North America, period. So 500,000 trips being delivered. Yes, you're going to have challenges. We have the highest same-day scheduling or request than any other organization across the across North America. We have 83% are delivered same-day requests for scheduling. So yes, it's a very complex system. Yes, it's a very challenging system, and yes, it's a shared ride system. And yes, at a $13 million budget, you can always look for efficiencies within the system, and we do that with every department with the City of Hamilton. So the only thing, it never hurts to look at other models. I just caution, be careful what you ask for, because what you ask for may mean that you're going to be restricting a lot more of the services that we're currently providing that will not be available in those other models. Thank you.
Thank you. On item number 2.
Carried.
3.
Carried.
4.
Carried.
5.
Carried.
Mayor Bertina, may I have a motion on the report?
Yes, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Russ Powers that the 20th report of the General Issues Committee be adopted and the information section received.
All those in favor?
Carried.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your cooperation tonight.
Councillor Whitehead, may I have a motion, please, to rise and report?
You certainly can. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Duval that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
All in favor? Carried. On to motions, and we begin with Councillor Powers on Buy American provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have the motion before you. It's quite lengthy. It's seconded by Councillor Duval. In short, basically what it is that the opportunity for Hamilton businesses within Canada to do business within the United States is hampered by the Buy American program that the various states and their governors have put in place. What we're suggesting is that all the municipalities across Canada gather together, work with our colleagues in the League of American U.S. Cities and the U.S. Conference of Mayors in order to get relaxation of those procedures. Councillor Duval and I have been having a conversation earlier about, actually I'll let him share the story about something. There was one that I'm aware of is when they went out to tenders for the materials that were required for the project, the only 2 qualified suppliers were a Canadian company and a European company, because no American company could provide the quality and the levels that was required. So I would ask for the support of all my colleagues in order to collectively gather our resources in order to support Canadian economy.
Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Councillor Powers for all the work he's done on this motion. I know he's worked well with the other municipalities drafting this and Halton Hills, and he's also, the president of the AMO. What they've always done some good work. It really needs to be noticed to the federal government that we oppose this, what the Americans are doing, as they are, since they've been in some great pressure down in the United States, several of their senators have been making motions to strengthen the Buy American Act, where basically any project that they do down in the United States has to be made, the material has to be made in the United States, and if it's not, they won't get funding from their government. We have one in Morrison, and it's hard to believe that this happens, but Morrison, Colorado, they made a bridge. And after the bridge was finished, one of the inspectors had noticed that some of the steel was stamped made in Canada. They're making them take the bridge apart. Otherwise, they will not get funding. This is how serious this stuff is. And what really basically got me is the steel was actually made in the United States, but came up here to be finished as bars. And because of that content, even that little bit, they didn't want Canada to have any kind of competition. Yet they can come up here and close our steel mills down, and to give them whatever resources they have for their employment. So all we're trying to do is have we have an agreement, a North America Free Trade Agreement, and we just want to have a level playing field. Because when it was done to the bridge and I believe we're talking about $5 billion, the bridge like to Montreal. We could do the same kind of protection act, but our government's not doing that. They're trying to be fair about it. And so those are the things that are happening. Where do we get our leverage when we come to the North America Free Trade Agreement, and yet they're saying, well, you can't buy Canadian products down in the United States, but you can buy our American products up in Canada. That's not fair. So I certainly support Councillor Powers, and I thank him again for all the hard work he's done on this. Thank you.
Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, I recall Councillor Development being at FCM, and there was a huge debate on that. If I recall, on a motion that we should be replicating what is taking place in municipalities across the country. We had a presentation from a company here in Hamilton, I believe it's Hamilton, or certainly in Southern Ontario, that makes pipe. And they had a big contract. It was part of the infrastructure expansion or spending in the United States. I believe it was in California. And the pipe was in the ground. The pipe was in the ground, and when they realized the pipe came from Canada, they ripped it out. And this is a presentation that was made at FCM. So clearly, what is happening is we are asking our people to compete with one hand tied behind their back, and yet you're getting this protectionism in the U.S. And I agree with Councillor Power. The approach is not for us to take the same approach. The approach is to have dialogue and ensure that we're part of that trade and part of that commerce and part of that opportunity, because we certainly provide the same opportunity here in Canada, and certainly amongst was it over 900 plus or 1,000 plus municipalities across this country. So I wholeheartedly support dialogue before any knee-jerk reaction. Thank you.
On the motion. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Powers again.
The next motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kasuda. It's just moving ahead on the partnership between the Rotary Club and for the capitalization construction of Creekside Park, and it's a funding scenario that that's being proposed.
And seconded. And all in favor? Carried. Did you want to comment on that question?
I did want to comment on it, Mr. Mayor. As the chair of Facilities Naming Subcommittee, we did deal with this at the last committee meeting, but we wanted to allow Councillor Powers the opportunity, being his last council meeting, of bringing this forward and moving it this evening. And I'm so glad that this has been finalized. I think this is one of the last issues on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So all in favor? Carried. Councillor Marula on Pigskin Peak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Collins. Nomination for the induction into the Hamilton Sports Hall of Fame. Mr. Paul Weiler, aka Pigskin Pete. A, that Hamilton City Council submit Mr. Paul Weiler, aka Pigskin Pete, for nomination to the Hamilton Sports Hall of Fame. And B, that the name Paul Weiler be recommended for addition to the Wall of Fame at Tim Hortons Stadium. And C, that Hamilton City Council submit Mr. Paul Weiler's name for nomination to the Canadian Football Hall of Fame. And if I could just briefly discuss this issue, I did amend it to some degree, and I added the Canadian Football Hall of Fame as a direct result of a number of people contacting me accordingly. And we obviously don't have the authority to make that decision, but we can submit his name to them. And I guess, Mr. Mayor, you're part of the Canadian Football, if I'm not mistaken.
Football Reporters of Canada.
That's it. There we go. And the interesting thing is Paul and I met probably in 1995, and at that time I was working on a campaign for the Hamilton East MPP, Dominic Agostino, and he came to do a cheer for Dominic down at the Ottawa Street YWCA, where we launched his campaign. And I admired him from the moment I met him. I didn't realize how down to earth and East End he really was, and he remained that way throughout his entire life. And I know that Councillor Collins and I had the benefit of working with him at a fundraiser at a karaoke judging contest, which was really interesting. And fortunately, Councillor Collins didn't sing, and but I did, and Paul really did not like it. So, but having said that, we had a great time, and I must say that we extend that. I know we all extend our condolences to the family. His contributions to the game, I can remember since I was the first time I ever attended the game, when I was 9 onward. He was the only Pigskin Pete I knew, and I think I speak on behalf of most people my age or older or younger. And as a direct result, I just want to send my condolences to his family and say how much I really did admire him as the only Pigskin Pete I would ever consider Pigskin Pete. So I thank you for your time.
All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Johnson on Highway 56.
Yeah, thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark. It's before you. Just to give people some background, this used to be a provincial highway. It's been one of those wonderful downloading situations. In my term, we've had at least 3 fatalities on this road. It desperately needs investigation. How that's going to look at the end of the day, that's great. This is not to jump the queue. This is not to go ahead of anybody else's studies. This is just to put it in line with the studies, please, so that we can take a look at this Highway 56 and the connection between, well, actually, it's from Haldimand County all the way to Hamilton. So thank you very much, and I'd appreciate your support.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Thank you. Stony Creek Rugby, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Whereas the Stony Creek Rugby Club has a long history of amateur athletics within the City of Hamilton, whereas the City of Hamilton is in need of additional athletic field for amateur sports, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to enter into negotiations with the Stony Creek Rugby Club and the Heritage Green Community Trust to partner on the construction of a new athletic field to be located at the Heritage Green Sports Park, and the staff be directed to report back to Emergency and Community Services following negotiations. The situation is that the Stony Creek Rugby Club used to play at Saltfleet High School. They have been told that they're not going to be allowed to play there anymore, so they have to find a new home. They came to the Heritage Green Community Trust, and they contacted me. We met with Jack Brown, and we started the discussions, and then I realized, well, we really have no authority to continue those discussions, so this motion enables them to continue the discussions and report back to us on any successes or failures. Thank you.
Any other comment? All in favor? Thank you. On to notices of motions, Councillor Duvall. I understand you want to waive the rules for transit shelter installations.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And the reason why is timing, because they're being installed, and it's about funding from my area rating funds.
Motion to waive the rules.
Motion. Second by Councillor Whitehead.
All right, go ahead with the motion then.
As you see in front of you, it's for 2 additional bus shelter pads in Ward 7 on Rimo Road, and it's to be paid out of my area rating reserve account.
All in favor? Councillor Pasuda on the West Flamborough Accommodation Review Area.
Thank you, Mayor Bertina. And what we have before here is a notice of motion, and I'd like to waive the rules so we can bring it forward.
Motion waived. All right, first part, all in favor of the waiving rules.
Second by Councillor Powers. Okay, it's already signed. Thank you.
Go ahead, the rules are waived.
Okay, so, and before you, and everybody has it in front of them, and the motion is moved by myself and second by Councillor Powers. And if I'll read it out, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, the further to direction approved by City Council at its meeting of June the 25th, 2014, in which Council recommended the referral to the City's Joint City Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee of the attached correspondence, which you have before you from Chair of the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board, Jessica Brennan, in which the Hamilton District School Board requested that City Council explore a working relationship between the Board and the City of Hamilton regarding the West Flamborough accommodation
review area, notably the Beverly Community Center and the Greensville School site, the Council agreed to enter into such exploratory discussions and that the Board be forwarded communication from the Mayor to so advise.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, I understand you wish to waive the rules on your motion.
Yes, and this is regarding no stopping Southside Place. It is a safety issue, so it is time sensitive. It's been an ongoing issue. It's blinding an intersection. So
Duval, Jackson, waive the rules. All in favor?
That's actually Duval. So
okay.
Move to waive the rules. Move the motion, and again, the motion is basically in front of everybody. No stopping Southside Place.
All in favor? Councillor Duval, will you please present your motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's a notice of motion I'm asking to waive the rules because of the timing of the CCA announcement, AA announcement, and it's seconded by Councilor Murillo.
All in favor of waiving the rules? Carried. And the motion.
Mr. Mayor, you have, in City Council, you have everything in front of you on this motion. First, I want to thank the Mayor's office and the City Manager's office for helping me draft up this motion. And it's moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Murillo, that the City Manager, staff, the Economic Development Division, the City Solicitor, and other staff is required to work with the provincial and federal levels of government and other necessary parties to obtain information with regards to the City of Hamilton, U.S. Steel pensioners, U.S. Steel operations, and land holdings, and any future plans that this information be forwarded to, and this information be forwarded to Steel Subcommittee. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to talk on it, please.
Please go ahead.
This is brought forward tonight to get the wheels in motion, and especially after Minister Brad Duguid had made his announcement to the City of Hamilton and to the federal government, and it'll be in tomorrow's paper. And this is to get our people with the City of Hamilton, get the wheels going to see how we can work with the federal government and the province, looking about the pension guarantee fund, and fact-finding about the land holdings, anything we can find out what they plan on doing in the future, and we can go from there to help all three levels of government try to resolve this problem that we see that could be a potential nightmare at the end of this CCAA. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? All in favor?
Carried.
Thank you for that. And that, any further notices? Statements by members. I'm going to start with Councillor White.
Mr. Chair, this is our last council meeting. First, I want to wish Mary Gallagher, who I believe is our last council. I've got to know Mary very well the last 11 years. If I haven't driven her crazy, maybe she'd still be staying here. But I know that she's a good golfer because I've had the opportunity to, and the privilege, quite frankly, to hit the links with her and her husband, and had a great time. Mary's been a dedicated, committed professional. Whenever you had an issue, a challenge, she always set you straight. She really believed in what she did. I mean, I just can't say enough about her quality of work, her commitment and dedication. And I know that you will be sadly missed. The big shoes to fill. But thank you for all you've done. The second thing is Councillor Powers. This will be Councillor Powers' last council meeting. Councillor Powers has served a distinguished period for this council. MP, president of AMO, God knows what else he's set on, because I know he's CUDA, FCM. The plethora of organizations that you proudly represent the city and brought attention to the issues that were important to our community, to your community, is second to none. I am proud that we had an ambassador such as Councillor Powers to carry the torch on behalf of Hamilton, both internationally, nationally, and certainly on the local scene. And I can tell you, he always brings a sense of humor. He does do his homework at committee. He's always been appreciated. Certainly in my time, I've had the opportunity to work with him. We may agree to disagree on issues, but he's always been above approach and very professional in dealing with those issues. And quite frankly, I've learned things from him and through this period of time, and I appreciate that. So Wish you all the best, Councillor Powers, with your future endeavours. You will be sadly missed as well. I also want to wish, this has been a great 4 years. A lot has been accomplished. It's been a real privilege to work with each and every one of you. And even though there's times we may have had disagreements, and sometimes it was pretty vociferous in our discussions and debate. And I've said this, and I've written this actually in a blog, that each and every one of my colleagues around this table have had Hamilton foremost in their heart, in their representation. They represent with dignity and integrity. You represent your communities vociferously, and you know who you are right around this table. But citywide issues as well. You take a look at the accomplishments in the last 4 years. It's been significant, literally significant. And yes, you can give credit for some of the previous councils that set some of the foundations and the work. But this council not only kept that momentum moving forward, but it's measurable. It's measurable. We can speak proudly about what has been accomplished in the last 4 years. So each and every one of you represent, whether it's people that are disenfranchised or poverty or social, environmental issues or business issues, rural issues, every voice in regards to those sectoral issues have been represented at this table, and by the way, very strongly. And that's what makes this council in the last 4 years so enjoyable to come to. So my hat's off and thank you, and wish all the ones that are in the race best of luck. And certainly those that are leaving and trying for higher office, same to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duval.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I too would like to thank Councillor Powers on his retirement and all the work that he's done for this council and over the years. You've been a mentor to a lot of us. You really have. Your experience, your knowledge, and your, what do you say, your calmness that you put into us sometimes. But I hope the best for you and going forward, and thanks again. And to all my colleagues here, thank you very kindly. It's been a great term. I've enjoyed working with everybody. Sure, we've had our debates, and sometimes we don't agree with each other, but it's still, we work together to try to find a resolution, and that's been so nice and healthy about it. And thanks to you, Mr. Mayor, for serving us for the last 4 years. It's been, I know it's a tough job being a mayor, and you get it either way, you're good or you're bad, but I want to appreciate for all the hard work you put in, and your family that has given up their life so that you can carry forward with yours. So wish everybody well. We've been working hard. I know we'll be getting together the next few months. It doesn't matter, just until the term is over, but I wish everybody luck going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
So, Mr. Mayor, there's going to obviously be some repetitiveness because each of us are going to express, I think, some common feelings, but in our own words. And so, Mr. Mayor, to my longtime colleague, Russ Powers, pre- and post-amalgamation, personally and politically going to miss Russ. What a stellar career he's had in politics, faithful to his Dundas community and champion for them to the very end. His blessed wife, Linda, who's in glory, and his 2 kids, Scott and Patricia, have sacrificed a lot for Russ in his wonderful public career, but the new love of his life, Betty, I know, will take him in a new direction and probably in a less stressful manner. And one of his greatest accomplishments, Mr. Mayor, was, and I was with him about 11 years ago when he fought to save Wentworth Lodge from privatization at that time in Dundas. And after that successful victory to keep it in the public domain under the municipal umbrella, he secured the $20 million that was necessary to properly renovate Wentworth Lodge and house the 160 frail elderly that called that place home. Russ has always been fair-minded, respected, easy to befriend, smart, savvy, and has a terrific handle on all issues. carries so much credibility, Mr. Mayor. First Hamilton politician to be president of AMO, 28 years with the municipality, deputy mayor with Dundas in the regional days, 28 concurrent years at McMaster. How he did it in the early years is beyond me. And if it wasn't for his sojourn to Ottawa for 18 months as MP, as the Liberal MP for the area he represented, I'm sure his national vice presidency with FCM would have become president there like he did with AMO. So, Russ, my Godspeed to you, and please, I hope we stay in touch. Congratulations, Russ. Going to miss you a lot. Mayor Bertina, to you and your lovely wife, Carol. Well, sustainability, in the dictionary, there should be a picture of you beside that word, because that was your mantra for us for this term of council, and you guided us through that. You obviously live, breathe, and you've got a consumed passion for Hamilton. That's never, ever been in doubt. You brought so many credentials to the job, Ward 2 rep for a while, love of the labor movement, your ethnic parents, Ticat institution lover, your media connections, and sensitivity to all parts of this new city. And I know in your heart of hearts you were appreciative of a lot of good things that were happening at the waterfront as well. Sure. So, Mr. Mayor, I thank you very much. And to your staff, Peggy Chapman, the Chief of Staff, Disha, Renata, and Deanna, they were, at least for my office, they were always available to assist my office with any matters, ward matters, and I appreciate that cooperation. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being my mayor.
Thank you.
Bob Morrow, Councillor Morrow, thank you for filling in so capably the last 9 months. Not an easy task to come in. Very few people, Mr. Mayor, could have filled the large shoes that were left behind, but Bob Morrow probably was one of very few in this community that could fill those large shoes in light of the large political shoes and accomplishments he had as the longest serving mayor for the former city of Hamilton. So Bob, thank you very much. It was a joy working with you again. And of course, the large shoes he filled, the memory and legacy of my former colleague, all of our former colleagues, Bernie Morelli. His legacy is living on for many, many years to come. And I know his family is incredibly proud of what this council has done to ensure that legacy is locked in the future forever. And Deputy Clerk Mary Gallagher. Mary and I, of course, go back to my time in the regional days. And whenever I was with her husband, John Gallagher, former Alderman John Gallagher, I always said, John, I'd much rather talk to Mary. Anyways, she knows I mean that in the most sincere and respectful way. Well, I'm gonna miss Mary a lot. She guided me through many a difficult time, helped me with motions, and just was a steady hand with her experience and professionalism at the helm. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, Chris Murray, and SMT, the mid-level managers, directors, and all the frontline 7,000 plus workers. Chris, I'll tell you, I'm so proud of the accomplishments of this term of council. You have lived up to every aspect of the billing of when you became city manager. You accommodated the existing general managers that were willing to stay and work with you. You've been an open door policy, and you're a Hamilton guy through and through. You love this community. You live in Dundas, and you just have a great handle on the pulse of what makes this community tick. And you just love people, and you love the people who give up public service, the employees of this corporation. I know you just love them, admire them, and appreciate them so much, and that's just part of your DNA and what makes you so special. So, Mr. Mayor, to Chris Murray and his entire team, again, congratulations. Thanks for making this term of council so enjoyable. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's tough to follow Councillor Jackson on those types of issues. Having said that, I too want to thank Councillor Powers and in the 14 years that I've worked with him. I'm sure that in many ways his eyebrows rose a couple of times, I'm sure, based on my performance here at council. That was 14 years ago when I first got elected. And I think his Dundas atmosphere kind of clashed somewhat to my East End demeanor. But having said that, he was always fair, he was consistent, stable, And I think his legacy is in that of Dundas and how far Dundas has gone towards prosperity in the last 3 decades under his realm, and that of his influence on the day-to-day life of those people. And having befriended and having family in Dundas, one thing that I can say is there is no other person I know that is as respected as Russ Powers in Dundas, and for that I commend him and his efforts. And having met Linda back in 2001, we did actually attend the conference together, and Linda was present. I remember how much he admired Linda, and I was always very envious of the fact that they were married for such a long time and raised so many children, and I admired the fact that he still looked at her like it was his high school date. So for that, I commend him for that as well, and want to commend all of his accomplishments. With respect to Bob Morrow, I tell you that I've known Bob. The first time I met him was 1981. I was proud to have thought of him first and foremost after the death of Councillor Morelli. I knew exactly what did transpire would happen, and that is having a capable, competent, caring individual appointed to in place of Bernie. I know that Bernie would have endorsed it strongly. And having said that, I guess I'm lost for words in saying that he was able to bring this term to closure with so much respect and proficiency that I just have to applaud Mr. Morrow, Councillor Morrow, former Mayor Morrow, for all of his efforts, and the fact that he actually said yes when I originally approached him, which I wasn't sure if he would, considering how inconsistent, unpredictable, and chaotic this place can be. So for that, I thank you, sir. With respect to you, Mr. Mayor, I've known you now probably longer than you think, because I live 2 doors down from your mother and your father. I think, slapped a puck through your dad's window one time in 1978.
He remembered.
He gave me that stern look a few times, especially when I put my music on too loud when my parents were not around. So, having said that, I remember you driving up with your Jaguar, and I thought, wow, now there's a cool guy. And I tell you, Mr. Mayor, although we've had our differences, I still think you're pretty cool. So,
thank you.
It's been great serving with you. And Mary, lastly, Mary, with respect to her involvement, she was always there. How much more can I say? Except every time I had a question, issue, or concern, I would email her, and within literally minutes, she responded, always with an answer. And for that, I will always be grateful, and I truly will miss your expertise. And lastly, this term is coming to an end. It began with Bernie being around, and it's ending without him being around. So I just do want to acknowledge that he will be deeply missed. I know that everyone around this table agrees with me, but more importantly, his family and the people of Ward 3, because one thing I know for certain is he would have loved to have been here tonight, and basically concurring with everything we're saying and applauding everyone we're applauding. And I appreciate your time.
Thanks very much, Councillor Moore.
Well, I appreciate the comments that have been made, and I want to thank Sam and Tom and others for encouraging me to come here several months ago, totally unexpectedly. I didn't expect to be back, and it's been an honor and a privilege, albeit under sad circumstances. So I want to thank the council for appointing me to the position. Last several months, it's, as I said, totally unexpected, but it's been a pleasure and a great part of my life. So I wish all of you well in all of your future endeavors, those running for office again. Obviously, I wish you well. I've been through it, I think 14 elections in total, so I know what you're going through. I can sit back and enjoy not having to do it right at the moment, which I'm relishing. But I do want to say thank you for that, and it's been a privilege serving the good people of Ward 3. It's a great part of Hamilton. I like to think of it geographically as the heart of the city. There's a lot of history and a lot of dynamism at this time, and it's been a great pleasure to be involved with so many wonderful people there and across the great city that we represent. Thank you very much.
But you did agree not to run again.
Oh, yes.
With pleasure. Thanks, Councilor Morrow. Councilor Farr.
Thank you.
Well, I'd join the love end, Mr. Mayor, if I wasn't still harboring a great deal of resentment towards most of you for not supporting me on the urban chicken thing. So, unfortunately, especially you, Ferguson. In all seriousness, Mr. Mayor, an unbelievable experience for this rookie, no longer, I guess, after 4 years. And in the reality, you have a look at these things, I guess you kind of take stock, and I did, and you have been unbelievable for most of the initiatives that I've managed to throw at you, and you've offered terrific advice both publicly in committee meetings and in council, and also behind the scenes, the veterans and my fellow rookies on council. It's just been an unbelievable experience, and a lot of people do not know this about me, but at a very young age, I sat up on that escarpment where I used to cut lawns for about $2 an hour at the age of 14 years old. And I'd climb the hill, and I would look over the city, and I'd say, I would dream, literally, of doing this job. I always aspired to do it, and it is a dream come true. There's no doubt about it. But I could have never fathomed, I could have never dreamt just how rewarding an experience it is, just how unbelievably memorable the experience has been, and how incredible these friendships that we've made, and friendships, we're more than colleagues, every one of you, have been for me and my family. So I thank you sincerely, and specifically, of course, Powers, Morrow, Clark, and McCaddy. It's been an incredible ride, and the very best of luck to all four, and to all the staff, including you, Mary Gallagher, who have assisted me greatly, all of us greatly, over this very successful term of councillor. And Mr. Mayor, undoubtedly, you are and have been, and I've known you and worked with you in the other world for a long time.
The other world? Was it?
The other world. The broadcasting world. No one can question your passion for this city. You're probably the most passionate person when it comes to this city, and it is admirable to watch that play out. And you are an ardent supporter of all things Hamilton, and it's admirable. So thank you. I'll leave it at that. I thank you very much. I am very pleased to have spent the last 4 years with all of you.
Thank you. Councilor McCaddy.
Mr. Mayor, 3 terms on council for me, starting in 2003, and without a doubt, this council's been the most successful. This last council, and starting with putting the stadium issue to bed. Mr. Mayor, your role in that was substantive, and that's been a difficult issue for all of us. The stadium issue going back to last term, and I went to the first game, the Labor Day game, and I wasn't necessarily ready to enjoy it as much as I did, but boy, what a fantastic stadium. The views of the escarpment were astounding, and the folks that are coming from out of town are just going to be blown away by the experience they'll have in that stadium for Ticat games, and as well as the Pan Am games, of course, next year, and a very exciting year in 2015. The stadium, the area rating issue, the urban-rural split, to take that on early in this term of council, and to put that to bed, I think was very, very important. We've done great. Other than tonight, that Snow Angels issue put us offside a little bit tonight. I don't know where we were going, but lo and behold, and perhaps fitting, it was Councillor Powers who brought us back on that issue tonight. Identifying a compromise solution, which is almost always the right solution for councils that are headed for the cliff on particular issues, and he did that for us tonight. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Powers did, of course, integral to the area rating urban-rural solution, along with Councillor Collins as well, and I wish Russ the very best in the days, weeks, and years ahead. Lots more travel in your plans, no doubt, Russ. And thanks for the work that you've done the last couple of years at AMO. That's really put us on the map as a city, which is something we absolutely need to do. I think it's also important, Mr. Mayor, to identify. I mentioned that I thought this was the most successful of the 3 councils that I've been on. The new councillors, call them new. Councillor Johnson coming on this past term, covering the Glanbrook area, Stony Creek, a lot of big issues, the Scooby issue and the development, just relentless in that area, and all the issues that come along with new development with the urban and the rural areas. Very difficult job. Councillor Partridge in the Waterdown area throughout, again, urban-rural area, very difficult to balance both of those. And talk about development in Winona and that area, Waterdown is extraordinary, the development that's going on there right now, and to be able to manage that in some way, I can't imagine how you're doing that. So the new councillors, and of course Councillor Farr next door to me in Ward 2, it's been a real joy to work with on the downtown. The downtown's a passion for me, a passion for Ward 1 residents, and to be have the opportunity to work with Councillor Farr has been a great experience, and learning about the radio business and having a lot of fun. The odd golf game as well, which brings me to Mary. And Mary, you're going to enjoy your retirement on the links, no doubt. And thanks for putting up with all the last-minute motions, showing up just hours or, okay, maybe minutes before the committee meetings, and somehow packaging those and putting those together has been tremendous. And that's envy you your time out on the golf course in the coming days. Chris Murray and city staff, big part of the 4 years and the excellence that we've managed to achieve as a council. We had the report this past week going through all the things that have been accomplished, and the culture change you're taking on, Chris, is I think probably the most important thing you're doing, and that's our role at council to support you in that and to try and demonstrate what we can to staff to help them as well. Mr. Mayor, I mentioned your work on the stadium, and the thing that I've learned from you, and of course we all end up going to a lot of the same events that you're at, and hearing your speeches, and the comment that you make, or the one comment that sticks on my mind, I think it was perhaps in Waterdown, where you made it the chamber, I think Flamborough Chamber was part of the mayor's job is to tell stories about Hamilton to Hamiltonians, to other Hamiltonians, to take those stories from one part of the city and spread them to the other part of the city and back and around and all over the place. Of course, outside of Hamilton, but to tell Hamiltonians such a huge city we have now with such incredible diversity, to be that link between different parts of the city, and you said that, and you take that as a key part of the job, and that's something we all take notes on. I think I certainly did when I heard you describe it in that way, which was tremendous. So a wonderful time. I'm probably forgetting Councillor Morrow. I think no matter what occupation you're in, if you're a minor league hockey player, you always look up to the NHL guys, and boy, wouldn't it be great to play a shift with that guy? And of course, never having had the opportunity to serve with Mayor Morrow at the time, it's been a thrill, and that's sounds like a funny term, but when you're a politician, you look up to other politicians, and to learn from Councillor Morrow, Mayor Morrow over the past number of months has been a great experience in learning about diplomacy and how to bring things forward and when not to bring things forward, just as important as a politician. And then thinking back to the things that Bernie thought so important in Ward 3, that many of them we've seen come to fruition in the last weeks and months under Councillor Morrow's guidance, and we've picked up on that, and we've helped push stuff across the goal line very happily during our period of time.
So probably lots more to say, and I probably left stuff out. Maybe finish if I can, because it's my last council meeting as the Ward 1 City Councillor. I may be back in another capacity. We'll see how that goes. But just a shout out to the Ward 1 residents, and what a great honor it's been, Mr. Mayor, to serve as the Ward 1 Councillor these past 11 years. A very progressive area, Ainslie-Wood, Westdale, Strathcona, and Kirkendall neighborhoods, and to work with the incredible Ward 1 office, Nikki and Dale. It's been a great thing, and we are, as politicians, truly honored to serve. And again, that sounds corny, but it's true. So there. And a lot of great Ward 1 councillors have come before me, and it's been a thrill to be there. And we'll see what the future holds. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I can actually tell my grandchildren that I knew you when you threw your first pen.
Right.
You just missed Brian.
I wasn't aiming at Brian.
I do recall that also. We have come a long way. You sat beside me on the right-hand side when we were at the convention center, and we argued, we agreed, we advocated together, and we got to know each other very well over that time frame. And you stepped into the mayor's chair, and it has been challenging for you from time to time, and no doubt some people have disagreed with you. But I have to tell you, I don't know anyone in the city of Hamilton that has more passion for Hamilton or knows more about Hamilton. We were at 2 dinners together with Angelo Diani, Vice Consul for Italy, and I was struck going home at how much he knew about Italy. I mean, I have learned more about Italy and all the regions through this Festitalia than ever before, and he's the Vice Consul of Italy. So with all of your knowledge of the history of Hamilton, you should be made Vice Consul of Hamilton. And then that title goes with you for the rest of your life.
Did you get that into a budget item before we sat
well, we were trying to deal with budget items, and that didn't go so well earlier. But sincerely, you did an awesome job as an ambassador and a representative of Hamilton. We certainly had differences around the table from time to time. But you did the job, and you have nothing to be ashamed of and everything to be proud of. So I thank you for that. Mary Gallagher. Boy, could I tell stories, Mary. The cowgirl.
Oh my God.
Committee of the whole. Remember the cowgirl? And I didn't even know what the hell cowgirl meant. I didn't know. I was thinking, she wears a hat? What is this? And then I found out afterwards it was because you were looking after the committee of the whole. Okay, I wasn't that bright. But I do know one thing. I've worked with some of the best clerks in the province, and you're at the very top. I mean, your skill set, your memory, your encyclopedia knowledge, you're like a library. We could sit in a process, you and I, and be talking about legislative authority, and you're pulling things out of your head, and it's like, wow. You know, who does that? Who pulls that type of, clauses just popping out? So I will miss you. The council will miss you. I know the clerk's office will miss you. You were an integral part of this organization. You were a consummate professional at all times. You are the epitome of what a legislative clerk is. I was proud to have worked with you and to have known you in that capacity. Thank you. Russ, I already spoke about you. I have other things I can add, but I'll talk to you privately. You're a very special guy. You developed relationships with everyone around this room, and your guidance helped many of us through some really challenging times. And your friendship helped me through some challenging times when my arthritis was so bad that I was having even a challenge getting into the office. And you never let me quit. You never let me stop. You always called me and said, get going, and we did. So I thank you sincerely for that. To the rest of my colleagues, I have stories about all of you. Some that could be written in public and some that could not be said in public. But it's been a great group, and this year has been phenomenal. And I've watched Hamilton politics for decades, and I can honestly say that this term there has been more accomplishments than in many, many decades. And it was just putting aside differences. Yeah, we argued, yeah, with passion. But when you have that passion for a city like Hamilton, you are going to have disputes. You are going to have disagreements, and we did. But I can honestly say to the residents at home that when we went and left this room, and we all know it, we left this room as friends. There was no hard feelings. There was no, I'm not talking to him for the rest of my life type of comments. If one of us were in trouble, we were the first ones on the phone to each other. We knew when our wives were sick. We knew when our husbands were sick. We knew when our kids were sick. It is just one huge family. And that means a great deal. And in that family, we have the senior staff, and they're really a part of that huge group. I said to Chris Murray when I first met him, you don't work for council, you work with council. And I meant it. And our employees don't work for us. We work with them. And if you have that mindset as you move forward as an organization, if you move forward as an organization that the folks are working with you, they're not working for you, you'd be absolutely surprised at how the morale changes and the difference in productivity and the difference in terms of the amount of success, not sex, success happens. Boy, that was a Freudian slip. Is cable still running, or can I start that one over? Seriously, folks. If we're working together and we're working with each other, we accomplish a heck of a lot more. So I was very pleased to be a part of this group. Don't know what the future is going to hold. I'm not going to predict. Heck, I could be hit by an LRT bus. Who knows? So we'll just keep moving until we actually see the finish line, and we'll work forward from there. Thank you, everybody, and God bless.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to start actually with a couple of community event item, and then move into issues with regards to our last comments tonight. So I'm really pleased to announce tonight that on Saturday, September the 27th, there is going to be an event in Stony Creek on Fruitland Road, on the east side of Fruitland Road. It's called Muck MS Canada, and it's there will be 500 participants that will be running, climbing, jumping, and crawling through mud. This event will be held on private property, and what it is it's an event to raise dollars and awareness for multiple sclerosis. Sorry, I'm really proud of this because this event has only been held, or will only be held, in 4 communities across Canada. It's been held in Estrie, in Quebec City, now in Hamilton, and then in Chilliwack. So we're really honored to have this event come to Hamilton. It's a fundraiser being put on by a business in Stony Creek, and I'm really proud that that they picked Hamilton to have the first event here. The other item I want to mention is, as you all know, back in June, Louise Dompierre from the Art Gallery of Hamilton announced as the President CEO that she would be retiring at the end of this year. Louise has served as our President CEO for 16 years. I've been honored to be a member of the Art Gallery for my full time on council now, into my 14th year since 2003. And Louise is quite an astounding woman in all the things that she deals with on a day-to-day basis, and her composure and demeanor have been just exemplifying what it means to be a president CEO of such an institution as our art gallery. But I'm proud and pleased to say that it will be announced tomorrow, it will be coming out, that we have found a new president and CEO, Shelley Faulkner, and we look forward to having her come on board. And it's been really great too, because she will have time to be able to sort of follow the ropes with Louise for a while and get a sense and be able to pick up where Louise has led us to this point, and be able to come in full charge at the new year. So really proud of that. Now, on the issues of around the table, I don't want to miss anyone because there's so many. Mr. Mayor, for yourself, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you as a councillor last term and as the mayor this term. And your wife, your family, you always have, I think what the best part of being around and listening to you has been the stats that you have, as everybody says, the history you have of Hamilton. It's absolutely astounding. And I know that as every one of us have in our hearts as Hamilton, you exemplify that. And I'm really, really pleased to have been able to sit at the table with you and to be able to participate in the decisions that we've made. And I have to say that City Manager Chris Murray mentioned at a meeting a couple of days ago when he was rhyming off stats and where we were at as far as our year-end report card. And one of the points that Chris mentioned was that 75% of our votes this term were either unanimous or majority votes. And that certainly speaks volumes for the leadership and for the commitment that we all had around this table to make sure that we move items forward and that we don't have things stagnant and a whole bunch of unfinished business. I think we all came into this term knowing that, you know what, we have our OBL, we call it, Outstanding Business List, and we want to get through it. So I'm really proud to have been a part of that. I think that's been, you know, under your leadership, Mr. Mayor, you've certainly directed us on that format. Mary, what can we say about Mary? I think there's a song that goes like that, but I won't sing it. Sam's not here. But Mary, you've been absolutely wonderful, and it's been said around the table. You never had to worry about calling Mary that she wouldn't have an answer. Mary always smiles. You never see Mary come in an unpleasant mood, especially when we walk into this council chambers, be it for committee meetings or for council meetings, and you see the staff, those walk-ons, the reports, the last-minute reports, the motions, the bills, everything that we have. I mean, we basically have to do speed reading at this table, but Mary takes it all in stride, even though we chide her and joke and criticize, you know. She's always been wonderful, and yes, Mary, you will be absolutely missed. And it should be stated to the public out there that our staff is not just what they do here around the table to help us. It's also what Mary volunteers and does a lot of stuff outside of her city duties, and we all respect that. At Christmas, I think you do the WISH program for McMaster University. I know I've contributed several items to help the children who are in the hospital over the holiday season. I think you knit baby caps, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, someday I'll get into that. But you know, Mary, you will absolutely be missed, and I know that you will take time to enjoy and breathe out there, and certainly I'm sure you know the door is always open, and we'd love to see you visit sometime. So to Councillor Morrow, what can be said? You walked into a tremendous amount of outstanding issues in Ward 3, and you took them on with passion and full heart feeling of being able to say at the end of this term that you were going to see that it got done, and you did. And I commend you for that, because there's a tremendous amount of work. And it was not only just making sure that things move forward. We may not have agreed all the time, but it was not just seeing that they move forward, but being sure that they are already being implemented. And I commend you, because you did an awful lot of work in a very short period of time. And the residents of Ward 3 should be very proud, and all of Hamilton, and what Councillor Morwood has done. Councillor Powers. I've already understood. Councillor Powers, just so the residents and my colleagues know, has been my supplier of eyeglasses since I had to go with reading glasses. He makes the trips when he goes down to the States, and he's always asking, okay, Councillor, what's the prescription? And he goes down and he brings me back a supply of eyeglasses. So I heard tonight Councillor Powers said that he will still continue to supply me with eyeglasses, but it just may take a little bit longer to get them to me. So that would be great. And I know that Councillor Powers has always been there, as has been stated also tonight, that even on personal issues, he's always been there and been supportive. His door has always been open to sit down and chat. And he's always watching out to make sure that we're all a family, and we all treat each other like a family. And that's the feeling that he's always expressed whenever he comes walking by the office. How's everything going? And never stops to, never stops thinking about everybody, no matter what it is, be it the issues that we deal with at the table and trying to resolve it efficiently, or dealing with assisting us and just our keeping us upbeat, or giving his viewpoint on maybe some personal things that we may be dealing with. So, Councillor Powers, that will be missed. And you know that our door at home is always open when you drive the motorcycle up the driveway, so we love that. That's not a problem. There's always a cold beer in the fridge. So, and that's always been a pleasure. And Betty is also welcome, you know that. Lastly, now I'm just making sure I don't miss anybody. Chris Murray. What can I say about Chris Murray? Okay. The one thing that I remember, I know the one time, I can't remember where it was in discussion, that Chris had chatted about going home to visit his parents. And I think it was one of your uncles having a birthday or your dad, I'm not sure. And they're well on in their age. And I remember Chris saying that he went home and he went to cut the grass. And Dad just didn't think that he was cutting it properly. And he said to his dad, "Dad, you know, I'm the city manager and I oversee over 7,000 employees and a budget of $1.6 billion. I think I can cut the grass." I'll never forget that, Chris, because you know what? It just tells me you're an absolutely down-to-earth person, and you exemplify that in everything that you do and handling the issues here at the table and in our offices. And, you know, I've had several issues where I've had to call you in and not to criticize staff, but say, okay, you got to rein these guys in and make sure and make this thing follow the proper course that it should be. And you've always been supportive and understanding and grasping the issues so fast that it's been appreciated, absolutely appreciated. And I know that with the staff here tonight, I think they would all concur, and all of the staff here tonight. It's not just the staff here at the front line. I call this the front line, but there's the hundreds that are behind the front line, and there's the thousands behind that. And you know, no matter where the staff are in this organization, I want to say an absolutely huge thank you, because whatever they do it in interest and earnest of putting Hamilton forward, and they take pride in it. Whether some residents may not see that, but I see it every day. And I'm going to put an extra plug in for the staff, the operations staff, and my crews in Stony Creek. I tell you, when my residents ask for something and I put the call in, they pretty well jump to take care of issues, and it's seen out there, and it's very much appreciated. For my colleagues around the table, everyone, I wish the very best going forward in this election. Those that are staying, those that are running again, and. It has been an absolute pleasure of being able to sit around here and knowing you have your family life at home, and we all respect that. We know we all sit around a table and we all have family, and we are respectful of each other, and we all treat each other like family. And I think that's the most important. If there was anything you had to say to somebody coming in as a new councillor, just remember, we are all human beings. I try and instill that on residents when they're yelling and screaming at me or about something that, well, hang on. We're all human beings here, and we just have to work through it. And it's obvious with what we have plowed through. I say that in jest because it is plowing season, Councillor Pasuta, that we have plowed through so many matters and issues this past 4 years, and we have certainly put Hamilton forward. And not just the 4 years that I've had the pleasure here now, but also in my last 11 years being elected in 2003. It certainly has been a different environment to what Stony Creek Council and what we did in Stony Creek, obviously on the scale. But, you know, at the end of the day, we all sit around the table. It's the same. We're all family. And I want to thank absolutely everyone here tonight for making it a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, sir, and as always, I do have some community announcements first, please, if you don't mind. This Saturday, Bimbrook Skate Park competition starts at 10 o'clock. On Sunday, Bimbrook Festival is happening at the Bimbrook Agricultural Society, the Bimbrook Fairgrounds, from 10 to 4. On October the 23rd, Lipstick, Courage, and Inner Cleavage is coming to Leona Station, and this is all about breast cancer, folks. So anything that you need to know more information, please go to my website. On October the 24th, Sinclairville Church is with the homemade spaghetti dinner from 5 to 7. Some of you that don't know where that is, it is the most southern part of the city. We had our Bimbrook Fair. I just want to thank the Bimbrook Agricultural Society and their volunteers for a fantastic, successful weekend. My car won Best Dressed, I have to let you know. So I want to thank my family for putting their money into a paint job that was worth more than the car. So, and it lasted 5 seconds. The Lancaster's on her way home. She's in Iceland right now, going to Goose Bay soon, and we hope to have her home by the weekend. So remember, folks, November the 11th ceremonies is at the Warplane. I hope you can make it out there. So those are my announcements for now. As a newbie, as we were affectionately called, Judy and Jason and I really want to thank the Ward 11 folks for giving me a shot at this, because I was the third man in, and it wasn't in my favor to be here, and I just want to thank the folks of Ward 11 for giving me this shot. I don't think I've ever worked so hard in my life. For the last 4 years, we had a dog who broke his foot and had to wear one of those cones on his head, and he didn't learn how to drive it. He kept banging into the hallways. And that's what it felt like coming in here, was banging into hallways and having all of you guide me through the doorways and all the tight spots. We've accomplished a lot, and I'm going to be parochial here and tell you that Ward 11 has done a lot, and I couldn't have done it with all your help. So I really want to thank each and every one of you. Mayor Bettina, I have a confession now. Whenever we would go to events, I hated talking after you. You were always so right on. His speeches were great. He got everybody going. He gave them history, and then it was my turn. So oftentimes when I'd go to the same event as you, I'd tell people, no, the mayor's here, that's fine. We don't need to, they don't need to hear from you.
I won't do it anymore.
You won't do it anymore. But, sir, you and your wife have been a pleasure to be with on our social events. Your wife has made my husband feel welcome every time, because unfortunately they always got stuck together holding the purses while you and I went around the room. But sir, thank you for all your support. I could always phone you up. I could always come into your office and we would chat about whatever it was, and I always knew you had my back. Thank you so much. Councillor Morrill, there was a morning I was in my office. It was about 8:30. My phone rang, and this gentleman on the other line said, "You may not know me, but I used to be the mayor." And it was Councillor Morrill. And Councillor Morrill was congratulating me on the lawsuit being dropped from the Winona Walmart situation. And we had lunch after that, and it was wonderful. So thank you for your kinship. And Russ, your mentorship has been worth beyond words. I can't even begin to tell you from the area rating. I think the term I said to you when we were talking about the consultant's report, I said, just roll it up and smoke it. And your look on your face was just priceless. And ever since, it's just been, you've been there helping me with this satellite on my head, getting me through the doorways. Thank you so much. And Chris, I said this earlier when you were doing your presentation before, you've been my very first city manager. And everybody's been great except Jerry, so I have to rectify that. Jerry? Jerry, you've been amazing, and your crew have been absolutely wonderful. As Councillor Pearson said before, you pick up the phone and they're there for you all the time. As everyone up there on that row and beyond you, thank you for your leadership and your guidance on getting us through this last 4 years, because it's been, and as I said, this is my first council. I can only go by what I've been experiencing. I can't tell you how grateful that's been for me. And I'm sure my colleagues. And Mary, I have a confession to make to you about Mary. She wants to really tell everybody now tonight how she really feels, because that's what I heard this screech coming out of her office this morning. This afternoon. She says, okay, now I'm going to really tell everybody how I feel. And I think that also goes to Rose and your crew. Thank you so much, Rose. You guys have been instrumental getting us through some of these difficult spots. And you've been always, all of your crew have been very professional and wonderful to deal with. So to my brothers and my sisters and my aunts and my uncles and my grandpas and my crazy cousins, because that's how I describe some of you when people ask me how it is for council. And then I try to get them guess who is who. So to specifically, though, to Councillor Jackson and Clark and Duval, I've always been able to come in and tell you what's been going on. And when I had my personal issue with the breast cancer, you guys were my first go-to people. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to thank you for your discretion, and I want to thank you for your support through all of this, as well everyone else. And before I get carried away, last thing, happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and good luck to each and every one of us.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Ferguson. Well, thank you. And Jason, I never knew you were so devastated over this chicken thing. As I I've tried to yell across the table to you, it's always better to be a live chicken than a dead duck. And of course, I always remember Councillor Marula's story of the chicken. When he was a kid and his father had chickens in the backyard, he felt sorry for him. He wanted to let them go, so he picked them up and threw them up in the air so they could fly away, not realizing chickens couldn't fly, and they crash landed. And did a beak plant, I think you would call it. But we did have some fun times and with everyone around the table. And I can't begin to top Councillor Jackson in his way to describe and put his feelings out there. And so there's not a lot more I can say that hasn't already been said, other than my second term has been much more harmonious. I always remember, Councillor Whitehead, my first year, you would rip into Ancaster every friggin' meeting, and you got over that, and so I appreciate that.
He does it behind the back.
But I was a rookie too, and I ran a business. I believed in democracy, but in business I had 12 votes. Here, what do you mean I need 8 people to agree with me? And I have real trouble getting used to that. But I've learned to respect all of you and your opinions. And we did get a lot done. And Chris, you summarized it all for us nicely last week, and I've got that in the file, ready for the campaign trail so we can lay that out. And I think you know how I feel about how lucky we are to have you here. And a lot's been said, so I won't say it again. But one thing that's been missed is that you're a pretty good recruiter. You got Mike. You got Jason, you got Janice, people that you brought in on the senior management team, and they've all seemed to be fitting in very, very well. Jerry carried over from the previous gym, but Jerry was a great friend to work with. When I was chair of Public Works, I really enjoyed working closely with Jerry for that year, and we tackled some tough issues, Jerry. In fact, I saw Mr. Smith at an arbitration hearing today when I was over at the Sheridan Hotel trying to do deputy chief interviews, and so some of those remnants are still carrying on. But we did get a lot done, and Chris, when you did that presentation, I went home and made a list. Gee, what did I sort of champion? And it's a good list too, and so you got us thinking about that, and I really appreciate it. To Bob, it's already been said, but you're a great ambassador. Nobody knows nostalgia better than you. You could be anywhere and you say, Mrs. Smith used to live right across there in 1942. Like, what?
For me, that was all current events.
And I always encouraged when I went to ribbon cutting ceremonies with you, let me go first because I can't follow them. and because, being a radio person, you had that great ability to talk nostalgia and present to a public in a very positive way.
Thanks, Dave.
And, of course, Russ, the man to my left, not left wing, but the man to my left, he has been a mentor to me because he sits right here. And when I'm speaking, he whispering suggestions to me or slipping me notes, slow down, or, pull back a bit in this area, and I really appreciate that, Russ. You're a good coach, and you helped me a lot, especially in the early years of trying to get used to the process here and how you work your way through it. And to Bob, you hit the ground running, and that's a real advantage. We're lucky to have you step up to fill that spot, because it would have been very difficult for somebody else to walk in cold and start quickly and pick up where Bernie left off. So thank you for doing that for the people of the city of Hamilton. To Mary, 4 C's. You're charming, calm, competent, and a former cowgirl. And I hope you enjoy retirement. Somehow I think we'll have you back doing some special assignments. I know you say no. They all say no. But, when we wave a couple $100,000 in front of you, maybe you might listen. And lastly, because I want to wrap this up, I'd probably be standing between a cold beer for everyone to go and celebrate this term. But I want to thank the people of Ancaster for the privilege of being able to represent them here at City Council. And I also want to throw a special thank you out to my executive assistant, Kathy Bishop. She keeps me out of jail. She does all the constituent work. She is incredibly calm, also always cheerful, and a great person to have out in Ancaster before the public, because I'm stuck in meetings here. And I always say she does all the work and I have all the fun. So to Kathy, again, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Lloyd. And Councilor Powers.
You made it a little difficult. for me, and but I wrote some things down. As you know, I'm normally one not to say a lot of things, so really I should just say thank you and just leave it at that. But I think I've been saving up all that little spare time over the years, and guess what? You're going to have to listen to me and things such as that. You know, I always knew this day would come when it's, you know, it's time to say goodbye, and it's a bittersweet moment, but I knew in my own mind that it was time to move on and allow new people to replace me. Probably not a lot of you know, when I was first elected back in 1982, I actually had hair on my head and hair on my face. Today, I just like to have hair on my face so I could transplant it up to what's missing on the top of my head. I've had the privilege of serving in 3 levels of local government. I served on the town of Dundas Council. I served in Hamilton-Wentworth Regional Council, and I've served on city council and that. And it's a privilege to have had that. But that wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't been for the confidence that were provided to me by the residents of Dundas over 10 elections. And I'm eternally grateful for the confidence that they placed in me to allow them to represent them here. I've got a number of thank yous, and I'll be very quick with them. Chris Murray, City Manager, Cmte, all the city staff that I've come to know over, you know, all these many years, and so many people that I have not yet met, but behind the scenes do an extraordinary job of providing services to all the residents of the city. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you to Cmte for your leadership to make our city a better place to be. This is not to downplay Elizabeth or Joanne or Jason. I love you all, but I have a passion for public works, particularly water management, and I have a passion for, you know, finance. So kind of my years that I've been on city council, I've served on audit, finance, and administration, or whatever those iterations were. I think every year we kind of change it. Well, Rose and Mary know all about that. If there's a better title, what the heck, let's change it from that. But my passion has always been the tangibles, the hard services. So Jerry and the leaders before you in public works, thank you very much. Mike, for the leadership that you provided. Over the last couple of years, I bumped into Rosini on the GO train on a regular basis. I'm glad we've got you, and I just remind him it was a good thing that he moved on to Toronto before we fired him and that. So, you've all made extraordinary contributions. When I thank the membership of the Audit and Finance Committee, I purposely neglected to mention the clerk's department and all the staff there, and because I wanted to say it in my remarks. I want to thank Rose and all the clerks that have gone before her that I've had the privilege of working with. Your leadership is great. The people that you have within the clerk's department are wonderful. Lisa Barrasso and records and that are people that I've used quite extensively. What can we say about Mary? Mary and I go back a few decades. Mary, I think I've become quite proficient over the years of kind of drafting up motions. But any time I would send it off to Rose or I'd send it off to Mary, there was always the note, is I've started on it, would you translate it into clerkisms? Because that's the way I've termed it. And they know how the format is, and for that, you've just made my job that much easier. You know, it's funny. Governance has become a passion for me. Is good government comes from good governance, and I think over the years, and that is our policy procedures and the way we do things. I mean, just as we saw tonight, that came out of AFNA, we made revisions that makes good policy better policy, and the people who've served on the governance committee, I recognize them previously in that, and it's just something that's made that much easier. Since the city came in, I've been blessed with 2 administrative assistants. Doris Johnson was my administrative assistant at the time the new city came in. And then when I came back to the city, and that Arlene Vanderbeek's been my executive assistant. And as we all know, our jobs are not a 40-hour job. They're much more than that. And if it wasn't for our executive assistants providing us the support and assistance that we need, there wouldn't be enough hours in a week to do it. So I'm grateful for these 2 ladies that have helped to make my job and the results of my job that much better. I've served with extraordinary individuals on council, both current and present. Bob, I'll talk about you at all. Well, first of all, I want to thank council for allowing me the opportunity to offer myself up as a candidate for the presidency of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. It's been an extraordinary experience to be the head of the 443 municipalities in this province and see how they operate and lead them through a time of minority government when not a single of the 3 parties would agree on anything. And the fact that we got some results was extraordinary. I started out with a little bit more hair, and by the end of it, I certainly have less. Bob, I had dealings with you. I saw you in action at the large urban municipal leaders. I saw you in action at the big city mayors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and you made the city of Hamilton proud in representing the interest of the city. And certainly from my perspective, which nobody else saw here, you did as proud and you've done as well as a mayor. Thank you very much. As I indicated, I've served on a number of city councils, some regressive, some progressive, but I've got to say that this council is the most progressive in the 32 years that I've served in municipal government. Is we worked together, we respected the differences of opinion, but I think we all strive for the right result, and where we could not see that we could reach agreement, we either gracefully retreated and then regrouped again to come up with a consensus position that allows us to move ahead. Whether it was on area rating, whether it was on the 1 bag limit on garbage, those particular things we work together, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to see if we could strive for for consensus. Here's where I'm going to have a difficult time. Is any of us, in order to do our job, it's dependent upon our family. I was blessed with 2 wonderful children, 2 adult children now, a daughter and a son. I had an extraordinary lady that I was married to for 40 years until she was too soon taken from me. She believed in what I wanted to do. Her support for me at both home and on the job just made that much, much easier. I regret that Linda was taken from me 5.5 years ago. But those of you who have made reference to it is that I've been blessed to be introduced to another wonderful lady who kind of shared the same tragedy that I went through, and has made my life kind of that much better. Between Linda and Betty, I'm just a happier man because of those two individuals. They made it that much easier for understanding and support that allowed me to carry on. And not to prolong this, but I am so pleased that Hamilton is a viable suburb to Dundas. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Bertina. We're getting to the end here, so I'm going to say a few things. But first of all, I'd like to mention Jack Southall passed away last week, and he was a councillor in the Flamborough days and former deputy mayor, a strong supporter of the Strabane Optimists. Was on the board of directors of Rockton Agriculture Society along with my wife. He always sat beside her. Just a terrific person, worked for the community hard, involved in a lot of organizations, and he'll be sadly missed. Taken way before his time, too. Mayor Bertina, we all know how you love trains.
Oh, we do.
You've been the engineer of this train.
Yeah, thanks.
There's been 15 cars hooked up to the engine. There's been difficult times engineering that train around this council table. More than it should have been. You kept it straight. You kept it going. Brakes came on at times. Sparks flew. But it started moving again. And I look back at some of the votes I did, in particular to you, sir, in your office. Maybe I would have thought a whole lot different. Okay? Now that we're here. It is a difficult task. As a councillor, it's a difficult task. Doing the meetings, dealing with the people, trying to get the job done, and family issues. And I can't imagine it'd be like being mayor. What, the duties, the responsibilities, the family, and as I said, the issues. But you kept the train on the track. You kept it going. I'm proud of you. And thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Chris Murray, you gained my support when you came out to the farm this spring and got on the big John Deere, seeded soybeans. They're almost ready to harvest. You got on the other big articulated tractor and worked the ground, and you got my support. But no, I really appreciate, and I think every one of us appreciates the work you do in keeping the crew together and moving the city forward. So stay with it. Mary, you're still my cowgirl. Even when I email you now, it's yeehaw. So we're going to miss you. You're going to miss you. You're a sweetheart. So we'll miss you there. So to the three newbies, I know the two ladies, they've handled the situation pretty well. It was tough, but you handled it. Now the fellow over there, Jay, when he first got in, and he got into trouble a few times, he'd come to my office, he'd go into my little jar I got with raisins, grab a box of raisins, sit down, and he would say, "What the H have I done?" "How do you keep out of trouble?" I says, "Keep your mouth shut, keep your head down for a while." It worked for a while, but he still comes once in a while and he said, "What have I done?" So closes the door and we chat about it. But he's come a long ways, and he's a good friend of mine, so really come a long ways. I guess to Brian, and I've driven you home a few times, and we've become good friends too, and Brad, I think both of you got a challenge ahead. Whatever comes out of that, and life goes forward, and all the best to you. And there's always a future ahead, so all the best with that. Mr. Morrow, thank you for stepping up in place of our dear friend Bernie, who passed away. You did a good job. I still call you Mayor Morrow, and I always will. So thank you for that. Comment on Councillor Ferguson mentioned his executive assistant. I've been fortunate for the last 8 years to have Lynn Ticats come upon her kind of by accident. She come upon me, and at the first she was wondering, why would I want to work for a farmer, because I am a farmer, okay, but it worked out. And she had worked in Bob Morrow's office for a long time, along with Terry Whitehead down there. She'd been around a long time, and she's kept me out of a lot of trouble. A good administrative assistant can keep you out of a lot of trouble, so she's been great for me, and I look forward to working with her in the future. Councillor Powers, Russ, always to my right-hand man. Office is across from mine down the hall. Lots of good conversations. Like raisins. He likes the raisins too. He's in my office stealing raisins. You got to keep supplying them. That's okay. But he's become a person that I can ask questions. He comes in, we chat, gives me direction, helps me. I had to get a pass to come through Dundas. A lot of times I come through Dundas, making my way down Brock Road or Highway 8. It's a neat little town. It's a town to be appreciated by everybody. Russ and I had the opportunity to go to England, January 2009. And I remember going to his office that afternoon. We were going to get a flight out and talked about his wife Linda. She was just leaving City Hall, going down the street, and she was sick. And I said to Rusty, sure you want to go on this trip? We're going to see the Velodrome in Manchester. And he says, yes. He says, I'm committed to go. Linda will be here when I get back. So we made the trip to London. We left Linda at home, being taken care of. Russ took me through London, and we did a lot of events and a lot of museums, and we did everything there. The pubs. Went to Manchester. We saw the Velodrome, toured it. Something I think is an opportunity missed here in Hamilton. I know it's in Milton right now, and it's looking terrific. It's creating a lot of excitement over there, not only around Milton, but worldwide. So we did all that. As I said, we drank some more and we drank some more, but it was fun. And it was an experience for me, first time in Europe. And to have Russ as a guide over there was absolutely fantastic. And then we came back, and shortly after that his wife passed away. But I'll never forget, he gave up some of his time with his wife to go with me to England to see the London and Manchester and the Velodrome. So much appreciated. But, Russ, appreciate everything you've done. AMO, working with the rest of us councillors. You will sadly be missed around here, but I know where to find you. And in saying that, I don't think there's anything else, Mr. Mayor, other than I've appreciated the opportunity to be here for 2 terms, work with my friends around council table, my friends in the different departments, and hopefully we continue to work and move forward. And Mr. Mayor, good luck in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor, and Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to start off by thanking my residents for having the confidence to put me around this table. It's truly been an honor for me. It's been a labor of love, quite honestly, to work on their behalf. And it's just, if nothing else, I think what we have been able to accomplish, and there has been so many accomplishments, but I hope that you folks understand more about the rural community and the challenges about, having rural and urban issues that we need to deal with as a city, because we are much bigger than just being the urban area. And as Councillor Johnson reminds us often, and Councillor Pasuta, more than 60% of the landmass of the city of Hamilton is rural. The rural way of life is very important to this city, and I hope that we've been able to communicate that. I want to thank senior staff. I was thinking earlier today about all the staff that we've had over the years that have retired or left over the last 4 years, and I think about a couple of them often, because they were a tremendous help to me. But I'm also very excited about the new people that have come on board. And, I'm very encouraged. I think there's great opportunity. We We are looking at a culture change. We need to have that culture change and many other changes. We need to do complete reviews. And we've accomplished that in this term of council. Many big projects we've been able to come together on. And so the next 4 years, the next term, is really going to, I think, set us on a trajectory to take this city forward. And I thank you, Chris Murray, for your guidance around that. And everyone around this table for your mentorship. You know, we've often walked in and out of each other's offices and had different issues that we've dealt with. I've appreciated, maybe not always listened to, but I've appreciated the guidance and the suggestions that have been offered to me. We're strong people around this table, and that's what our city needs. We don't always agree, and that's a good thing, because our city does not need all of us marching in lockstep, agreeing with each other. We need to question. We need to continue to question everything that is going to affect our residents and affect our city. I want to thank my family, my husband, Jeff, my 2 boys, Justin and Jordan. They have been tremendously supportive of anything I've wanted to do over the last 30 years. Not that they had a choice, but, you know, it was nice. They're hugely supportive. And without the support of your family, we work tremendously long hours, and I don't think a lot of people realize that this is a big commitment. I love it. I love what I do, but more importantly, I have a group of councillors and you, Mr. Mayor, around this table who are very passionate about our city. And every one of you love what you do. And I think that's very evident. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your service over the last 4 years. You know, and it's been said how much you've represented us. Your wife, Carol, is just an absolute sweetheart. She's a saint. She really is. And, you know, she's come in here many times, and many people probably don't realize it. But Carol comes in here on a Friday afternoon just to pop in and say, hey, and get and give hugs. And that's a very special thing to share as a councillor. I feel very privileged to have worked with Bernie. I knew Bernie over the years before I came on council, and I very much appreciated his wise words and wise counsel that he offered up, sometimes without being asked, but that was okay. I always enjoyed my time with him. And you, Russ, as well, very much appreciated the opportunity to work with you, and for your wise counsel over the years. It's been a good mentorship. So I think we've got lots to look forward to. We're all working hard, those of us who are in the election, and you know, it'll be up to the residents to see what happens. But I feel very blessed for having spent the last 4 years here, and I do look forward to the next 4 years, because we're just getting going, and we've got a lot to do and a lot to be accomplished. And last but not least, I want to thank clerks, because you folks have kept us on the straight and narrow. I've appreciated the work that you've done, particularly in the committees, and keeping us focused. It's like herding cats, I know, but you do a good job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm going to reserve the right to final rebuttal, so I'm going to turn it over to the city manager for his comments.
Just if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. You know, I've heard around this table tonight, and I've said this before in public, yours is an impossible job. And I think the ones that maybe understand it almost as well as you do are the ones that sit at this table here. So for you to invest the time and energy that you do on behalf of this community is only because you love it. From our standpoint at this table, we want to make sure that your investment of time in this community comes with success, and so that's why we're here. We're here to help you make great decisions and then execute what it is that you want us to do. So that's an honor to have this opportunity to be here with you and to help you achieve all that's important for this community. From a staff perspective, our focus at this table ultimately is on the front line. That's where we measure our success, as I said the other day. And everything that we do as leaders is basically here to make sure that those that deliver the services every day are delivered as well as we possibly can for the money that people give us. So that's our focus. This is a very good team. I've worked with lots of different teams, and this is a very complex job. It's a very difficult challenge, but the folks that sit on left and right of me are the right people for the job, and I'm pleased to have a chance to work with them. Anything you say positive about what I'm doing is only because they're here. And so with that, though, and Mr. Mayor, just a couple of things. First of all, Mayor Bertina and my dad share something in common. It's not that they're fans of rail, and we got to be specific here. It's not diesel, it's steam. My dad used to run steam, and so when he found out that Mayor Hamilton was a big steam fan, there was an immediate connection, and I think they exchanged some stuff. The other thing I have to say is that the mayor and Peggy were so incredibly kind to send some flowers to my parents on their 60th wedding anniversary and to pass along a note about their son. So imagine to a couple of folks who are living in Fredericton, New Brunswick in their late 80s to receive something from the mayor of Hamilton about their son and the job that he's doing. Nothing would mean more to me than that. The other thing I remember very, very distinctly and really enjoyed was the moment in the mayor's office with Councillor Morelli and the mayor in one of those informal, casual settings where they started talking about Stinky and Blinky. Now, some of you know who Stinky and Blinky are. I'm a kid from Fredericton. I have no clue who these people are. But, honestly, to sit there as a kid just watching this and just the richness of the story and the way it came across so effortlessly. And this is Hamilton, this is the essence of Hamilton and the character and the color of this place. And these two guys talking about it. It's a privilege to sit in that room and listen to that. I got to tell you, it was very, very special. And, to the mayor's chief of staff, Peggy and I every Tuesday morning have, I think she calls it breakfast with Murray. But we have breakfast Tuesday mornings to go over where things are going and stuff that I can do certainly to help this council and this mayor. So I do want to thank you, Mayor Bertina. I think you have done a heck of a job. And despite what we might read every now and then in the paper, yours is a very, very difficult job. And I just thank you for a chance to work with you and this council. Thanks very much.
So Stinky and Blinky is the memorable. Yeah. What about watermelon? Ed the Tramp. People have been kind enough to refer to speeches and comments that I make, and I've made hundreds of speeches and greetings and so on, and most of the, I would say 90% of the time, it's off the top of my head. The State of the City address is carefully written out. And I knew that we would be in for a long session tonight, so I wrote my remarks down so I wouldn't wander too far off, if you wouldn't mind. The first thing that comes to mind, reflecting on the past 4 years of this council term, is the outstanding performance of the people who staffed the mayor's office. Of course, I have to acknowledge my chief of staff, Peggy Chapman, office manager, Renata Folprecht, scheduler, Disha Whalen, communications assistant, Deanna Levy, the security receptionist I share with the city manager, James McCleary. And their hard work underpins the most productive mayor's office in decades by any measure, going back at least to Mayor Morrow's time, and at the lowest cost to taxpayers than any mayor's office since amalgamation, because we've saved over $1 million against our budget in the 4 years. Our efforts were augmented by some special people. The former city clerk, Kevin Christensen, whose advice on complex municipal issues was invaluable. I'm also grateful to Jordy Elms, the retired commanding officer of the Argylls, decorated veteran who oversaw the many military issues that arose through the term, from 1812 commemorations through the young veterans coming back from Afghanistan, whom we honored here in front of City Hall. And he also provided the inspiration and design of the City of Hamilton Overseas Service Pins for Afghanistan, Europe, Korea, the Peacekeepers, and of course the last few remaining heroes of Dieppe, which brought so much pride to these men and women, young and old. And in 4 years, I have yet to get an invoice from Jordy Elms. The second group I want to thank are the thousands of city workers who helped us deliver the very low increases in our annual budgets, thanks to the positive collective bargaining that took place with our staff. You know, they continued to provide outstanding service to the public, even during those unfortunate episodes that occurred on a few occasions, involving less than 1% of our workforce. This mayor will always hold those workers in high regard, especially during the extreme weather situations that put you to the test, which you met with flying colors. The mission statement that I gave to staff as negotiations started was fair compensation, no loss of services, but zero impact on budget. And that's how it worked out. And my sincere thanks to our negotiation team, led by Laura Fontana, and the union representatives of our many bargain units, including Darren Vernon, for supporting that position and setting an example for all other Ontario municipalities. Toronto was bragging about how, oh, we got a great deal. They watched us. We got the great deal. They followed. By the way, don't read anything into any names that I may leave out, because I just can't possibly acknowledge everyone who's done so much. But what I would say is that our success is about people and relationships, and that was a highlight, I feel, of this term of office. Much of the progress we made over the past 4 years was thanks to the accessibility and engagement of Premiers McGuinty and Wynne, Ministers McMeekin and Angelinides, Federal Government Member of Parliament David Sweet, and former Senator David Braley, whose names are indelibly attached to so many of the good things that happened for Hamilton. Patrick Dean at McMaster, Rob McIsaac at Mohawk, Hubert Kriegsman at Redeemer University all played significant roles in the advancement of our city and post-secondary education. And then there are our sports owners, who there's none better in Canada than our caretaker of the Tiger Cats, Bob Young, and Michael Andelauer, the owner of the Bulldogs. Our council started with the term of the big problem, the Pan Am Stadium. We were literally down to the last minute when the site and the funding came together. Our taxpayers have a brand new stadium at no increase in taxes. 4 years later, after we started this process in January of 2011, we're getting rave reviews from the team, the fans, the league, and the national media. So often in the past, our issues seem to drag from one term to the next, and this council has an enormous legacy, which in this case was approved, built, and substantially completed within 1 4-year term. And you add to the stadium the McMaster Faculty of Family Medicine, the new GO station under construction, the staggering commercial and residential developments which have amounted to over $1 billion a year for each of the last 3 years. One of the things I have to point out, when I was driving into City Hall, I saw Dave Sauvé, who with his partner Steve Kulikowski are doing some of the great projects in the downtown. So where are you going? He says, I'm making closing the deal on the methadone clinic that we overpaid for, but we didn't want a methadone clinic in our downtown. These are private developers putting their own money forward for the betterment of the city. And we have all kinds of people like that. It's exemplary, and it's one of the things that I always like to say, that people from outside don't understand about our city and how people behave. One of the things that all of us can take pride in is the continuing improvement of living conditions for the most marginalized among our population. Median household incomes continue to rise to levels above many of our comparator communities. The percentage of household income required to cover the tax bill has dropped from an Ontario worst 6% plus to almost 4% as our economy and unemployment rates improve. Ontario Works caseloads have shown a continuing decline. When our McMaster facility opens soon, thousands of our residents without family physicians will have access to first-class health care in clinics that will be the envy of cities across Canada. And residents who at one time felt powerless to change their situation are participating in our neighborhood strategy programs to create better conditions for themselves and their families. And we all accomplished that in a 4-year term. As much as I celebrate the unprecedented growth of our city's economy, 2 other events of a somewhat sad nature will always be a part of our memories, I believe, of this term. The passing of Councillor Bernie Morelli and the state funeral for Lieutenant Governor Lincoln Alexander. Link's passing was somewhat anticipated, but Bernie seemed to many of us to be winning his personal battle. So I was shocked to receive a call at home late in the evening with the sad news of Bernie's passing. And over the next hour, and this is late into the night, I conferred with Mary Gallagher and Bernie's close friend, Councillor Marula, to determine a course for the following day's scheduled meetings and the ultimate funeral service. It was unprecedented because this had never happened and couldn't be anticipated. For Lincoln Alexander, my wife and I determined that we would join with Marnie and the Alexander family to stand each day beside Link's casket from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening so that it would always be accompanied for the public visitation. Our staff's participation was exceptional. They took it on as their personal commitment to see that Lincoln Alexander got a proper farewell, and he did. Our staff's participation with so many volunteering to assist the public through the 3 days prior to the funeral. The ceremonial guard, the grieving families, the long lines of public mourners. Carol and I, my wife, will regard this as one of our most important public events as mayor and first lady, one we will never forget. The hardest unpaid job in Hamilton is that of First Lady, the partner of the mayor. Carol did an outstanding job representing the city, meeting bishops, ambassadors, royalty, school children, senior citizens, war veterans, members of the public generally, with her courtesy and grace, intelligence, all in the best interests of the city. And the word I would use for my wife's partnership in our city work is classy. And so I want to thank my wife for that. And so it's time for us to leave and turn to the future, whatever it may hold. Chris Murray, thank you. And thank you to the senior management team. And thank you to the members of the 2010-2014 City Council for helping create a record that is truly historic, which will be forever seen as the time Hamilton began its return to prominence as a great Canadian city. Ladies and gentlemen, we changed history. And I thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. Members of council, the most exciting part of any council meeting. May I please have a motion to amend the bylaws to add bylaw numbers 289 to 303? Who can do that? McCaddy and Farr. Okay, and so may I please have a motion on the bylaws? Councillor McCaddy, can you try that? And I've got a whole bunch of numbers here to read.
Mayor, I'd be pleased to do so. Second by Councillor Farr. The bill list be amended by adding bills number, can't read this, looks like 14,283 or something like that, to 14,303 as follows.
Is there any discussion on bills number 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253? Some of you are not carrying.
Carry. Guess we can sign that one too.
Any opposed? 254, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 276, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 290, 291. Do I hear 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303. Motion to adjourn. Pierce and Johnson, all in favor. Goodbye. Good luck, everyone.